of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, November 17th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Yes, good morning. Supervisors Frost? Here. Kennedy? Here. Natoli?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
And Supervisor Peters will not be joining the meeting. She may come in a little bit later, but she's dealing with a family emergency.
Okay, very good. Thank
Okay, and you have a quorum.
Thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T U-verse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, November 20th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Kennedy, will you do us the honor of leading us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I have a couple of opening remarks. Again, I want to welcome everyone to today's board meeting, especially those that are maybe watching on Metro Cable 14. First and foremost, before I get to our standard announcement concerning the special accommodations due to the pandemic here in Chambers, the last few meetings, I will note, have been rife with public comment, which is a great thing. What's not so great is that some of that public comment has people have used language that is not appropriate for these chambers. It's not appropriate for broadcast, as we have a number of young people that watch our proceedings. And so I would again remind respectfully those that choose to address the board today on any item, including items off the agenda, please, if you could, use appropriate language, avoid cursing. That would be very much appreciated, I know, by all five of us. So with that, in compliance with directives of the County, State, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. Of course, we welcome verbal comment at today's meeting, and members of the public are welcome to call 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is greatly appreciated. When I open public comments for a specific agenda item or an off-agenda matter, clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. We also, of course, welcome written comments on any item on the agenda or off the agenda. To submit a written comment to the Board of Supervisors, you can send that comment via email to boardclerk@saccounty.net. That's SACCOUNTY.net. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Again, we want to thank you for your patience. Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, our consent calendar.
Okay, so for your consent items 1 through 41, and you also are taking action on an addendum agenda for item 1 on that addendum, and it's a resolution.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And I don't have any other notes for you on consent matters.
Okay. When we, as we go through consent, I suspect, Madam Clerk, that you will continue, you and your staff will continue to take note of any public comment callers that may come into our queue.
Correct.
For consent items or off-agenda matters?
Correct. So as of right now, for off-agenda matters, you do have 10 callers in queue. We don't have any callers in queue for any of the other items 1 through 40 for consent matters.
We have a queue established for the first few open meeting matters, or the time matters?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah, you do have a few callers in 42 and 43.
Very good. Thank
About
you.
10.
Okay. With that, I'll look to my left and ask Supervisor Tully any desire to pull a item off of consent for separate consideration or comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer some comments relative to item 5. Also have a question, item 13, and then I would like to offer some comments on items 32 and 34. Brief, those can stay on the consent calendar. And also would note that on item 40, we just received correspondence relative to the to that item, and I forwarded it to County Council. I don't know, Lisa, you got it. I sent it to June Powell Mays, but you may want to take a look at that correspondence to be sure before the board takes the action this morning. So that might be something we could hold. I'm prepared to move the item, but it is part of consent calendar. But I wanted to be sure you saw the correspondence. So.
I have not, but I will converse with Jim.
Okay, it just came in. I know clerk delivered this to about 5 minutes before this meeting started, and I wanted to be sure you saw that just as we consider action on item 40. But I'd like to pull item 5 and 13, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so for item 5, that's the adoption of the 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting calendar. And for item 13, that's the notice of intended public auction of tax defaulted property and resolution authorizing the sale at public auction of tax defaulted property.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so then item number 5, you called that item. So what I wanted to propose, Mr. Chair, is that I know we had quite a conversation around this a year ago, but in the calendar, it's pretty standard consideration for us, but I do believe that this year, and I mentioned it just briefly in my briefing yesterday with the county executive, that I think that we're going to encounter some budget times that are going to warrant some further focus by this board, and we don't have any workshops and or evening meetings leading up to the June consideration of the budget, and it may be that it won't be known until September, but I guess I'm going to suggest that this board at least hold and again through the chair and the vice chair here, for at least the May timeframe, maybe even earlier, that we allow ourselves some opportunity as a board, one, to receive information, to have some discussion, and then, have a broader community discussion, because I think in all likelihood we're going to encounter again some difficult decisions as we head into the 21-22 budget framework. So I guess what I wanted to offer was for our consideration, at least in that May timeframe, but again, I'd certainly turn to NAV and to others on this board to have some discussion around that. I just think it's going to be important for us. And if we remain in this format, that's the other thing. We're hopeful that we're going to, at some point in time, be able to open these chambers up to broader participation in chamber. But in the event that we aren't, I just think it's really important that, again, we know from the way we are able to accommodate callers and commenters on items on our agenda. And so I put that out for our discussion and consideration this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Tully. You and I had an opportunity to discuss this one-on-one, and again, this is something that, as chair at the beginning of the year, I had suggested we do relative to having at least 4 meetings held in the evenings to accommodate those members of the public that perhaps due to work schedules and school schedules don't have an opportunity to address the board, whether we have the pandemic or not. So I do agree in principle with what you're suggesting, and I also think that based on our experience this past year, especially around our recommended budget back in June and final budget in September, that there's a mounting degree of public interest in our budgets, and I think the fact that we did have the one meeting that began in the late afternoon, extended in the evening on budget, I think proved fruitful for many of the reasons you just stated. I would offer a friendly suggestion, though, because I think at final budget it was clear that because of the unique circumstances of the economy and our fiscal condition, that it's very likely that this board will be asked to to look at a mid-year adjustment, and perhaps more than one, which may come long before May.
Right.
So I would suggest that we, if we're going to get to a motion here on possibly having a set of evening meetings or being prepared for it at least, that we keep that option open as well and not just limit ourselves to the late spring. Okay, Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. On this item, I just wanted to make very clear that while I opposed the calendar last year as it was written, the reason that I did so was not because I don't think that nighttime meetings are valuable. It's when they're appropriately valuable. And I felt like it was arbitrary that we just placed 4 dates on. I completely support, as I did during the budget, to have a night meeting when necessary and when important and when there's controversy. But as we know, a lot of what we do is ministerial, and we can't read the tea leaves out for a specific date necessarily. That's why I opposed it, not because I was opposed to night meetings, and I fully supported the budget meeting that we held this year. With that being said, I agree 100% with Supervisor Natoli. We are now in extraordinary circumstances. And I think you could almost put a night meeting on any particular date, and there's going to be something that needs to be addressed and fully vetted by the public, because we're not going to have ordinary meetings in the coming year. So I thank you, Supervisor Natoli, and I support the motion.
Supervisor Frost?
So I opposed having night meetings last year. I don't support night meetings on a regular basis. A big part of it is because at night people are having dinner, and a lot of people have come home from work. They're spending time with their children. That's a time when it might be difficult to get a babysitter so that they could come down to a meeting and do public comment. And really, at the end of the day, especially after this year, the way our amazing clerks have created different opportunities for public comment, people seem to have ample access to our meetings and to public comment. I do feel that if it's important to my board colleagues to have, to set aside some to be determined in case we need it, evening meetings, I'm of course open to that. And so I think that's what we did last year. I also want to acknowledge that I guess there was a request, I think over time, that Supervisor Kennedy had requested some public hearings around a public workshop around the budget, and I'm also receptive to that. So, are we talking about the same thing we did last year?
I think Mr. Tully is prepared to make a motion and clarify that.
Well, just by way of discussion, and I might, Mr. Chair, if I could invite Mr. Gill if he wants to weigh in on this, but certainly workshops, and he's been here long enough to know we've done those some years ago. Certainly during the recession, we spent quite a bit of time, working on budget items, and I. Just before I would invite him to weigh in, I would just say that I think there's a way to work through this with, we have to be determined dates we're holding already, and and to the chair's point that it may be that in February we're already beginning to tee this up to have those conversations as we do assessment relative to what state and federal budgets look like, and I think the work that this board obviously certainly seriously complimented by what staff does, but I think in beginning to frame this, because it's not just going to land in our lap in June, and that's my point of view. So I don't know.
I'm looking at the calendar. So for a mid-year adjustment, we will be looking towards March 10th, because that gives us 2 months to get the January revise in from the state to figure out what that impact's having on the county. We do not have, I'm sorry, it was March 9th, but we could look at March 10th, a 5 o'clock meeting to talk about the mid-year and what kind of adjustments and report where we are. So that is for the mid-year, Supervisor Cernan mentioned.
How firm is that from our perspective, in terms of expecting the board to deliberate that at that point? Is that simply based on the state schedule?
It's state and ours and revenues that come in. So everything comes in December 31st, the January revise happens, then we look at what impact it's having on our current budget. Fortunately, for the last couple of years, we've not had to make any adjustments, but we have an idea what adjustments are needed. Even if you're not making adjustments, I think it will be good for us to have a discussion. What is it that we're seeing out there? How's the June budget looking? Which gets us into when do we want to have some workshops around it. So the workshop schedule we've used in the past is that, and this goes back to 2009, I think we had workshops in April, because by the time May comes, we're already getting our budget ready to submit to you. So if the board's interested in having workshops, we could have workshops in March and April, depending how many you want to have.
Supervisor Frost?
Yes, I just wanted to say it seems inefficient to come and spend 6 hours in the morning and then take a 6-hour break and come back at 5 o'clock to midnight or something like that. So I'm hoping it'll be scheduled in a way that for those who have to get up and work the next day, it's not going late into the night. If sometimes we have to, because that's the way it works. But are we talking about a special meeting in the evening? Are we talking about meetings that start at 3 o'clock and go till 9?
We could, I mean, I know that we've done it a few times. We could have a meeting day that starts instead at 9:30 at 2, and then have effectively what would have been our morning session starting at 2 to a dinner break, and then continue the balance of the meeting or / workshop into the evening.
Right.
You know, my preference would be put these on the calendar as a to be determined if it's something necessary to accommodate what's happening in the moment. I think that would be my preference as chair.
So what are we considering here to be determined? To both what Supervisor Stern and Supervisor Frost have said, it seems we could, we can adjust maybe the April schedule to have those. We already have one on, it shows for Wednesday, the 21st of April as being a to be determined. But if we're into that mode, it may be that it requires, back-to-back days, but this board used to do that pretty regularly in years past, and adjust the schedule to have an early April and a mid-April workshop setting where we could, I think we already show one on the calendar, but maybe to have a second, and then add the one in March, and that would give us 3 potential dates. And I think to the point about holding it on our calendars, because again, I think the discussion we had last year and we've had it in years past, people's calendars do fill up. Obviously, pandemic is certainly, short-circuited some of the things we would, normally do in the evenings. We may still be over Zoom, but I do think that gives us that March, April, period as a lead-up to obviously what, we're going to be facing.
If I could offer, I think March 10th, we could do a to be determined at 2 p.m. to talk about the mid-year budget, exclusive just mid-year.
So that'd be the only thing on that day's calendar?
Yeah, because the magnitude we're going to be facing, we do need our attention on it. And that will set the framework on what we're looking at the mid-year, but also gives you an idea what we're looking into the future. Then April.
The only, if I can interrupt, the only thing there is, because I think the interest has been expressed pretty clearly, at least by 2 of my colleagues, that we're interested in having a night meeting in principle because it accommodates.
I'm sorry, I meant 5. I didn't mean 2.
Thank you.
Yeah, I meant 5.
Yeah.
Then what I would
How
suggest.
many did we have last year?
I'm sorry?
How many night meetings did we have last year?
I think it was 1.
One where we said that we ran into the evening on a couple of hearings, but it wasn't.
So you're talking about setting aside days, not planning night meetings. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Expecting that we're going to.
What I'm suggesting is March 10th, 5 p.m., you have a hold on your calendar, but this date, I think we should have the meeting to discuss the mid-year then. Then
To discuss the,
mid-year budget.
okay.
Then what I would suggest is in April, if the board is so willing, April 7th, 14th, 21, and 28 are 4 Wednesdays. And I think given the work we got to do on this budget, my recommendation would be to hold those 4 evening slots, or 2 p.m., whatever the board wants to do, to have discussions about what kind of budget cuts are we looking at. It's all preliminary at that point, but get input from board, input from whoever wants to call in and let us know. Hopefully we'll be in chambers, but I'm going by the framework that we did in 2009, where we had a lot of workshops with the board prior to submitting a budget to you.
If I could just understand, so in April, you were holding the 21st, but then you're suggesting that we would hold 7, 14, and 28 as potentials, again, for
Correct.
workshops.
TBD.
Yeah, but knowing that we're going to do at least a couple of those, I mean, the expectation is,
We just want to have the ability to get to the board quickly during that time as information's coming and have a dialogue about what we're seeing and giving where the economy is, the expenditures, what do we need to do about it?
Yeah,
And
that-
if we're not open, if we can't have people in the chambers, is there a reason to have a night meeting here?
Yeah,
Yes.
same
Yes.
reason applies. So we had a night meeting when we were holding meetings telephonically with the public this past September.
Okay.
Supervisor Kennedy's been waiting patiently, so I want to get to him.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, I know this is a little off topic, but not completely, Council, since it was brought up as far as my suggestion for budget workshops. That was not intended to be in the sense of a traditional budget workshop that the board holds. What the intention was above and beyond our normal budget process. We include the public in a better way and allow them to take advantage of the resources that we have as staff to educate them on the intricacies of a county budget, what our budget looks like, and then hold a second public workshop, not board-driven at all, but community-driven with a facilitator, to allow them opportunities to provide input based upon their understanding of the budget and the needs in the community, individuals as well as community organizations, to provide input to us and to our staff prior to the budget being developed. It allows them to be more informed and which would be more productive, but it also allows them to have input on the front end instead of us coming to them with a proposed budget and saying, here it is. So that was what I was looking for. It was not a budget workshop. It was, I don't know what you'd call it, a community budget workshop. And that I think would have to happen at night.
Supervisor Frost?
That's kind of what I had anticipated, that it was an opportunity for the public to have a workshop on the budget and then give public comment. I'm not sure why we need a facilitator. It would seem like it would be a normal meeting with the board of directors.
Okay, so again, you're completely missing my point. This is to be community-driven, not board-driven. If we do what you're suggesting, it's just another board workshop where they're out there, we're up here talking down to them, whereas I would like to see a facilitator come in that could get the conversation. Without a facilitator, it's going to be a free-for-all, and it's not going to be nearly as effective. So that's why I was looking at that. This is not intended as a board hearing. This is not intended as a board workshop. This is a community-driven workshop.
I think, Supervisor Kennedy, that can be done outside the board schedule.
Exactly, but it was brought up in the context.
Oh, okay. No,
okay, I
we're going to
see.
work with you about the facilitator on the community side, so that.
That's what I
yeah,
anticipated, yes.
We're going to do that. What I'm suggesting, based on reflecting on where we are with the budget, what we're going to have to do is month of April, if the board's so willing, every Wednesday, to be determined, but expectation that we will meet and talk about what's going on with the budget, what kind of things are we seeing, and board engagement on that, and whoever else wants to participate outside the work that Supervisor Kennedy's talking about. That's important work, but that's community-driven. What I was suggesting was more board-driven conversation on the budget.
Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, and I appreciate the feedback from county executive, because going back to 2009 and 10, I think as we looked at significant potential budget reductions and considerations for how that would be laid out, that to try to crunch that into a June timeframe or even a mid-year discussion in March, and then just certainly the task that's yeoman's task for department heads and finance and the executive to be back before us in June, just with the printed budget at that point in time, and I think we're better served by spending some time, certainly budget workshopping with community in advance, but also with this board being significantly engaged in that process, because ultimately decisions are going to fall to the five of us, and the choices can become pretty stark at times, and I just think that, again, not to be a predictor of exactly what it's going to look like, but I think we all know and have some sense that we're going to be challenged, and in so doing, I think the input we get both from the public but also from our department leadership and certainly our administrative leadership is very important. But I think we need to have that rather than just have the published document and then think we're going to tackle all that in June. And so I like the idea of holding the times both in March and April, doing whatever budget workshops with community and other interested parties in advance of that, and certainly working together, because again, it's going to be an effort that's going to require all of us to, I think, devote extraordinary time, more time to it, rather than just think it's going to be served up to us in a couple of meetings. So I think that the schedule is proposed here with the March, April considerations, and again, if it looks like we need them in May, we certainly have as a board, I think, the ability to to tack on. We already have a TBD date in May, and again, if we don't need to use them, then that means our budget may be looking a whole lot better than we might expect, and that would be a good thing. So I don't know if we need a motion, Mr. Chair, but I'd be prepared to ask that we revise our calendar to reflect the March 10 mid-year budget 5 o'clock session, and then hold the dates in April, the four Wednesdays, 7, 14, 21st, and 28th for later start meetings, budget workshops. Again, certainly working through the springtime with our chair and with our staff on that, and we still have the TBD date in May, so I think that would be sufficient in light of that.
All right, Chair will second that. All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And the motion passes with Supervisor Peters absent.
Okay. And you had item 6 as well?
It's 13.
13.
Okay.
I read that one into the record. I can read it again.
Yeah, I want to read it again. Yes, it's good.
13 is the notice of intended
13.
public auction of tax defaulted property and resolution authorizing the sale and public auction of tax defaulted property.
Good. Maybe I could have, I don't know if Mr. Lamar is in the audience or someone did. And I would want to start with a thank you and appreciation for the way the packet was constructed this year. Ben, thank you to your staff and anybody else who's assisted. I think having the larger maps along with the subset and actually showing the parcels through the visuals are very helpful, and also descriptions. My question was on the properties that are listed, and I know that you had some that were obviously under law needed to be statutorily listed, but for the properties, I'll just use District 5 here, a number of them were residential properties, look to be single-family homes, and if they're going to be listed, I know you've done a tremendous amount of outreach in years past, working with, in some cases, obviously, human assistance and health and human services if there were, at-risk individuals that were still residing in these. What's the plan for, beyond sending notices, and again, you gave a very thorough description of that, for those residential properties that are, again, I used the ones in District 5, but I'm sure there are, as I read the packet, they're scattered throughout the county. So could you just share with us on that?
Good morning, Chair Cerna and board members, Ben Lamera, Director of Finance, and regarding the communications, we will reach out to both health services and human assistance, and also DCFAS, Child, Family, and Adult Services, regarding those properties that may have residences or the owner is the primary resident, and we will work with them as far as notification and what services could be provided.
Okay. Ben, for example, if you went out and one of the listed properties, again, this is the list, the ones that are attached aren't statutorily required, and you were to find a situation where you had at-risk individuals, obviously their capacity to redeem the taxes might still not be in place. Are you able to, through the authority that's granted to you, to pull those off the list if they're not statutorily required, or would that require a subsequent board action? I haven't been contacted in these properties. I'm familiar with, certainly the neighborhoods, but in the event that there were some circumstances that, weren't going to be corrected or cured in the next couple of months, do you have that authority, or how?
Yes,
Okay.
I have that authority, and I also council has that authority, and we'll work with them on if there are items that we need to have removed from the list.
Because again, you don't know. People obviously fall into sets of circumstances, and each one of these is unique. And I think just in the times we're in, that to have folks, particularly if they're occupying, homes, and whether it be single family or maybe a situation where we have a duplex or something, but I would be concerned that we'd make those contacts early, and I know you've done that. I haven't been contacted by anybody on the 10 properties that are listed, and not all of them are residential in District 5, but they're scattered, a couple in Galt and one in Ileton, some out in Ranch Cordova, Rosemont area. And I guess if in your assessment, then you would be able to, prior to February, there's requiring board action.
So what this does, once we provide notification to the board, is this triggers our staff to actually go out and start trying to reach out to those properties.
Okay.
And the property owners.
And then you'll do an assessment with our folks, and if it looks like there's too much vulnerability or risk for the occupants, you have the ability then to, doesn't forgive the taxes, that continues to accrue relative to any delinquencies and so forth, but it does allow folks to try to get circumstances squared away so that they could, either redeem and or find other alternatives for their housing. Is that
correct?
Accurate? Okay.
Correct.
All right. Well, again, I appreciate the work that obviously goes in preparing this, but I know that work that goes in, obviously, when we take this action today. And if there's any way my office can assist in any of these, please let me know, because I know in the past, obviously, you've certainly been very good about assisting when we get calls, but I would just say that works both ways.
Yeah. And as far as those maps, I do want to thank Laura Jacobson and her staff, and working with the assessors to put those together.
Great. Thanks to all. Yeah, again, it was much more readable, much more understandable this year. So that's all I had, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Okay. Did you have, was that it for you?
Oh, yeah, I just had a couple comments on items 32 and 34, if I could.
Okay.
Yeah, be very brief, promise.
Item 32, approve authority to apply for funding from the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Conservancy Community and Economic Enhancement Grant Program for the Victory Highway Sign Implementation Project.
Just comment on this. I want to thank our staff, Mr. Chair, for their effort. I know they've met with folks in the community, in the Freeport community, and it's an grant opportunity. Obviously requires some work, but I want to just thank Mr. Bakari and Mr. Schuman and Mr. Carter and others who have worked on this. And again, it's not a certainty, but again, I think it would be a great way to enhance the gateway to the Delta, but also I think bring some additional attention to the Freeport community and to the Victory Highway that runs adjacent, actually runs very close to Mr. Kennedy's neighborhood there, right? And again, I want to just thank our staff for their work on this, and I look forward to hopefully us being successful in this ride. So. And then item 34, I could
Need item 34, Flo?
I'm going to apologize. Something going on back there. Item 34, adopt resolution authorizing the Director of Transportation to execute the cooperative agreement with California State Department of Transportation for the design and construction of the Bradshaw Road at Jackson SR 16 intersection improvement project.
And again, just wanted to a note I made for myself was this is good news. I want to offer compliments to our staff. I know that we've talked about this in one context or the other, certainly in briefings with DOT staff, and I know they've been working with Caltrans on this. It's still, obviously, I guess in the best case scenario, still, a year and a half off before we could begin construction, but I want to thank our folks. This is a pretty congested intersection, and one with some modest improvements I think could certainly facilitate better traffic flow in the mornings and evenings. And again, just wanted to thank our staff for their good work.
Great, thank you.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay. And that concludes all the consent items from District 5. Supervisor Frost, anything? Supervisor Kennedy, anything? All right. Very good. I have nothing on consent, so we've already voted on item 5, so we do have the balance of consent to consider. Is there a motion for the balance of consent? Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Kennedy. Is there a second? There's a second by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Do you want to take your off-agenda callers?
How many do we have right now?
Right now you have 14.
Yes, let's go ahead and take them, and then we'll move into our time matters this morning.
Okay. Okay, please go ahead and transfer the first off-agenda caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Pamela Harris. I am the Director of Nursing and Division Manager here in Public Health at Sacramento County. I want everyone to know that I'm not a politician, and I believe that politics should be left out of play when we're talking about the total health and the total wellness and stability and the risk of death when we're talking about the residents of this county, which I'm a resident of. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and we have a CEO whose actions related to this emergency response has been business as usual, which I've stated. Not once during the last 8 months has his actions or directives modeled an understanding of the public health responsibility and the community's risk related to COVID-19, and our people are suffering. It is obvious Neil Gibb has no value for public health or the work that we do. The essential role we play in keeping this community safe at all times, not during just a pandemic. Now we need to be prepared at all times to respond to a health emergency in this county. We were not prepared due to the obvious actions by him, denying public health growth requests year after year. We started this pandemic with only 3.5 public health nurses to do this work. Public health has received very little financial support of any general funding over the last few years. I do feel the health and well-being of this community is at great risk due to the poor financial decisions and obstructive processes and policies made by him. He and others in his executive team do not always tell us the truth, nor the public. He has never developed a short-term or long-term strategic financial plan for responding to this community's health crisis. Another obstacle to our response has been the hostile environment we have been forced to work in. The women of public health have faced and worked in this hostile environment which Neil Gibb has created, a very hostile culture. Not only the women in public health, but other women that work for this county and service this county as dedicated public health servants have also been subjected to this behavior. This includes total disrespect for us, aggressive, angry behaviors, yelling, screaming, ranting, bullying, intimidation. Very, very
Can you please wrap up your comments, please?
I'm wrapping up now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I find it destructive and disturbing that we hear some people on the board say that he's done a good job when we've had to work in this verbally abusive intimidation culture from this man. This is not acceptable. He tells us that we need to be controlled. He slanders us, and some people feel this is acceptable, but it's not. And I thank you for listening to me today, Have a great day. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please go ahead and start with your comments, and you have 2 minutes.
I thought I had 3 minutes.
I made a mistake. It's 2 minutes. Thank you.
Board of Supervisors, my name is Liz Gomez, Chief of Staff for the Department of Health Services. I report to Dr. Williamson and work closely with Dr. Kateri. I'm one of the 8 brave women that signed the county letter urging for Nav Deepgill's resignation. During COVID-19, I've been managing the county's 11 community testing sites. I'm a member of the homeless response team and lead the biweekly community conversations. 146 days after the board ratified a public health emergency, the priority items for health services came to the board on August 11th. It took us 146 days from the point of the declaration of the emergency to get the items to the board. That's almost 5 months. According to CDPH, 10,468 Californians died of COVID-19 during that time. That's almost the entire population of Placerville. And yet, on August 11th, NAV said, regardless of the color of money, if it was something that was needed, it was there. He said, we loosened all the controls, referring to contracts, for us to go forward. As the lead for submitting all CRF submissions for health services and the manager of several of those contracts, I can tell you that is not true. The money was not there, and there are still substantial barriers to contracts and purchasing even after August 11th. On July 27th, approximately 130 days after the emergency was declared, was the first time Dr. K, Peter, or myself learned that 89% of our CRF funds were allocated to sheriff and probation. That means it took 5 months for the community to get less than 2% of the total CRF dollars dedicated to actually protecting their health. Sacramento County is privileged to have 2 exceedingly competent doctors as the head of their highest levels of health leadership. They're not stupid. The processes NAVGIL created were intentionally clouded in a lack of transparency, leading to the disastrous outcomes for constituents. In a short period of time, we can do amazing things for our community when our public servants and community members have the leadership we deserve. Our federal government was able to desegregate Southern hospitals in 4 months in 1965 in order to implement Medicare. We deserve leadership that understands not only our current crisis of COVID-19, but our ongoing crises in areas like climate change and homelessness. And we deserve leadership that, at the minimum, is transparent and honest with this board. Nav Gill, who reports to the board, is not honest and flouts the rules he should be urging the community to follow. His leadership has been a total tragedy for our community, but to be clear, times of adversity reveal character. His lack of character, toxic culture, and behaviors have been present in affecting both our internal county culture and our ability to implement programs for our community well before COVID-19. Crises, while tragic, provide a more transparent view into the tenets of leadership. COVID-19 has been a tragedy for our community and for me personally. At the same time I heard NAB lie at the board meeting, I had 2 family members pass away from COVID-19. Our public health response team, who has worked countless hours to mitigate this tragedy, has regular protesters at the East Parkway office and a clear lack of support from our CEO.
Can I get your
Board of
concluding remarks,
Supervisors,
please?
I urge you to vote NAVGIL out of the CEO's office and allow Sacramento County to have a leadership reset. Our community and our staff deserve better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
3 minutes, Flo.
Now it is 3?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
That's okay. Go ahead and send the next caller, please. It's okay. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I am a community member here in Sacramento County, and not just with NAPGIL, the CEO and the executive here, being examined and our community members wanting him fired. There is a immediate need for there to be an investigation or an examination of the county of Sacramento, period. There are so many areas in different departments at the county, corruption, lack of just basic rights for many of our community members during this public health crisis for our marginalized, our unhoused, but more importantly, safety. And there not being any proper safety methods for many of our marginalized who do not feel comfortable calling the authorities during this period. Women, families are most vulnerable due to the criminalization that can happen when they do. And unfortunately, even though it's required by California law, if a community member or citizen wanted to file a complaint, they couldn't. There's no actual valid place to actually turn in your citizen complaint. All of the listed places on the County of Sacramento Sheriff's Department citizen complaints are fraudulent. They're not places that you can go. And California law requires that our County of Sacramento Sheriff's Department has that available to our community members with no voices, our women, our families, our moms. But more importantly, not just there, I can list so many various departments where we've tried to do PRAs. Our community members have tried to do PRAs. There's no protocol, no quality assurance, no quality review. There's no standard of compliance that is being followed. And only when you go to a board meeting or speak out like I am doing today is when all the heads of the departments will come out and help you, or some of our community members who have advocates. But there really is not any checks and balances unless you sue or unless you take legal action, which many of our community members don't want to do. There needs to be a full-on examination of the County of Sacramento, and not just in this area. You can see with Willie Brown, the coroner's office, what's going on here. What's going on here? Nav Gill should be fired, but there also needs to be further look into what's going on at the County of Sacramento. Have proof of everything I'm saying.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Yolanda, co-founder with Digital Mobility, and I'd like to thank those who have spoken this day regarding the need for us not to have business as usual, because we have uncertain times, and the night meetings are critical for those who have a need to provide a voice. And that voice is what our legislation and rules are supposed to be based on. And I'd like to introduce to all who are unaware that we are in the middle of the international decade that the United Nations has introduced for people of African descent. And by this, we are inviting the Board of Supervisors, staff, agency, and liaisons, and those responsible for joining Digital Mobility by participating in our equity platform for economic and technology inclusion. We facilitate this platform. We have cooperation and participation by the San Francisco City and County Mayor's Office, the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, and the many corporations and nonprofits that have united in order to address systemic racism and inequities. We have a workshop series that we have that's currently set up, and you can learn more about it at www.digitalmobility.net, that addresses racism through unintentional bias training, strategic equity solutions, and targeted workshops that identify impactful resources for reversing the impacts of exclusion and to empower the most vulnerable. Because as was spoken by this caller earlier, there are a lot of us who do not have a voice and have no means of letting our voices be heard. But by the international standards, which most are unaware, there is a mandatory compliance requirement that the United States holds under the Treaty for the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. And there is a duty not to injure and not to deceive another. And discrimination is prohibited and under the international crimes, under the Geneva Convention, Article 4, Section 4, Article 27, that's been codified in the United States codes as well as California government codes, stating that it is a war crime. So I thank you for this time and hope that you will participate and encourage others that will want to learn more about equity, because equity and equality are not the same, and we need to get down to the difference so that we can make a positive change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Sure. My name is Kula Koenig. I am calling to echo all the sentiments started before around firing Navgil. I do want to read the names of some organizations and constituents who are asking for the same thing. Black Women Organized for Political Action Sacramento, Organized Sacramento, Sac Change Coalition, Sacramento Homeless Union, Showing Up for Racial Justice Sacramento, Sacramento Area Move to Amend, Sunrise Movement Sacramento, 350 Sacramento, House Sacramento, Anti-Police Terror Project Sacramento, Decarcerate Sacramento, Wellstone Progressive Democrats, the Japanese American Citizens League Sacramento Chapter, Cuties of Color, Greg Fishman, candidate for the Sacramento Board of Supervisors District 3, Zeman Creason, board member, San Juan Unified School District, District 3, Gabby Trejo, Sacramento Area Congregations Together, Executive Director, Estella Sanchez, Executive Director from Soul Collective, May O'Lee, founder of Asian Resources, Elliot Stevenson, Sacramento Tenants Union, John Saban, political organizer, SEIU Local 1021, Michelle Persett, Chair, Organized Sacramento, Courtney Hansen, Decarcerate Sacramento, District 1, Dr. Flo John Kofer, Public Health Advocate, Senior Policy Director, District 1, Keon Bliss, Decarcerate Sacramento and the Anti-Police Terror Project, District 1, Liz Bloom, Decarcerate Sacramento, District 1, Malachi Sekou Amin, the California Urban Partnership Executive Director, Alana Matthews, the Community Justice Collaborative Founder, District 5, Christy Ketchum, Sacramento Sister Circle Founder, District 5, Sonia Lewis, Educator and Community Advocate, Tina Reynolds, Uptown Studios, Inc., Cheyenne Harris, Unity of Sacramento, Allegra Taylor, The Village, District 2, Stephen Sander, District 2, Asantwai Boykin, Anti-Police Terror Project, Toya Davis, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Connie Chan, Senior Neighborhood Program, District 4, Ebony Chambers, Healing Grace Studios, District 5, Amara Shergirl, CDP Progressive Caucus Chair, District 5, Robin Ayer, organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento and Sac Tenants Union, District 3, Lisa Concepcion, District 3, Sacramento Neighbor Program, Evan Minton, California Democratic Party, LGBTQ Caucus Board Member, District 3, David Hillenbrand, California Progressive Caucus, District 3, Tanika Lecluse, Delegate, California Democratic Party, Assembly District 7, Supervisor District 1, Becky Gronwald, UC Davis Environmental Health and Safety Manager, District 1, Erica Hermilio, South Sacramento Community Planning Advisory Council Chair, Celeste Cervantes, Sacramento Street EMS, Curtis Pullins, Commissioner, Active Transportation Commission, District 1. There's way more that we have of people who have signed on that Navgil has to go, and I'm wondering where Susan Peters is. We need her to listen to this. She's still a supervisor, and we need her input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. Can you please mute the meeting in the background while you're talking?
I'll just go to a different room. Sorry. Okay, is that okay? Hello. This is Courtney Copeland, and just a quick comment that I would like to see Navgil remove from leadership of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. Hi, caller. Are you there? Hello, are you there? Do you have your mute button on? Okay. Can you put, I'm going to end the call now. Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Keon Bliss, and I'm the constituent of District 1, and I'm calling for you, for the County Board of Supervisors to fire County Executive Navdeep Gill. Nav favored the Sheriff's Department request and approved them immediately while he ignored Health Services requests for months as the pandemic grew worse. Nav approved the first CRF request from the Sheriff's Department in 1 business day, given over $345,000 requests submitted on May 29th. In contrast, the first approved DHS request took over 2 months as COVID cases increased, given $62,000 in requests submitted on March 19th and approved on June 1st. Our community was in need of an immediate response, but DHS was forced to wait several months because of NAB's mismanagement. NAB denied overtime funding requests for health staff and management working tirelessly to protect us from the pandemic, and redirected them to apply for FEMA funding, even though this overtime was not an eligible FEMA expense. Yet an email from his staff on September 14th reveals he allowed the Sheriff's Department to charge 100% of the salaries of the Sheriff's staff who allegedly spent 30% of their time on COVID work. Given that many sheriff officers have been observed not wearing masks, it is not clear whether or how they actually even responded to COVID-19. In fact, UC Davis Medical Center pulled its psychiatry residents from Sacramento County's main jail in July because correctional officers refused to wear masks to stem the spread of COVID-19. The Sacramento community, your constituents, are asking you to promptly remove Navdeep Gill from his position as county executive for the County of Sacramento. Over the years, County Executive Gill has prioritized secrecy over transparency and communication, isolation over partnership, and internal politics over community. Gill has consistently deferred to Sheriff Scott Jones on budgetary matters versus the Board of Supervisors, who are his bosses and are elected, which has resulted in a toxic dynamic where power and information reside in the Sheriff's Department, elected by just 445,000 voters, versus the Board of Supervisors, representing collectively 1.5 million people. As you know, this resulted in public outcry and a special meeting to provide public health with funds they needed to address this pandemic. If Gill continues in this position, we fear mismanagement of taxpayer dollars and misaligned priorities to the detriment of county residents. Gill's history of underinvestment in public health has become even more apparent and dangerous during this public health crisis. It was unacceptable for Gill to give 85% of coronavirus relief fund dollars to law enforcement while actively denying public health access to that funding. We can no longer stand by and allow Gill to operate with impunity and intimidation as he has done for years, as such behavior only hurts the residents of our beloved county. Get our county's house in order, or the people will do it for you. Thank you for my time. Thank you for my time.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning, Board. This is Courtney Hansen, District 1. Just calling to continue to echo the call to remove Nav Gill from his position. I'm really relieved to hear this Board talk about what we're going to do next year with our budget. I really feel that we're moving toward more transparency, more openness, more democratic engagement, more equity. And if Nav Gill continues in his position, we fear that Sacramento County will continue to fail at delivering critical services. To be clear, that is what has happened under Gill's leadership in a deadly pandemic. He does not seek partnership with community organizations, nor is he available for meetings with community-based organizations who want to work with the county to deliver critical health and human services to residents. NAB has made a point to not accept or push off meetings with other local government leaders to others on his staff with no follow-up on important issues. Collaboration and working together for the greater good of the county requires relationships of trust and leveraging each other's resources. Over the years, key meetings have occurred with executive leadership from the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District, the City of Sac, SMUD, the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, etc., and the county is not in these meetings. Sacramento County is one of the largest in the nation, the most populated in the region, and the county executive does not want to collaborate. NAVGIL does not collaborate with the city of Sacramento, as evidenced by the lack of follow-through with the Whole Person Care pilot program, which was meant to integrate care for an extremely vulnerable group of Medi-Cal beneficiaries who have been identified as high users of multiple systems and continue to have poor health outcomes. This calls for systemic coordination and sharing of data that Executive Guild did not want to implement. As a result, the city of Sacramento was the only one that applied for these funds, leaving out the rest of the county. If NAVGIL continues in his position, we fear the county will be unable to attract, utilize, and retain talented staff. Unfortunately, particularly women of color, who we're clearly seeing now, are some of our most crucial leaders within this county government. Executive Guild has shown a pattern of targeted abuse toward women, especially women of color. These women have no reason to lie or exaggerate about their experiences. I imagine it's extremely difficult to speak out under these circumstances. We have seen the abrupt resignation of women leaders in the county because of NAV's sexist behavior. And of course, there are so many excellent county employees. However, under this leadership structure, they're unable to fully utilize their skills and expertise. Excuse me, his leadership style is oppressive, plain and simple. And the county has been and could again be a leader in putting forth sustainable solutions for our biggest issues, whether that's homelessness, public health crisis. We want to talk about how racism is a public health crisis. One step toward undoing that would be a county CEO that actually works for the people. New ideas, new ways of thinking, and even proven methods are discouraged and cannot gain traction under GIL. And I fully understand that this is a deeper cultural problem embedded within the county, but the first step is to fire NAVGIL to take us on a better path. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is PJ. I'm over a 40-year resident of Sacramento County. During the September budget hearings, NAVGAL claimed that his committee approved all coronavirus relief funding requests submitted by the Department of Health Services. However, the county's own documents show he denied at least 19 requests the health services submitted. This is one of many reasons why we are demanding his resignation. These denials exacerbate the already deadly effects of COVID-19 on our county, community, and economy. We now have a total of 29,837 confirmed cases and 520 deaths in the county, with an average of 318 new cases and 1.6 deaths per day. These are our friends, our neighbors, and loved ones who are suffering and dying in this horrible way. NAV had at least $181 million to fully fund our county's most robust response against COVID-19, yet he did not. He did not even have a health expert on his COVID-19 funding committee. NAV's committee denied $15 million for motel acquisition to house people experiencing homelessness who were at high risk of COVID-19 exposure. This is critically needed. But since NAV's committee didn't fund it, the county is now going to close 2 of the 3 currently open COVID motels in December. These motels are sheltering those most at risk at severe illness or death. Yet due to NAV's blatant negligence, the county plans to close them and leave many vulnerable people out in the cold or at risk in congregate shelters while COVID-19 cases are increasing. These irresponsible decisions put all of Sacramento at greater risk. NAV's committee also denied PPE distribution and other COVID-related expenses for the homeless population, such as mental health first aid training and hiring consulting nurses to work specifically with the vulnerable homeless population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please silence the meeting in the background. And then you have 3 minutes to make your comments, please.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, dear. You can start with your comments now.
All right, thank you. Hi, my name is T. I'm a community member in Sacramento, and I'm here to also call on NAVGIL to resign. NAVGIL has failed to prioritize economic development for Sacramento. Where are the efforts to attract businesses with well-paying jobs? How is Sacramento uplifting small businesses, especially in communities of color? Where are the investments in the older and lower income communities to help them feel safer and more livable? Make them safer and more livable. Why does this county prioritize the over-policing of these communities, funding law enforcement over economic investment that tackles poverty? Why are so many of our communities continuing to decline? South Sacramento, North Highlands, and Arden Arcade deserves better. Safety for us means streets having sidewalks, speed limits that make it safe for people to walk or ride their bikes, grocery stores and businesses that uplift the community, well-funded schools, parks, libraries. NAVGIL doesn't care about any of these things. Sacramento County is also failing to address the needs of those who are in housing when we could be leading the way on these solutions. Because Executive Gill has deprioritized this urgent issue, the county has not provided minimal humane health and safety accommodations for the unhoused, even prior to COVID-19. Providing bathrooms, hand washing facilities, and showers is the least the county should be doing when it cobbles together funding for shelters and housing. Even today with COVID, showers do not exist and public hand washing stations are few and far between. Sacramento needs an executive who will spend time on long-term solutions such as developer incentives for affordable housing construction, and someone who will take a leadership role in pursuing state resources. Sacramento County deserves leadership that prioritizes the basic needs of the people of Sacramento over special interests. Lastly, Gill has proven his disinterest and disregard for the changing climate and the impacts it is having on Sacramento County residents, and in particular residents in disenfranchised communities. Sacramento is still without a community climate action plan after only adopting a county operations plan in 2012. Sacramento County experienced record-setting heat waves in August 2020 and wildfires, smoke-filled unhealthy air, and yet the county has no climate action and adaptation plan or mitigation measures to ward off and protect county residents from their highest vulnerabilities of heat and flood. Further, transportation and county employees commuting to work is the greatest county-created greenhouse gas emission sector. NAP has called county employees back into their office, increasing employee exposure to COVID-19 and continuing to add GHG emissions.
Could you please conclude your comments?
Yes. In conclusion, NAVGIL leadership is killing Sacramentans by the daily, and if we don't do anything, it's going to keep happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes to make your public comment.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Wilson. Good morning to everyone. I'm calling to specifically speak on NAVGIL and the leadership of Britt Ferguson and Bruce Wagstaff and things like that. I think that we're trying to push for a Fire NAVGIL campaign. I'm sure many of you have heard of this. I want to take it a step further, and I would say that we need to replace the entire leadership of the county executive office. The truth is what we've watched is for a long time, not just budgets of austerity, but the literal advocating of budgets of austerity on behalf of Sacramento County executive leadership. What we've seen over and over again are these weird backdoor deals. NAVGIL goes biking with Sheriff Scott Jones, and it tends to speak to how the sheriffs and the criminal justice arms and things like that get all of this money when we literally have people dying out on the street of hunger and freezing temperatures. Right now, hot ones and boiling temperatures in the summer. Not to mention, there is a huge issue with the fact that so many women have come forward about the behaviors of Navgil, and there has been no repercussions or even an investigation. I witnessed Sue Frost put out a public statement. God, you're such a poor excuse for a feminist. About how she hasn't seen any of this. Well, you know, I could maybe understand, maybe, only a little bit, if only one woman had come forward, but so many have, and so how dare you even ask for proof? How dare you even try to minimize these women who have come forward? How dare you not take their words seriously? Because the truth is after a Nav Gill campaign, if we have to make a Me Too Sacramento to really talk about the toxic masculinity within the county executive office, I have no problem doing it. And Sue Frost, you'll be one of the first women that we come for as a poor excuse of representation. Like it was actually quite disgusting to read what you said. There is no faith coming from, and unfortunately I love some of you and the Board of Supervisors, but I also can't stand some of the things that come out of this space because it's not just Nap Gill. Y'all have been complicit in these budgets. Y'all have been complicit in the narratives that they try to push. You have eaten their words without an ounce of questioning what's in it. And all of a sudden, now that there's like a community push, is when we're starting to see a little bit of change. But the truth is, it's like these have gone on. Y'all have been in these seats. People have been dying of hunger and freezing cold temperatures, and we haven't seen anything.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Yeah, of course. Again, I'm hoping that we fire Nap Gill, but I'm really interested in seeing an entirely new leadership within the county executive office. Because it doesn't take one, it took many, and I witness them do it every Tuesday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, please send the next caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Sonia Lewis, and I am in District 5, and so I would like to add to this conversation that this board needs to really and truly listen to the people and constituents who are concerned about what our leadership looks like in the county, as well as how taxpayer dollars are spent. And so I want to read just some people who also believe that Nav Gill should be fired. And it's not just a matter of the indiscretions that have taken place. It's a matter of character. It's a matter of one being a liar and a thief, in my opinion. And that's subjective, right? Because when untruths come to the light, that makes one a liar. When you divert funds that are public funds to places that already have a huge part of our budget, that's theft. So, Aline Hessler in District 5 also believes that. Jennifer Tekatzer, Sylvia Rodriguez, Patrick Waters, Teresa Weaver, Danielle Best, Denise Cellini, Tricia Lee, Chris Grimble, Kristen Williams, Colleen Creeman, Monica Stark, Ryan Brown, Nyla El Amin Johnson, Robert Ricker, Ashley Draper, Rebecca Harding, Quinn Dobbins, Savannah Landau, Dr. Rachel Flamenbaum, Megan Sapagio. All of us in District 5 believe that Nav Gill has wasted a lot of time and energy. He has had an inability to lead a positive direction for this county. And those are just a few of the names of people who are asking for this board to have him removed. I really and truly would hope that all of you take this issue seriously, because it is important that us as taxpayers feel that we have representation. And unfortunately, for those in the Black community for those in the brown community, for those who are unhoused, for those who are suffering from mental health issues. Unfortunately, this county has allowed for us to live without representation, taxation without representation. That means you will take our green dollars, but you won't represent us wholeheartedly. And NAB Gill is perpetuating that cycle of disenfranchisement. And so that's why NAB needs to go. I, as an educator, as a community advocate, am pleading with this county. And we are tired of pleading with you all to do the right thing by us. NAB needs to be fired. He needs to be let go. We need to find someone else.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Thank you. Who is going to be transparent, who is going to be accountable to the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Flojan Kofer. I am the Senior Director of Policy at Public Health Advocates. And I am appalled by the egregious, unprofessional, unethical, immoral, and predatory behavior of the county executive toward female employees in the county that is simply unacceptable and cannot be tolerated. On top of that, NABGIL's performance as county executive is lacking. NABGIL's CRF committee denied a request to equip all subacute care teams and other community health-related teams to be able to robustly respond to COVID community needs. These teams included the following: probation's adult day reporting and care center and intake, senior mental health counselors, the crisis support team, the mobile crisis support team, the intensive placement team, mental health programming coordinators, contract monitors, and program coordinators, program administration service officers, access mental health team, a homeless access clinician, adult psychiatric support services, child and adolescent psychiatric services, CPS mental health team, CalWorks wellness team, youth detention facility, mental health team, system of care, quality management, the mental health treatment center, the avatar and research, evaluation and programs outcome teams, and cultural competency staff. NAB's committee also denied the following urgently needed services and supplies: food for quarantined families. I'm going to say that again: food for quarantined families, hiring of contract nurses, purchasing of telecommunications equipment, cleaning supplies and PPE for staff and the public, which includes masks and hand sanitizer in a pandemic, facilities modifications such as barriers and plexiglass coverings, and support for DHS, correctional health, and supporting development of COVID protocols for the main jail and RCCC. These are among the many reasons why we are demanding NABGIL's resignation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Paula Spano. I'm calling to have NAB Gill removed. I'm an attorney who served as an assistant public defender for Sacramento County from 1997 until 2018. I was the top negotiator of my law school class. I served as an adjunct professor at UC Davis Law School. I've taught area ethics both in Sacramento County and my current county. I left Sacramento County after 20 years because of the toxic environment of intimidation and discrimination against women perpetrated by NAB Gill. I reported this behavior in the hopes of an internal solution to the personnel services. I included a 54-page binder with evidence of emails where a supervisor, among other things, talked about dropping his pants. I had pictures, documents, court records. Instead of being handled internally, I'm the one that felt the intimidation and the abuse.
I reported this to the EEOC. The EEOC issued me a right to sue letter. I was passed up for promotion for 20 years straight. I was an attendee of the Supervisors Academy, which classes lasted about 6 months, but was never even given an opportunity to interview to promote to supervisor. Despite my record, despite being the area outreach person for our area high schools and middle schools about DUI and drug and alcohol abuse prevention. After being refused any opportunity to promote the supervisor, I took a test which the county certified me qualified to be the second in command of the organization. This is a step above supervisor. During the time where the public defender was being investigated for discrimination against me, NAVGIL arranged that that same manager interview me for promotion to second in command. NAVGIL's underling, Paul Lake, also participated in the sham interview process. I was denied promotion, and instead, a male who had an AA degree from a junior college and attended an unaccredited law school that has since been shut down by the state bar, was promoted instead. I left the county after 20 years of service. I left the county because reporting discrimination...
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Yes. NAVGIL put a birthday card that he hand-signed on my chair after personally attacking me for my EEOC complaint. He's in on it. He should be removed. And if he's not removed, it's a shame.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hello, my name is Ede Alcoro, and I'm a young person, and I feel like the county executive's behavior is completely unacceptable and doesn't set a good example at all. There's a lot of transparency and a lot of lack of community engagement, especially when it comes to spending. Long story short, I feel like you guys need to do better, and we deserve better as a community. So, yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say.
Great. Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Bree, and I'm a resident of District 3. I'm not represented here today at the board, so I'm hoping that the other supervisors can listen to my comments and take action. Hearing the stories of dedicated staff in the county of Sacramento about how the county CEO has failed to prioritize public health and created a hostile work environment for women of color and other women is horrifying. I think we just heard another call from someone, shows you how much is under the hood if we start looking. As the Board of Supervisors, your most important duty is to hire and fire the county CEO. That's really almost the most important thing that you could be doing. You've heard there's no face in the CEO to handle the crisis our communities face. There's crises for Black and Brown family members who are facing racial violence that the sheriff is refusing to properly investigate. There's crises for communities being ravaged by a deadly disease. There's crises for our homeless community who face sweeps without services and now are going into the cold months with still no aid. There's crises for our families who will once again have to face distance learning without devices and internet that ensures equity. There's crises for our small businesses who receive less than $10,000 in CARES Act money because our CEO gave that money to the sheriff. Sue, this comment is specifically for you. You regularly post about how the governor's public health actions is harming small businesses, but you've done nothing to ensure that vital care resources are actually supporting small businesses. I've talked to small business friends of mine who have had to close their businesses because they can't afford to stay open. CARES Act dollars could have helped them with rent and staff salaries to make it through. Timothy 5:8 says, I believe it is, and says it is your job to take care of your own household first. I hope you take that in consideration. It may not be possible for you to solve all of these crises today, but you do have the power to do one thing today and fire Nav Gill. This doesn't get better and we don't go away. So the sooner you get rid of him and start the search for a new CEO, the sooner our community can start to heal and move forward to help Sacramento County make it through these crises. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Crystal Sanchez, and I represent Sacramento Homeless Union, SACSOUP, and the Western Regional Coordinator for the National Union of the Homeless, representing California, Washington, and Oregon. While I do appreciate that Nav Gill's resignation has been requested, I am disgusted. It has taken this long to call out this abusive behavior and misappropriations of funds, and he still has not been fired. Because of this misappropriations, the entire community is suffering from people losing businesses, evictions, mental health issues, violence, and it has caused more homelessness. We have 93 camps documented with over 25 people in each of these camps. 11,000 unhoused on any given night per our own pit count. 700 kids homeless, can't even charge their laptops. What good is Wi-Fi? The residents are angry because the unhoused are there, but there is no place for them to go. Project Roomkey is closed. The shelters have been closed since March. You have created a state-created danger for this entire community. Under the Welfare Act, you have to do everything possible to curb this contagion. The unhoused are facing multiple crises: homelessness, COVID-19, the flu, winter, all combos for death. The Public Health Department needs this money. Needs this money to go back into their services. We have over 5,000 cases of COVID in this county and over 17,000 in the city. Nav Gill does not only need to resign, he needs to be investigated, prosecuted, and charged along with his accomplices for the misuse of federal funds in this pandemic. Open the damn buildings, invest in the people of Sacramento. We will not be able to recover from this, and death will be on this committee's hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Thank you for letting me speak today. I just wanted to say that Nav Gill needs to be fired. Over 3,000 have died because of his negligence, his distribution of funding, and he has no respect towards women. He needs to be fired. Let him go. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. Hi, caller. Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and start with your comments.
Thank you. My name is Ken. I'm with District 5. Excuse me. First, I'd like to thank the board for all the services that they provide to the county. I think you guys have a hard job, and you do the best you can. And you're never thanked, so I'd like to thank you. And second, I'd like to wish Supervisor Peters, hopefully everything is well with her family. Basically, I'm calling to, I'm going to say support Nav Gill. Actually, I'm going to say you should take no action on Nav Gill until you have the facts. Where I'm going with this is that we've heard plenty of callers sort of say what the facts are. But basically, I don't want you to succumb to peer pressure. So we hear a lot of people call, and this is just, if you give into the argument of it's the popular choice, you're giving into a logical fallacy, which is called argumentum ad populum. Basically, you can't decide the truth based on popular opinion. It is a known logical fallacy. So all the other callers who say you should be fired, you just can't take their word for it. So what do you base? You have to base your decision on the facts. And facts don't come from people who haven't heard anything or don't know anything, like me. I don't know the facts. I haven't made a decision. So I don't know if you should get rid of Nav Gill. But I'm going to say, basically, you need to talk to the first-hand witnesses and first-hand sources not second-hand, third-hand, fourth-hand sources like me or the other callers. You have to actually talk to the people, get down to the facts, you have to investigate it, and then you can make a decision. Once again, I thank you for all the service that you provide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. My name is Felisa Conception. I'm a resident of District 2, and I am a social worker. I am just calling in to say that Matt Gill should be fired and completely ignore the caller before me, saying that there's no evidence. We have PRA documents that literally of Matt Gill denying public health requests. We have the emails, we have the documents of him literally denying public health requests, and his audacity to stand in front of you all and say that he didn't do that. So obviously you have somebody in position that is lying to your face, and honestly, I really don't like calling in, and I really think that you all don't care, and that you all don't listen. And so many people have called in today talking about the consequences of Nav Gill's mismanagement and all the crises that are going on in Sacramento. And I want you to think beyond Nav Gill's actions, that the blood isn't only on his hands, it's on your hands too, because you're completely complicit in his actions. And this can't happen anymore. And we are calling out the mismanagement of the CARES funding. And like everybody said, 3,000 people have died, and this blood isn't just on his hands, it's on yours. You're all accountable for this. And you're all accountable for all of the issues that are in Sacramento. From housing to the pandemic to just everything, all of the crisis that's going on is just, you really need to understand that you have the power to really get rid of it within one budget cycle. Honestly, you take the time to sit down and do the math and do your job. And now I'm getting mad. So I just want to say that Nav Gill should be fired. And yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Okay. My name is Ryan McClinton, and I'm a resident of District 1 in Sacramento, California. Sacramento. Hello, my name is Ryan McClinton, and I'm a resident of District 1. I've been a frontline community service oriented provider for the past 4 years. I've worked in community organizing and truly have tried to do everything possible within my power as a lifelong Sacramento resident to make sure our most marginalized are treated equally, fairly, and have opportunity to thrive as everyone else does. It's very disturbing to hear all of the mismanagements that Nav Gill has had in our community, where it relates to his appropriation of funds, the lack of transparency that he's had with the Board of Supervisors, and that he's actually chosen to direct funds that could have saved lives to law enforcement over our public health system that was not adequately equipped to respond to this COVID response. Our homeless population has been impacted, our mental health population has been impacted, and residents who are of senior age and whatnot have been impacted because they haven't been able to get testing because of the way that funds were distributed as the pandemic hit. There's too many examples you've heard today from community residents of Nav Gill's mismanagement as an executive, with the engagement of other county staff, but even more so with the transparency of how these decisions are being made. I don't feel safe in my home community by the administrators of our community. That's a problem. When community members can't feel safe because the administrators aren't handling their responsibilities the right way, where they're picking relationship over the value of lives, that's something that has to be addressed. So I commend Supervisor Cerna and Kennedy for bringing this resolution to a head, and I desperately urge the rest of the Board of Supervisors to move forward with removing Navgil from office. He doesn't protect our community. He protects who he sees valuable, and that's the type of community we can't have in Sacramento. Every resident in Sacramento is valuable. Every resident. And if Navgil can't find a way to make sure that every resident is adequately provided for, instead of looking at the relationships that best benefit him and the relationships that he holds, then that's not the executive that we need for Sacramento County. We deserve better, and you guys are definitely equipped to give us better. So please remove Navgil immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then this is the last caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning. I recognize that this is not an agenda topic, but I do want to comment on firing Navgil. And I just wanted to make 3 substantive points as to why there is huge community momentum behind doing so. So first, in looking at his mismanagement of taxpayer dollars, I mean, we're in the middle of a global crisis right now. And instead of allocating CARES funding to the food insecure and to the unsheltered, 85% of that budget went to law enforcement. I mean, we have 30,000 positive COVID cases in our county, 520 deaths. You'd think that some of that funding would have gone elsewhere. Additionally, I haven't seen much of an interest in engaging with community leaders. In fact, we've noticed that he intentionally cancels meetings and doesn't seek any partnerships with community-based organizations. And so it's hard to say that he's putting forth any sort of policy or help that will go towards community people if he's not talking to them. And then finally, I just want to talk to the specific initiative that we feel that he strategically omitted from the agenda, and thus it did not go through, and that is Move the Vote. He had a critical role to play in that, and I think we are in the space that we're in of not moving the vote of the district attorney, the sheriff, and the assessor to the general election because of Navgil's efforts. Somehow he must be benefiting from the fact that folks aren't out voting in large numbers. So I hope that you guys, once this is a full agenda topic, we can discuss this further, but I do want to voice that there is large community momentum around seeing the new CEO. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And that concludes your off-agenda comments.
Okay, and just as a reminder for those that took the time to address the board on off-agenda matters today, of course, we appreciate your civic engagement, but we cannot take action on items that aren't appropriately publicly noticed. And so I just want to remind folks of that. All right.
Okay,
Next item, please.
For your next item, item 42 is a request from Supervisor Cerna for board consideration of resolution declaring racism as a public health crisis.
Okay, very good. So I'll go ahead and start, since I'm the one, as the clerk mentioned, has brought this before the board this morning, and certainly have asked Lisa Travis, our county counsel, to work with me on the board letter. But this is something that I think needs to be articulated carefully by this Board of Supervisors, by this local government, in terms of the well-documented connection between public health and racism. I will note that this is not just the product of one supervisor. I want to thank Supervisor Kennedy for his support and contribution as well on this. Of course, due to the Brown Act, I can only work with one other member of the Board of Supervisors on any matter that comes before this board in open session. But I also want to extend a great deal of gratitude to the staff of Dr. Bielenson and Dr. Kassiri, our public health officials who are exhausted, no doubt, but still took the time and the energy to contribute greatly to the various whereases and resolves in the resolution that is before this board. So it is definitely a product of their input and their contribution, especially as it relates to some of the ongoing efforts that our public health personnel have engaged in to date that acknowledge racism as a public health threat. I also want to say that as chair of the National Association of Counties Health Policy Committee, this is something that is not unusual to so many local governments across our nation right now. I think the pandemic certainly combined with the events this summer with the tragic murder of George Floyd and others really caused a lot of rightful introspection by many of us in elective office to understand how much work there is left to do to confront racism generally, but especially as it relates to public health. And this is by no means a box-checking exercise. This is intended to be the beginning, not the conclusion, of what this county does, should it be the will of the board, when it comes to understanding the intersection of racism and public health. And that's why if you carefully review, especially the resolves in the resolution, you'll see that they're very action-oriented. And of course, they're action-oriented not just as it relates to the internal service by this county, but the entire community, because we do nothing alone here in Sacramento County when it comes to something as important as addressing racism. We have to lean hard on our community organizations that have a similar mission. But again, as the board member that is bringing this forward for today's consideration, I just believe very strongly that this is the right time, the right moment for us to just be crystal clear as the largest local government in the Sacramento Valley about what we mean when we express an intent to address racism as it affects public health in our county. So with that, we'll take some comments from supervisors, and then I suspect we probably have some members of the public that are in the queue to address the board. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your generosity. My support has really been to cheer you on, but I appreciate that. When you did come to me and ask if I would be supportive, I think you'll recall how long it took me to think about it, like instantaneously. I think this is an important policy direction for the County of Sacramento. And I will say this, and I will also give the chair a great deal of credit for reaching out. This is a lot of people will criticize this as a political document, and I do not see it that way at all. This is a very real need. This is a very serious situation throughout the nation, even the world. We are not treading new ground here. This has been done by many jurisdictions throughout the nation. But what I particularly am pleased to see was the participation in our public health department, and that to negate anybody who might say that this is politics. It's not. It's public health, and it's the right thing to do. So thank you.
Great, thank you. I will add before we get to public comment, and certainly invite them if they choose to want to address the board. But I also had Lachelle Dozier, the head of our Housing Authority, and her staff also review the draft working document as it evolved, because I think there's a lot to be said for the mission of ensuring that our population is well housed as it contributes to public health as well. And there's no doubt there's a long, unfortunate history in this country when it comes to redlining and housing and racism. And so I thought it important to also consult Lachelle Dozier and her staff. I know that both Dr. Kassiri, Dr. Bielenson, and Lachelle are all here in chambers. I would invite all three of them, if they wish, to address the board, since you all helped contribute to this resolution.
Mr. Chair. Thank you for having us. Just wanted to reiterate what you were saying, that this is a major area of interest from public health in general, and it's a crucial thing that we need to be doing to address the issues of the African American and brown and yellow folks in our country, as well as the white folks.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good morning, members of the board. Mr. Chair, I thank you for bringing this resolution forward. In public health, we, of course, on a daily basis see the impact of health inequities in our communities and how that leads to disparities in health outcomes. And for years, we've been working with different organizations in the community to address some of those, such as addressing the disparities in birth outcomes as well as in child deaths. And that is a model that we feel has been very successful. And our hope that through this, that, as you said, it's not just going to be a document, but that it will be a guiding principle for everything that we do, and not just limited to public health, but to all the different departments as we seek to see ways of being able to collaborate, for example, with the Department of Human Assistance, CPS. Many of those families are disadvantaged families that are impacted by those departments, and our hope is that this will help to spur us along in being able to come up with additional initiatives that will address the health inequities.
Very good, thank you.
Good morning, members of the board and Chair Cerna. I'm Lachelle Dozier, the Executive Director of the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. Thank you for this opportunity to make a few comments to support the resolution to declare racism as a public health crisis in Sacramento County. I'd like to speak to the resolution from the perspective of housing for our low-income and disadvantaged neighborhoods. SHRA administers the federal housing program on behalf of the county, and prior to the dissolution of redevelopment by the state of California, we oversaw redevelopment activities in 14 underserved, blighted areas throughout the city and county. The timing of this resolution comes as the Housing Authority commemorates 80 years of providing safe, decent, and affordable housing for more than 50,000 individuals. The people we serve are working families, seniors, disabled, and homeless residents who are all part of the fabric of our communities. The annual income for a family of 3 is only $13,800. $13,800. From the time of its creation in the 1930s to this day, the federal program that provides one of the most basic necessities for low-income residents has systematically relegated people of color to living in the frayed and worn patches of that fabric. Those early government housing programs were a state-sponsored system of segregation. The intent was to provide housing to white middle-class or lower-income class families in new suburban communities, while African Americans and people of color were channeled into urban housing projects. Through a federally sanctioned discriminatory practice known as redlining, people of color, particularly African Americans, were denied a fair opportunity to live in desirable communities and to grow wealth through home ownership. As far back as 1934, when the FHA was created, housing segregation was practiced by refusing to insure mortgages for homes near or in African American neighborhoods for fear of devaluating property in white neighborhoods. The practice went so far as to prohibit home sales to African Americans in suburban-built environments. The impact of these decades-old housing policies can still be seen today in marginalized neighborhoods and housing where residents cannot achieve upward mobility and lack access to opportunities like better schools, sustainable employment, and quality health care. If we fast forward to today, we see that the life expectancy for residents living in these marginalized neighborhoods here in Sacramento is 7 years less than those residents in other communities. People living in these communities know that their lives can and should be better. They know that they deserve an equal chance to achieve their full potential in an environment that respects and values their color and their culture. They know what dignity, respect, fairness, and equality feels like, and they know it's missing in their lives. And when the very place they call home keeps them from seeking and earning a chance to succeed, what hope can they have in things ever changing for the better? Decades ago, the federal government created housing programs that systematically separated the wheat from the chaff by uplifting middle class at the expense of opportunity for low-income people of color and communities across this nation. Now, public housing programs are continually being defunded in favor of other solutions that enable housing authorities to operate more sustainably for the long term and to increase areas of opportunity where residents can rent housing with a voucher. These solutions may address the tangible issue of providing affordable housing, but the intangible impact of living in communities built on a foundation of racial bias that systematically denied opportunity to its residents is deep-seated and not easily reversed. Acknowledging that the disparity is real and harmful and making a commitment to right a historical wrong through this resolution declaring racism as a public health crisis is a step in the right direction.
Great. Thank you for those eloquent words. Supervisor Antoli?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly want to thank Dr. Beelens, Dr. Kassiri, and Ms. Dozier for their comments and contribution to the conversation and the resolution. I wanted to just ask through the chair that in the resolves, there's a reference that calls out that there would be a subsequent action for consideration by this board as relates to creation of a Sacramento County Racial Equity Policy Cabinet, and they would have certain tasks. I thought maybe it would be helpful if you could just elaborate
Sure.
on the constitution of that and the framework.
Sure. And I want to give credit where credit is due. This is an idea that really came from the staff in public health, and I couldn't agree more that I think that it's a rightful way to memorialize and institutionalize, quite frankly, the commitment that, again, should the resolution pass, that this county will have to routinely and very deliberately continue to understand and advise on public policy resource allocation decisions as it affects people of color in our community. But the reason that we made relatively brief reference to it without a lot of detail in this resolution and acknowledge that it would be a subsequent decision by the board to vet and consider the details is because of exactly that. I think the board should have a separate opportunity to discuss the format, the composition, the number of people, how they're appointed, whether this is going to be a Brown Act type of meeting, when and how they should meet, those types of things. And this resolution could have very easily been, 12 pages long. So I thought it best just to certainly acknowledge the great idea, again, that came from our public health, public servants, but memorialize the commitment that we will take that next step.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes, Supervisor Frost. Sorry.
Thank you. I just want to say, over time, one of my priorities has been cultural diversity and cultural integration and fostering ways that, we are like a melting pot in the Sacramento community. And I think finding ways to get to know each other and understand each other gives us a better understanding of each other. I think racism, bigotry, prejudice, any of these things is unfortunate and wrong, and it's something that we definitely want to educate and overcome. I do have a couple of questions. My first question is, how are we defining crisis? Because when I hear the word crisis, I think of something that comes on quickly. It requires immediate solution. What I'm reading here in this resolution, what this resolution commits us to is not immediate. It's a long-term work, and frankly, work that we should have been doing over the course of decades. And I know we have done some, that the county, we've been around for a long time. So again, why is this a crisis now, and how are we defining crisis?
Well, I couldn't agree with you more that this is something that should have been articulated and addressed very methodically decades ago. I mean, it's not like racism hasn't been a plague on this democratic republic since its inception. So I think when we say crisis in the context of this resolution, it's finally acknowledging that it's been a crisis not just in the immediate now, not in the last few months. It's been a crisis all along. So I'm actually agreeing that with your perspective that yes, it's been a terrible part of our history for so long, but I think it's rightful that we use the right language to describe exactly what it is, and that's why we're using the word crisis.
And I think I think the question goes to, because when you think of a declaration of an emergency, you think you're declaring an emergency, you know there's a problem, and it's a problem that you want to have a solution for. It's not, as a general rule, a declaration of emergency is not a long-term work. So my next question is, what programs and policies do we currently have in the county that we know are harming communities of color?
I don't know if Mr. Gill wants to respond to that. But I would tell you that there's something called implicit bias that unfortunately, I don't think it's just my opinion. I think it can be expressed with data. It can be expressed anecdotally by probably every single agency head in this organization. Perhaps many of our public servants have witnessed it. So I think it actually permeates the entirety of kind of what we do. I don't know that there's a specific list of transgressions by department that we can reference, but I would like to think that we as rational elected decision makers can acknowledge that implicit bias especially is something that needs to be addressed, again, very deliberately. And that to me is the answer to your question. But I don't know if Mr. Gill wants to elaborate.
I think you covered it.
When will we know the crisis has ended?
It's a great question. I think when the philosophical response, I think, is when every single person, regardless of their color, is judged on their character. And that is not my quote. That's from the great Dr. Martin Luther King.
Okay, and then my final question is, the resolution commits us to the prioritization of time and budget in promoting racial equity to address social determinants of health. What does that mean? Does it make it the #1 county priority? Are we going to divert funds from other existing programs? Our reserves in this coming year are going to basically be non-existent. Will we continue to cut our budget across the board? While we continue to cut our budget across the board, where does the money come from for this emergency?
So I would say that there likely will be some budget consequence to this. I don't want to hide that fact. But my response is really going to be one of personal opinion, and others are welcome to express theirs on this dais. But to me, this is fundamentally so important and fundamentally such a priority, not just for this local government, for all local governments, that it should be prioritized not just in word but in action, including the regular actions of this board in deciding how best to appropriate taxpayer dollars. Will it be the #1 priority? I don't know. It doesn't mean that it can't be a top priority in almost everything we do. This is really about applying a new lens to how we do things. And again, I think not to realize that there will be some commitment of resources in the future to advance the mission that is reflected in this resolution is to acknowledge that addressing racism wouldn't just be important enough for us. So I'm not in that camp. That's why I wanted to take this on and co-author it with the people I did, because I think it is that higher priority for Sacramento County.
Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, at the risk of pontificating, I want to say that counties are very, very different beings than, say, cities. And our priorities are different. The work that we commit to is different. And I think at the base of what we do It is our responsibility and it is our goal and mission to help those who need help in our community. And if you look at who those people are in our community, it's blatantly obvious that systemic racism has impacted some of our community on a far greater degree than others. And if we're having the discussion of, how do we prioritize this as a budget issue, I think that we're decades behind where we should be. It is inherently obvious to me that when we come up to the budget and we have difficult budget decisions to make, that's when the old adage applies: you show me your budget and I'll show you your priorities. Well, I think the county's priorities have been or should be to focus in on helping those who have systemically been left out of the system and those who have been trod upon for decades and generations. And I think that that's just an obvious part of what we should be focusing on as a county.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, going back to the resolution, I think it's important, kind of goes to some of the comments in questions as well, is that this is not, I don't have a page here, but on number 10, or the be it resolved, I think it points out that one of the purposes of this is to identify and implement solutions to eliminate institutional, structural, and systemic racial inequity in all community services provided by the county, including, but not limited to, and I'll address those in just a moment, but I think one of the distinctions is important, that we do provide county-wide services, which bring us into the public health and human assistance and certainly public protection arena, but we also provide municipal services. And I think this goes on to say, it references public health, human assistance, protective services, homelessness, housing, economic development, land use and environment, finance, and criminal justice law enforcement. And I think that's a pretty good coverage of the landscape. There are probably other things that could be mentioned as well, but as I understood it, and certainly the spirit that's been, I think, embedded in this is that, as we look through the various lenses of, as community representation, certainly 5 supervisors, but also the variety of considerations that are before us in any given year, whether it's a good budget year or a not so good budget year, is to look at areas where certainly service delivery, opportunity, accessibility, you can, pick any number of ways to describe it, that we look at that as we allocate and make decisions regarding the resources that are provided to us by the taxpayers and the residents of this community. And so I think it's important to one, to say that, but I think also the resolution points that out, and how that weaves itself into the priorities, I think obviously will be a lot of deliberation that'll go on at this dais, and certainly as we consider program and policy decisions and considerations. But I also wanted to just draw back to, because I think it was a very good example, and one where this board, certainly leadership of the chair and many of the folks in the community, with the Black Child Legacy Campaign, and obviously began with the reduction in African American child deaths, and a very serious look at that, and the funding, the allocation of resources, many of them general fund resources that, again, we made a clear decision and have continued to support that, obviously. And I think it, again, has shown some very good results, and resulted in people having, one, just surviving, but secondly, hopefully in thriving. And I think it's been integrated into any number of other considerations with services that protect children and families, and serve children and families, and certainly folks in our community. And I think that's a really good example, because again, it came out of obviously a specific problem of many more deaths for children particularly in the African American community, but also required, and I think we had the benefit of folks from the health arena, but also from some of our program support in the nonprofit and not-for-profit community that really, I think, helped this board, but this community as a whole, to gain a better understanding of what were issues that had existed for, to a point made here a moment ago, a long time, and that were clearly unacceptable. And again, we still have work to do, but I think that's a good, a good example. And there are probably others as it relates to mental health, child and family services. But as I said, even in the area of land use, so we now are looking at considerations of impacts as we should. And to your point, should have and need to, I think, either continue to reaffirm and have a stronger foundation for consideration of certain types of land uses that may contribute to impacts as it relates to daily life and the livelihoods, but certainly to people's well-being in communities throughout the county. And again, that's largely an area in the unincorporated area, but nonetheless, one where we have responsibility to communities, certainly communities of color, but communities generally. And so, I think that, statements certainly within the resolution, obviously, I think better described than I've done certainly in my comments here in a brief moment. But I think that it's important work. It's work that we need to undertake and continue to undertake and to take it seriously in our considerations, both in budget but certainly in policy as we go forward in the years ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay, if there's no further comments by board members, although we do have Supervisor Peters coming to the dais. I don't know if she has any comments or not, if she's been watching or listening before we go to public comment. But perhaps after public comment, she might have some comments. Do you have any comments now?
I guess I need to know what item it is. So I think I'll hold off for that.
Okay, we're on item 42. We heard from Drs. Bielenson, Kasiri, and Housing Authority Director LaSalle Dozer, and had considerable comment deliberations here so far. So now we're ready to go to public comment.
Public comments, yes. Go ahead. Please send the first caller.
I apologize for being late. I had a family thing.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Michelle Wright, and I'm a resident of District 3. I'd first like to express my support of the resolution to declare racism a public health crisis. I think COVID has certainly highlighted this, and we need to take stock of how we care for our citizens disproportionately. The purpose of government should be to ensure that everyone is provided opportunities and is supported. And unfortunately, capitalism and white supremacy has prevented this from occurring purposefully. I also wanted to say thank you to all the community members and public servants who called in previously. I was attempting to comment on the off-agenda item, but it didn't happen because there was an issue with the transfer. Anyway, I wanted to say thanks to everyone who commented and wrote in to express their concerns about Navgil's misconduct and freely shared their experiences of his egregious behavior. It's extremely heartening to see and hear that we have a community filled with constituents that care about their hometown and will take time out of their days to voice their opinions. Unfortunately, this was not due to a request by the county for their collaboration or participation. And we need to get to a place where disenfranchised folks aren't banging on the doors to be involved. But we first need to remove those in the way of the doors. So due to that, I'm asking that you fire Navgil. I'm so sorry to the women who have experienced a hostile work environment due to him. That alone is sufficient reason to fire him. However, there are unfortunately so many more reasons. And we recently witnessed Nav lie in board meetings regarding his diversion of CARES Act funds away from public health to the sheriff's office. Evidence later came out that he misrepresented these interactions between public health staff and executive staff. Based on that, the jail expansion loan that he tried to force through when the board had previously rejected it, and his lack of ethical and moral priorities when it comes to our budget, he must be removed. It was obvious during the budget hearings and in our day-to-day experiences that we all experience that we were failing to appropriate funds effectively. And Nav is essentially a puppet of Sheriff Jones and does his bidding, while drug treatment, wait times continue, and our unhoused community members go cold and hungry. Nav does not care about them, and we need someone in his role who does, because that is the role of a public servant, and he's not the sheriff's crony. I hope you heed the comments of community members, county employees, and those who signed on to the letter requesting the firing of Navgil. I am so thankful for these fellow citizens and would hate to see them become unengaged because you are not responsive to a clear need to hold your staff accountable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the time. My name is Judy Robinson. I'm a county resident and a member of an expert team of health and built environment professionals. I support the adoption of this resolution. Racism is a public health crisis, and Sacramento County needs to start addressing racism and health in a meaningful way. Climate change is also a public health emergency, along with COVID, lack of resources, lack of access, and a host of other things affecting people of color first and hardest. If the county doesn't look at racism, our inherent and explicit biases, and the white privilege many of us experience, we cannot address the underlying daily trauma people of color experience in county communities. The county needs to budget funding for county leadership to go through training, preferably the excellent Governing Alliance on Racial Equity training program called GAR. Further, the City of Sacramento is creating an Environmental Justice Commission. The county needs to work closely with the city, not just to learn, but to collaborate on addressing racism, health, equity, and climate seamlessly. Lastly, if approved, I have no confidence that the county exec would support nor take seriously any part of what this resolution proposes. Why would he? He ignores COVID policies and requirements adopted by the board. He has ignored county policies. He has no regard for employee safety, and he doesn't collaborate with the City of Sacramento. I have no confidence in the county executive. Please seriously consider these comments on this item number 42, as well as during the personnel closed session later today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Davy Rodriguez. I want to say I did send a letter in this, and I hope you all read it, but I have no way of knowing that you do. These meetings are now very removed from the public. And I would like to say strenuously that I object to the speed at which this thing has been thrust upon us. We got notice of it on Friday. Obviously, Supervisor Cerna has been laying in wait with this because he's been able to gather all this information and actually march people through and witness to this, while we are under these draconian restrictions to call in from home. We can't present any rebuttal, replete with documentation or photos or data or anything like that. So I would ask the supervisors, the entire supervisors body at this point, to give their constituency some time to actually read this through and react to it. A few days is not enough, especially when this resolution pretty much impugns the character of the large percentage of the people in this county by declaring that we're racist enough to have a special resolution drawn up in order to correct that. I don't agree with that. I don't think a majority of your constituents would. And given time, I think they would react to this. At present, though, I, for one, had to be on the phone since 9:30 this morning just to get an audience before you. And like I say, I was only advised of this thing on a Friday. And I think that something of this magnitude should be given a chance to rest within the people first before you take a vote on it. I mean, I could argue the points why I don't think this is a good idea, but obviously I said I did put them in a letter. I think the more important thing is that we give everyone a chance to react to it rather than rushing this through. I do, again, strenuously object to the way Supervisor Cerna has thrust this upon us. And I would like to everyone to give us time to make our case with the public, to make their case with you. So that's all I would like to say on this at this present time, and I would like to state plainly and emphatically, I am not a racist. I don't even know people that are racist so much anymore. I used to back when I was a kid, but I don't think the majority of people in this county are, and I don't think that the majority of the people that work in government are. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Yolanda, co-founder with Digital Mobility, and we would like to commend Chair Cerna and Supervisor Kennedy, along with Lachelle Dozer and the others who have participated in making this historic move. And we would like to address Supervisor Frost's question about the programs and the list of policies. We have implicit bias that's proven by data to disparities, and the issues that we're dealing with are historic. We have nearly over half a millennium of oppression and disparities that have taken place in these communities, and it's time for us to build the cultural competencies to be able to recognize that. Most don't realize we talk about the intersection between the public health crisis and racism, but we need to speak about the intersection between racism and genocide, because genocide begins with a classification system where you base someone on their race, on physical characteristics, and then you symbolize them based on a brand like black. And then you discriminate them based on that brand by creating policies like redlining, and you institutionalize those policies by dehumanizing them, calling them 3/5. And then you have organized efforts in order to polarize through propaganda in preparation for the persecution and extermination. And at the end of that system of genocide, we have denial. So when you have to ask for a list of programs and policies, it is implicit bias by the denial to the actual facts that show that our first governor, Peter Burnett, stated that a war of extermination will continue to be waged between the races until the Indian race becomes extinct, and that it must be expected. So we are at a place where it is a crisis, because the extermination that started before 1800s continues in 2020 and beyond. And the fact that these leaders in Sacramento have taken a step in order to make a change, we need to make sure that we are in compliance with international treaty obligations, which say that all of the community needs to be aware that discrimination is a war crime, that discrimination is a lack of compliance with the international laws, and that mental pain and suffering that results from those discriminatory acts and practices are acts of war. And we need to take steps to be aware of that, and that's why Digital Mobility is hosting our workshop series, and all are invited for free to participate. Those who have spoken before about the inequities, we need to unite to come together to bring the voice of equity to our leaders so that they don't have to ask for a list of programs and policies when we have the data and we have people making $13,000 a year as a family of three. So we invite you to go to www.digitalmobility.net, and I challenge you to join our workshop series, Anti-Bias. We teach you how we can come together and use equity methods in order to combat the institutional racism. We have an obligation, and I hope to see you there, but I don't want to see us in a place where we have unintentional biases that continue to cause the death by genocide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Cerna and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Cassandra Jennings, and I'm President and CEO of the Greater Sacramento Urban League. I was born in the segregated South and have spent my entire career, mostly as a public servant here in Sacramento, working to right wrongs and to improve the lives of those who were most vulnerable. I guess it's no surprise that I'm now with the Greater Sacramento Urban League that has been fighting for equity, equality, and justice for African Americans, people of color, and those in under-resourced communities for over a half a century in Sacramento region. In spite of all the efforts and how far we've come from the segregation, from Jim Crow, and even still dealing with Proposition 209, institutionalized racism is still very real, and it is a public health crisis. It's a crisis because racism has reached another plateau that is really unconscionable in 2020. Now, the studies and the data back up that institutionalized racism still exists. We've already talked about the disproportionate death of African Americans and your own study in the reduction of African American child death, where in some communities right here in Sacramento, black children are sometimes 2-3 times more likely to die than their counterparts. Unacceptable. And then I want to emphasize that education, there's still many disparities for black and brown people, and not just low-income people that are black and brown. So for things that are good, like high school graduation rates, or ready for work, or reading at 3rd grade level, black and brown people are at the bottom. And if it's things that are bad, like suspension, black and brown people are at the top. And then also I want to mention about the workforce and opportunities. The Brookings report says that if we want to be a better region, we need to have opportunities and training for people of color and in under-resourced areas. Racism is a public health crisis. Racism affects where and how we live, and too often now, if we live. I strongly urge the board to approve this resolution that will support institutional and intentionality around race, because race matters and we need to be intentional about it. It also will prioritize limited resources even during this pandemic and incorporate a racial lens of responsibility and accountability. The County of Sacramento needs to be a part of the solution, ever how long it takes, because it is a crisis and will continue to be, rather than be a part of the problem, because if it continues to persist through the fabric of institutions, including the county, then we threaten the health and wealth of all our communities everywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Stacy Sayas, and as a 25-year public health employee and staff of Public Health Equity Team, and as an African-American woman born and raised in Sacramento, I am proud and excited to support this resolution. There is a wide body of research from renowned academic and research institutions that have demonstrated that racism plays an irrefutable role in driving the social determinants of health that undergird persistent health disparities among people of color. Not only has historical, individual, and systemic racism led to generational social and economic inequities, it has literally determined the health and well-being of people of color in this country. It is important for people to begin to understand how racism drives some of the most pervasive, long-standing health disparities, such as Black infant health and maternal mortality rates, as well as most other disparities seen in the rates of chronic diseases such as cancer, diabetes, and hypertension among people of color. Racism's vicious impact has been painfully amplified during the COVID-19 pandemic, where we've seen communities of color across this country shouldering the greatest burden of this disease. I want to thank Supervisor Cerna for his courage in bringing forward this resolution at this polarizing and difficult time in this country. I am very hopeful that this resolution will put our county on the forefront of finally authentically confronting this issue. And unless many more citizens of this country are willing to truly reckon with the impact that systemic racism has had and continues to have on the lives of what will soon be the majority of people in this country, I will never be able to achieve what I hoped I would when I finished grad school. And that was to work towards a day when all people as a birthright would have the equal opportunity to achieve optimal health and could live long, healthy lives, and that I would literally have worked myself out of a job. So again, thank you, Supervisor Cerna, and the other supervisors who are considering this resolution today. I'm very excited and very happy to support it.
Great, thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Kobe Rodriguez, and I use he, him, and his for pronouns. I serve as the Chief Program Officer at the Sacramento LGBT Community Center. The Sacramento LGBT Community Center fully supports the resolution declaring racism as a public health crisis. There's an abundance of evidence of the pivotal role racism plays in health outcomes. The acknowledgement of the role racism plays in health disparities is the first step to creating sustainable solutions for Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. Furthermore, queer and trans communities of color face overwhelming trauma at the intersection of their identities. I think particularly during a dual pandemic, COVID-19 and the one on Black lives, if the county seeks to become a more anti-racist entity, it must be in the interest of our elected officials to address the needs of those with the closest proximity to the pain. If you would like to live in a Sacramento county where Black pain is believed in the hospital setting, where Black, Native American, Latinx, and Asian American and Pacific Islander babies get a fair chance at being born, and where communities of color have better outcomes, please join the Sacramento LGBT Community Center in supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comment. You have 3 minutes. If you can mute the meeting in the background while you're talking, please.
Yes. My name is Keon Bliss. I'm calling in from District 1, and while I support most of the language that is in this resolution, I have to lament that this is sadly not enough. If this is a non-binding resolution, and actually should be passed as an ordinance. For your information, Sue Frost and all the other white people who might be calling in to claim they're not racist and opposing a non-binding resolution, the easiest way to know when you're actively being racist is when you, as white people, deny being racist or knowing racist. In case you need a history lesson, Sacramento County was colonized by white settlers who stole this land, forced away the people, the Miwok, Nisenan, and Patwin peoples who lived here long before any of us. Africans were forcibly brought to this country, enslaved, and forced to build the foundations of this nation's economic wealth that white people like Sue Frost and other members of county executives blithely exploit and hoard for yourselves. Even after the emancipation of slavery, citizens of this country perpetuated anti-Black racism through violence, mass incarceration, and anti-Black policies, including here in Sacramento County, including redlining that has been mentioned, and that the social construction of race was used to justify their enslavement, as well as the removal of indigenous peoples off their land, pushing them onto land deemed less desirable. Racism has various forms, including historical, individual, systemic, and that has not only continued to present day, but has been institutionalized to ensure the concentration of material, power, and resources into the hands of white-bodied individuals and their enablers. White supremacy is a political, economic, and cultural system in which whites overwhelmingly control power and material resources, conscious and unconscious ideas of white superiority and entitlement across a broad array of institutions and social settings. Racism in all its forms causes persistent discrimination and disparate outcomes in many areas of life, including housing, education, health, employment, public safety, criminal justice, all of which have been exacerbated further by the COVID-19 public pandemic. And leading medical and public health organizations, including the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Public Health Association, recognize that systemic racism is a social detriment of health that has profound negative impacts on the health status of children, youth, adults, and families. Structural racism has increased health and economic inequities for Black, Indigenous, people of color communities, exacerbated further by the COVID-19 pandemic. Studies show that Black and Indigenous people of color in Sacramento County have experienced the trauma of police violence and the vicarious trauma of reliving violent instances via social media more than most. Studies have shown that Black people are 3 times as likely to be killed by police as white people in this country, and that police killings of unarmed Black men were associated with an increase in mental health problems such as depression and mental and emotional issues for Black people living in the state where the killing took place. The very definition of a public health emergency. Failure to address racism as the urgent public health issue that it is will exacerbate and perpetuate existing health inequities affecting BIPOC communities. And these organizations have made commitments, these health organizations made commitments to work actively dismantle such things.
Can I get your
This is why
concluding remarks,
Sacramento
please?
County should be doing this. This needs to be more than just kind words. This needs to be binding legislation, and you can take examples from the city of Minneapolis that actually passed such a binding ordinance just this past summer.
Thank
because
you.
You can empower people of color working in the county's office.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kim Williams. I am the Hub Director for Sacramento Building Healthy Communities. And we've been focused on racial equity in Sacramento for the last 10 years. And in order to reduce health disparities that we have seen and experienced, especially during the COVID crisis, it is time for Sacramento County to take the necessary steps to acknowledge that racism does exist and send the message that changes need to take place, must take place, to create equitable solutions that meet the needs of all residents. I support the adoption of this resolution to declare racism as a public health crisis that Supervisors Cerna and Kennedy are bringing forth today. The systemic racism that permeates throughout systems and policies in Sacramento have resulted in disparities that are clearly related to inequities experienced by so many people of color living in this county. We have racial disparities in all areas, including healthcare, law enforcement, education, and social services. And we're looking at these the disproportionate health outcomes of people of color. It is imperative that this resolution pass as the first step to changing the quality of life for folks, and especially those in our most vulnerable communities. This resolution is just the beginning of several actions the county needs to take to move forward, to move beyond the resolution, to create policies and practices that will respond racially equitably to the current public health crisis and all the other issues that have been exacerbated by systemic racism and must be followed by resources and additional strategic planning. So again, we support this resolution, and thank you for being bold enough to bring this forward, to call out racism, to show this community, to show this county that racism is something that we've been dealing with for far too long, and it needs to stop, and this is the first step in doing that, and we thank you for your commitment.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Sonia Lewis, and I am with this call putting on my business hat for you all this morning. Racism is a public health crisis. I am one of the creators and CEO of Ascribed Educational Consulting, and I just have to continue to say racism is a public health crisis. One of the things that we do with Ascribe is that we come into organizations like the County of Sacramento, and we help you curate safe, anti-racist platforms so that every policy, every person working within your organization, and every person that is served by your organizations understands that anti-racism is the only, let me repeat that, is the only perspective and way in which to do business. So it is extremely telling that this crisis, which has been actually supported since 1619 with the first enslaved people from Africa that were brought here, in 1790 and 1795 and 1870 with the Naturalization Act, with the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, with the Emancipation of Enslaved Africans in 1865, as well as the Alien Act of 1913. And that doesn't include the numerous treaties to protect our indigenous siblings. So let me ask this question. If Sacramento, the capital of the state of California, which is the 5th largest economy in the entire world, would want to seemingly be as progressive as that power wills, it would behoove you to take a stand on racism being a crisis, which only COVID has exacerbated. So I say again, racism is a public health crisis, which its tentacles stretch long and wide into housing, medical access, and guinea pig research that Black folks have been used for for numerous centuries and decades. Inequities in education, unfair pay, and unjust treatment by the criminal justice system. All systems which impact all of our lives. So I'll say again, racism is a public health crisis, and making resolutions are steps in the right direction, but such acknowledgments are not enough. The institutional racism that we experience in Sacramento County is systemically impacts a larger demographic of Sacramento County citizens, and it requires a robust strategic plan with an attainable implementation plan. So again, my name is Sonia Lewis. I am the creator and CEO of Ascribe Educational Consulting, and I would like to offer my services to the County of Sacramento in curating an anti-racism platform. This has been a long-needed resolution, but it's not enough. We need to actually put our feet in the fire and get to work. As long as Sue Frost can use terminology like melting pot,
Can you please conclude your remarks?
Person in the face. You are slapping every person in the face who is a person of color. You are saying that you do not see us, and Sue, we need you to see us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Kula Koenig, and I'm a proud resident of District 3. And when I heard Sue Frost's comment, and I have anxiety right now. Like, my palms are really sweaty, and I'm shaking. I have tears in my eyes because Supervisor Frost's comments and her questions, I don't know if they were meant for clarity or to undermine. So I'll give her the benefit of the doubt that they were for clarity. So a crisis is defined as a time of intense difficulty, trouble, or danger. And so when you asked when this crisis will end, this crisis will end when we erode the 400 years of destruction that has been waged upon us as Black people. When you talked about the funding and how we're going to allocate resources, let me just read you a little something from Kimberly Jones. It's a little analogy that I hope will help. She's an activist. She says, if I right now decided that I wanted to play Monopoly with you, and for 400 years, rounds of playing Monopoly, I didn't allow you to have any money. I didn't allow you to have anything on the board. I didn't allow for you to have anything. And then we played another 50 rounds of Monopoly, and everything that you gained and you earned while you were playing that round of Monopoly was taken from you. That was Tulsa. That was Rosewood. Those are places where we built Black economic wealth, where we were self-sufficient, where we owned our stores, where we owned our property, and they burned them to the ground. So that's 450 years. So for 400 rounds of Monopoly, you don't get to play at all. Not only do you not get to play, you have to play on behalf of the person that you're playing against. Okay? That's the white massa. You have to play and make money and earn wealth for them. And then you have to turn it all over to them. You know what kind of trauma that does to you? So then for 50 years, you finally get a little bit and you're allowed to play. And every time that they don't like the way that you're playing, or that you're catching up, or that you're doing something to be self-sufficient, they burn your cards. They burn your Monopoly money. And then finally, at the release, they allow you to play and they say, okay, now catch up. Now at this point, the only way you're going to catch up, and this is important, is if the person shares the wealth. But what if every time you share the wealth, there's psychological warfare against you, like somebody's saying, well, when will we know that this crisis is going to end? Well, I'm not a racist. Why do we have to do this? That is psychological warfare. So if I played 400 rounds of Monopoly with you and I had to play and give you every dime that I made, and then for 50 years, every time I played, you didn't like what I did, you got to burn it down like they did in Rosewood, then how can we win? We can only win if we level the playing field. And that is why this resolution, though I believe there needs to be more, but Supervisor Frost, I really hope that you were asking for clarity and not to undermine. I really hope you understand the systems that have been in place in this country, and that is why we are here today. And that is why we need to really analyze the policies that come out of this county and understand, are we actually perpetuating these things harm? It is systemic. It is born. White supremacy is a crisis. So please
think about that monopoly analogy before you ask the next question. And stop it, because you're giving me anxiety with this.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Kendra Francis Montgomery Block, and I am a resident of District 4, but I also have the proud opportunity to lead the Black Child Legacy campaign countywide. I'm calling in support on behalf of Chet Hewitt and the Sierra Health Foundation of this resolution and urge the board to pass unanimously. Racism is a public health crisis, and the work of the Black Child Legacy campaign should not be an anomaly to how the Sacramento County operates and targets and supports families of color, but it should be the standard. And in order for that to happen, this resolution has to pass, and the systems of racism and institutional racism that exist in the work and inside of the county have to be targeted and lifted out. And that is going to take a strategic plan, a strategy, and an implementation plan that I know very well, because that's in fact what we had to do in order to make sure that the reduction of African American child death happened. It is something that has to occur in order for us to tackle the health and racial equity issues that continue to plague this county and its leadership. And we're asking for that long-term commitment. The Black Child Legacy campaign has been operating now for 5 years, but again, should not be the anomaly, should not be the only thing that we work on when it comes to racial and health equity and justice issues, but should be the standard across the board. I too, like many of my colleagues that have called into this resolution today in support, but also want to just make sure that we understand that we are also the high impact intermediary at the Sierra Health Foundation and Center that also runs the SAC CoLab and leads that work with county partnerships countywide. Again, standing in the middle of that gap, making sure that the county that does not have the technical resources nor the leadership to actually build that level of work happens on the ground. And I submit to you today that I maybe might be working myself out of a job, but absolutely should be having parts in the county, leadership in the county that can do this work and not always have to call on the Sierra Health Foundation to stand in the middle of that gap, because those resources and that level of leadership and that level of commitment doesn't reside currently inside of the county. Again, Kendra with the Sierra Health Foundation, really welcome the opportunity to talk about how we've been successful in the Black Child Legacy campaign, how we've been successful as partners, and how we really work for this resolution for everyone in Sacramento County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Could you please mute the meeting in the background?
Yes.
Okay, and then when you're ready, go ahead and start. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead and start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
No
my
worries.
name is Lynn Williams, and I am calling in support of this resolution. I am calling, echoing a lot of former callers, previous callers who have also called in support of this resolution. I am dismayed by Representative Sue Frost, who used the term melting pot. If we were a melting pot, Sue, our skins would melt together and they would be the same color. We need you to see us. We need you to see us for the beautiful complexities and nuances that we bring to the table. And please don't ever again, if you consider yourself culturally responsive, culturally educated,
understand cultural pedagogy. Don't ever use the phraseology melting pot. It is a slap in the face to Black, Indigenous people of color. We have experiences that white supremacy has put on our neck intentionally. And with that struggle, we have managed to be resilient and withstand in a city, in a county, in a state, in a country, in a world that is extremely anti-Black and anti-color. So when you say those things, Sue, while previous callers want to give you the benefit of the doubt that you were asking questions for clarity, I don't give you that benefit of the doubt. The things that are important in this county is that we understand implicit bias, that we understand that racism is a tool of white supremacy, and the founders of this country are solely white men who wanted to protect the interests of white men. And the story, the words that Kula read to you by our sister Kimberly, who after the riots with George Floyd, who questioned every city, municipality across this country and asking why should Black people feel aligned to the cities in which they live and not riot when everything that they have worked hard for and invested their lives in, the founding of this freaking country, has been taken away from them, burned to the ground, and hung when lynched on trees. So remember that when you use language or it pops in your mind to say something as asinine as melting pots, there is no such thing. When you think about this county and how it has used policies to keep people locked up instead of giving them the benefit of the doubt. When you think about Nav Gill and the position that he is in, which is a perpetuation of white supremacy because he lies and steals and hides the taxpayer dollars, that is taxation without representation, please don't come to us and say, I am asking a question for clarity. So thank you, Serna. Thank you, Kennedy, for saying that this is a resolution that needs a conversation. And let me end this by saying, my sister Sonia runs a company by the name of Ascribe Educational Consulting. You need to give her a call. You need to figure out ways to include people in this city and county because the talent is here. We don't need outside agencies to come in and tell us how to create systems that are going to best serve the people of Sacramento County.
Thank you.
The talent and the expertise is right.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Flojan Kofer, and I'm the Senior Director of Policy at Public Health Advocate. The first step in addressing an issue is to name it. So often, American culture has treated being a person of color, specifically a Black person, as a problem to address or to accommodate. We view the consequences of disproportionate harms that we have caused, disparities in housing, education, incarceration, health, and employment, as further evidence of this conclusion. And we do this because we have been unable and unwilling to name racism as a set of conditions, policies, and experiences that shape the world we live in. I actually understand why people like Supervisor Frost and the confused caller find this conversation difficult. It's because you haven't received a thoughtful or accurate account of history, nor have you received an accurate definition of what racism is, and you have the privilege of safely navigating the world without it. You were taught that racism is bad. In that, your teaching was accurate, but you weren't taught what racism is. Racism has multiple presentations: interpersonal, cultural, internal, and institutional. And what you are contending with is that you think you treat people politely. Maybe you do. But where you fall short is that you think that's enough. When you gather your friends, family, and neighbors to encourage policies to be passed that deny investments to our communities, when you told your friends to vote against Prop 16, when you felt that Black people saying that their lives matter was a threat to you, when you were angry that the statues and buildings named after brutal colonizers are toppled or renamed, when you spent the CARES Act money on law enforcement instead of things that could help our community during a pandemic, you are reinforcing that power dynamic, and you are participating in and perpetuating this dynamic, a dynamic that is foundational to this country for all the reasons that Kian and Kula laid out in a detailed account of history. What you should be glad is that we only want equity and not revenge. So yes, it is important that the County of Sacramento join 20 other states, including California counties such as Contra Costa, San Bernardino, Santa Clara, Ventura, and Yolo, as well as California cities of Coachella, Fontana, Goleta, Indio, Long Beach, Los Angeles, Moreno Valley, Oxnard, Palm Springs, Redland, Rialto, Riverside, and San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Ventura, to declare racism as a public health crisis. Because it is, and hopefully now that you have multiple definitions of it, you're able to recognize it and recognize that this should be a no-brainer. And if you can't pass a resolution like this, the racism runs far deeper than you're willing to acknowledge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Ray calling from the community. I just wanted to commend this board for bringing forth such a resolution. I think it's overdue. Supervisor Cerner, the courage that it took to bring this forth. I think the city of Long Beach and the American Medical Association also have done similar things. And I just wanted to commend this esteemed board for at least making a move into the next step. Racism is making America a cheap product, and there are some people who really need it. But I'm glad that this county is at least taking the step forward to fight the system of white supremacy and racism. Racism can only last if it has the 4 components, which is banking, lawmaking, policing, and the media. If you take away any one of those, racism will begin to fall apart. And it sounds like there are some individuals on the board that sit behind the dais are having issues with this approach. I think that to answer the question of when will the crisis be over, well, the crisis, I think, will end when black people can feel as comfortable around the police as white people. When you can go to some websites that have all the statistical things that are killing people, and black people aren't always at the top. There's disparities in medical and, other things. And I really appreciate you, Mr. Cerner, for taking this next step. I won't go and drag on this long diatribe, but I just wanted to call in and thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. My name is T, and I am part of the Sacramento community, and I am here to support this resolution. I thank the board for bringing this on, and this is the bare minimum, because acknowledging that racism still exists is very important to addressing where the problems lie, how to address the problems. And I really don't like what Sue Froston said about Sacramento being a melting pot, because it's similar to saying, colorblind racism, like you don't see color. Like, how can you not see color? How can you not see the color of my skin? How can you deny what I look like because my experiences in this skin color gives me the experiences today, which is a lot of racism, a lot of microaggressions, a lot of nuances that many other people don't experience. And that is important, and that's our identity. And so having that acknowledged will better serve the community. And so please pass this resolution. This is this is just the start of changing policies in Sacramento to better serve our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
I would like to say that Ascribe Educational Consulting is in Sacramento County, and that it can provide racial equity, anti-racism, DEI, and critical race theory.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm just calling in to ask the question that's been raised before. Why is this being introduced as a resolution and not an ordinance? Resolutions are non-binding and ordinances are binding. So if this was passed as an emergency ordinance, then it would actually free up power and resources for the public health officer, a black woman, to actively address racism as a public health emergency that it is, wouldn't it? Even if Sue Frost or Susan Peters refused to support it, couldn't the other 3 supervisors just pass it as a regular ordinance to take effect in 30 days, just like you all did with the eviction moratorium back in March? A multitude of studies have already connected racism to inequitable health outcomes for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, including cancer, coronary heart disease, diabetes, hypertension, high infant and maternal mortality rates, demonstrating that racism is the root cause of social detriment of health. If we're committed to racial equity, that means we're committing to developing policies, practices, and strategic investments to reverse these racial inequities, eliminate institutional racism, and ensure that outcomes and opportunities for all people are no longer predictable by race. We can't just refuse racism. We can't just be against racism. We have to be anti-racist, which means moving and speaking in ways that repair, not simply abandon, more than 500 years of racist policies and practices. Anti-racism means actively participating in dismantling racist systems and institutional practices, as well as addressing personal and interpersonal acts of racism. An embodied anti-racist acknowledge that this history still lives and expresses itself through our bodies today. If Sacramento County leadership is committed to ending racism and building an active anti-racist culture within the county of Sacramento, then your declaration of racism as the public health emergency that it is should be binding. And if the toxic culture of racism and misogyny that have been fostered by Nav Gill and his county executives isn't any clearer, there's no way that we as a community can possibly trust Sacramento County to implement this intent to address racism as the health emergency that it is with him in charge. He needs to go, you need to clean house, and we really need you to take concrete actions, not just performative politics. And I really hope that that's what this ultimately comes out to. Thank you so much for bringing this issue up, and fuck you, Sue Frost, for not seeing this pass.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, my name is Paul, District 1, resident of Sacramento County for my entire life. I fully support this resolution. I'd also like to recommend to those confused as to where racism occurs that they read the book The Color of Law. That is, if they care about how this current system came about that disproportionately impacts communities of color, and how they've had targets on their backs from the beginning of our society, and how that has been accomplished through both the action and inaction of our governments and many other organizations that helped ensure that people of color had less of an opportunity to succeed in the society, and indeed had someone stepping on them and pushing them down to nearly every turn. You need to understand the historical context to understand why the current situation is where it is. I'll read some excerpts now of examples of systemic racism and its disproportionate impact on communities of colors. In a 1942 meeting, St. Louis commissioners explained rezoning a commercial strip as multifamily because it could then develop into a favorable dwelling district for black people. In 1948, commissioners explained they were designating a U-shaped industrial zone to create a buffer between African Americans inside the U and whites outside. In addition to promoting segregation, zoning decisions contributed to degrading St. Louis's African American neighborhoods into slums. Not only were they neighborhoods zoned to permit industries, even polluting industry, but the Plan Commission permitted taverns, liquor stores, clubs, and houses of prostitution to open in African American neighborhoods, but prohibited these as zoning violations in neighborhoods where whites lived. Residents in single-family districts could not legally be subdivided, but those in industrial districts could be, and with African Americans restricted from all but a few neighborhoods, rooming houses sprang up to accommodate the overcrowded population. Decisions were made time and again to permit toxic waste facilities in African American areas. And these did nothing to help the intensifying slum conditions, although this was the result. The racial aspect of these choices was a desire to avoid the deterioration of white communities when African American sites were available as alternatives. The welfare of African Americans did not count for much in this policymaking. Oftentimes, as in St. Louis, zoning boards made explicit exceptions to the residential neighborhood rules to permit dangerous or polluting industry to locate in African American areas. These decisions and the systemic issues that they caused among communities of color continue to this day. The amount of disenfranchisement that has occurred has resulted in a disproportionate number of communities of color being in bad areas. Many were set up for failure, and regulations and public sentiment were manipulated to ensure they had to struggle at every step of the way. And some of these regulations were only removed from the law 1 to 2 decades ago. Again, that book is titled The Color of Law. I have an extra copy I can lend to any of you, and the Central Library also has the audiobook available to borrow. This needs to be passed as a binding ordinance to take effect after 30 days. And you all need to educate yourself on the reality that this system has been pushed in this way on purpose, and it needs to be undone with the same amount of purposeful thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead with your comments.
Hi, my name is Evan Minton. I'm a white man who lives in Fair Oaks. My father, who now owns 2 homes that are priced at over $1 million each, grew up in deep poverty. In fact, he was so poor that his childhood home didn't include indoor plumbing. Even my father, a white man with no generational understands how his white skin color has benefited him. He understands how he has benefited from the GI Bill when people of other races didn't. He understands that he benefited from his white skin walking into job interviews when people of other races didn't get a fair shake. He understands the law enforcement will see him as someone to serve and not a threat because of the color of his skin. And what my dad and I both understand, and I hope that all people will one day, today, is the unfair negative consequences that go along with living in a society that discriminates based on race. And that is what this resolution seeks to do, to address those consequences. This resolution should be an ordinance, but it is a resolution and a much needed first step. I want you to understand that this resolution is not a threat to my dad. It is not a threat to me, and it is not a threat to you, Supervisor Frost. I urge you to pass this resolution and the much needed work behind it in order to make this an equitable society for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hello, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Jennifer Herring, and I'm calling regarding item number 42. And I just would like to state that the issues of race is definitely a public health crisis, not only across the country, but in our area. Across the country, there's research that's been done in pretty much every area, medicine, law, all kinds of stuff that says that the race issue right now is a public health crisis. There's major inequities within the system, and that includes where we live. I myself, I am white, but my children are black, and they just this last week were threatened by someone else because of the color of their skin, and I live in Citrus Heights. So this is an issue that's very real in our area, and I've seen that there are many people that think that this is not a real issue, that think that this is race baiting for attention. It is not. The research supports the fact that it is not, and it needs to be taken up as a public health crisis as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there. I am Stephen Sander, and a resident of District 2 and a member of the Answer Coalition, Act Now to Stop War and End Racism. I'm also a member of the Anti-Police Terror Project Sacramento and Cell Block to City Block. I support the resolution here, and I'll try to keep my comments short. I echo Sonia Lewis's comments and Dr. Flo's comments. It's not simply enough to declare the obvious that racism is a public health issue. Please listen to the black women who are telling you about their experiences. You must rein in the racist rogue sheriff and the racist county CEO, Nav Gill. How about you fund the people's needs, the people who are so greatly affected by the public health crisis of racism? We need a paradigm shift. We need to acknowledge that racism is institutional. It is systemic. And most importantly, it's not going away because we declared it so today. How about if a racist is found to be working in county government that they are subject to disciplinary action? How about you tell the deputy sheriffs running around perpetuating white supremacy that there is absolutely zero tolerance for this behavior? You know, people are incredibly afraid of the Sac Sheriff's Department because they blatantly perpetuate white supremacy. They're a white supremacist institution through and through. And I'm asking you to have people's backs when they stand up to white supremacy. How about you stand behind your public health officers when they are encountering bullying and harassment just for doing their jobs, trying to mitigate the spread of COVID? And, you know, I do worry that this resolution will be used to take a victory lap and declare racism is over, and that this will be used, you know, inappropriately as something for racists to point to and say, well, there couldn't possibly have been racism. They already outlawed that by non-binding resolution. So everything that the county does after today is not racist. It's like folks, when they said racism is over because we have a black president or a black VP. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. And if and when this passes, you had best believe we will be holding you accountable to the terms of this proposal going forward. And I will say that every one of you county supervisors will be held to account to the terms of this resolution, and that if someone raises the point about one of you being in violation of this resolution, you know, please respect that and have a process for dealing with that. You know, if someone is found to be running afoul of the terms of this provision, that they be, at the very least, admonished to follow the guidelines as specified in the anti-racism provision. If you are not anti-racist, if you are not actively doing everything in your power to combat racist institutions, what are you even doing in 2020?
Could you please conclude your comment? Thank you. Next caller, please. Hello, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Ascribe Educational Consulting is in Sacramento County and can provide racial equality, anti-racism, DEI, and critical race theory training for all of Sacramento County.
Does that conclude your comments?
Yes, that concludes my comment.
Thank you.
That was your last public comment.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. First of all, thanks to all the callers who waited patiently to address the board on this matter. Appreciate your patience. And I just want to make clear, as the person that brought this forward for consideration, that I completely agree with you. You have to hold us accountable should this resolution pass to what its intent is. And as I mentioned at the outset, this is not a one and done. This is not a box to be checked. This is not intended to take a victory lap. This is not to dismiss the very real ongoing challenges that racism does exist, and in many cases it exists very bluntly in government. And so this is intended, again, to be a start, not a finish. It's intended to be a clear articulation of not just what we value here in Sacramento County, but how we take that value set as it relates to the intersection of public health and racism and act upon it. So you should absolutely hold us accountable, and you'll have something now to very specifically reference and hold us accountable. So with that, I would like to move that we adopt the resolution. I'd ask for a second. It's been seconded by Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Frost.
I just wanted to make a couple of comments before we vote. I do not support this resolution. I do not believe that America is a racist country or that most Americans are racist. I do not believe that Sacramento County employees are racist. I do not understand why we're not already, just because we're government of the people, not just automatically doing everything we can to make sure that every citizen is not discriminated against and is being served by their government. Where is the crisis declaration for homelessness or serious mental illness? Where is the crisis declaration for the LGBT community? Where is the crisis declaration for the public safety? I believe that we should be committed as a whole to serving all citizens to the best of our ability all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a response to that, I would certainly, as one member of this board, welcome from you and your office a declaration of crisis for the LGBTQ community, a declaration of crisis on homelessness, a declaration of crisis on mental health. So I just want to be clear, I'd be very supportive of that. Okay, any other further comments? Please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Frost voting no.
Thank you. And again, thanks to you, especially Dr. Kassiri and Michelle, for your help in developing the resolution. And please extend my thanks to your respective staffs.
Okay, for item 43, this is the report on COVID-19 response and approval of urgency ordinance allowing enforcement of the public health order. I do have a note on here that the urgency ordinance will be continued to December 8th.
Okay, so I want to be clear for those that might be watching very intently and that perhaps are lining up in our phone queue to passionately address the board on what they believe we still will be considering today. Doesn't mean we won't be considering at a later date. The fines and fees proposal by our health department. We will be continuing that, so we will not be acting specifically on that matter today. You're best advised to hold your comments until the board actually is and will be considering that proposal. Right now, we're just going to be receiving the update on our COVID-19 response.
And Mr. Chairperson, I'd like to ask that you would take a vote to continue this to December 8th, please.
Sure, I will make that motion. It's been moved and second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Okay.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm going to give a brief update on the expenditures, and then Dr. Kassiri will give a brief update on her point of view, and then I'm going to follow up with one quick point. First of all, on the $23 million CARES request, remember we have $23 million and we have $42 million. The $23 million, $16.9 million has now been fully spent. Another $5.4 million is encumbered, and that means leaves us with only $1.1 million left over. The $42 million, we have $3.6 million spent, $22.1 million again encumbered, and the remaining is $16 million. $9.25 million is actually again for salaries, but we got 6 months worth of money in 3 months, so that's why we are lagging on that. Olivia.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. So you received the summary updates, so I won't go line by line. I just have 2 updates to provide to you about the tier status, and we let you know that Sacramento County dropped back to the purple tier last week, and this week there are now 41 counties that are in this tier, and so you see from this that there's a general trend in worsening of our numbers, which is disappointing, seeing that end of October we were actually heading towards the orange tier. But we are working hard and working to put out guidance again to businesses about what the expectations are under the purple tier. And in my update, I noted that the state did issue a travel advisory and was also planning to issue an advisory for places to close at 10 p.m. That is still being considered. It has not been issued, so I don't know that it's going to go through. The other update that I have under collaborations with the Wi-Fi in the park, I want to appreciate DTEC for the assistance that they have provided us. We have made progress. They submitted an exception to bid, which was approved by County Council and the Department of General Services, and they're now working on a contract for a carrier, and have selected 2 parks to begin with, the Lincoln Village Community Park and the Florine East Grammar School to start with. For our next update, we will give you a full listing of the parks that will be included in this project. I do not have that right now. So the expected start date of the work is December 7th, so hoping that we'll have more of an update for you for the next time around.
And to Supervisor Natoli's request to be kept up to date on terms of our spending for testing, we are estimating that we need an additional $3 to $4 million to get through February. In addition to the money that we have now, we'll be working with the CEO's office to make that available.
So that's $3 to $4 million on top of the CARES Act?
Correct. Now, by that time, we may actually have CARES Act 5.0 coming, but we think we need more money for the testing.
Would that necessitate a formal mid-year adjustment?
No. December 8th, we're coming to true up everything, and we will take care of it with that.
Gotcha. Thanks. Okay. More comments? If not, I have some colleagues that are lined up in the queue. Any more to share?
No, that's it.
Okay, very good. We'll start with Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. This may be something more appropriate to completely address, not today, but when we hear the ordinance come forward that we've continued. So I'd like a real thoughtful discussion on why because we're all hearing this, and why it is that we are focusing so much on restaurants. I'm not making a judgment call here one way or the other, but what we hear is from, of course, the Restaurant Association and others, but, even those that aren't quite as vested, is that if we're identifying, which we have, that these larger gatherings are more of a spread than, and I've heard that there's not a lot of evidence that in the restaurant industry as a spreader, super spreader or spreader, I just like to know the rationale as to why that's such a focus, and not just of our emergency ordinance, but all emergency ordinances.
Yeah, it's actually the focus of the state. 7.1% of our cases are related to the food industry as a whole. The majority of our cases are gatherings and long-term care facilities.
Right.
We've been pushing back. What Olivia did last week or so was to push back against the state in terms of why are you doing this in a non-judicious manner. Remember, we've talked about expanding in a judicious manner. We think you should retract in a judicious manner based on the data, and the data is not being followed. So we're totally with you on that.
So our hands are tied.
Excuse me?
Our hands are tied.
Correct.
Okay.
On the enforcement issue, it is actually not the majority restaurants at all.
Right.
And we have over 100 different entities that have been bad actors, if you will,
Right.
in answer to questions that people would be asking us. Well over 100 entities, and the vast majority of them are not restaurants. They're gyms and bars and parks and things like that.
Thank you very much. That was helpful.
Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Beelens and Dr. Kasseri, thanks for the ongoing updates, and certainly for the work and that of all the folks that work side by side with you in helping to assure the public's health. I wanted to maybe come at just a little different direction than Supervisor Kennedy as it relates to the data and what we've done, put contact tracing in place to certainly substantiate if in fact there are clusters or if we identify sources of the spread of COVID. Is there, beyond obviously, and I thank Dr. Kasiri and certainly you as well for, obviously not just pushing back, but obviously I think, providing some advocacy at the state level for, in this case, obviously the restaurants, but I think we've heard from others as well, certainly, the small, the gyms, the fitness studios, places of worship. And if the data isn't showing those, but restaurants specifically, I guess for a moment, because we've heard from a number of the restaurateurs that, if we're doing our best here at the county and, doing all the things to report one, and I heard what you said, 7%, I didn't know the number, for the food industry as a whole. And, way back when, it seems like ages ago, but, there were definitions of essential services, and obviously we're in the tiers, and, we're not the only county, we're amongst 40 now, I guess, or plus that are in the purple tier. But the impacts to folks who, if they have been following not just the guidelines, but, a strict adherence to both making sure that their patrons and folks that, come to their establishments, are doing the right thing, but then, following up in ways that really, I think, prescribe, but also, set an example. I guess I'm going to bring it back to the board too, but I want to hear from Dr. B and Dr. K, that, is there some ways we can certainly, reach out to the state at our level? Obviously, you're going to do it with the health officer, the governor's office, those folks that you're directly in contact with. But, if in fact they're not the source of the spread or the problem, then how do we help make that consideration? Because I wanted to use the example, and then I'll let you respond. But, early on, and I know we heard from, salons and barbershops and some of the, parlors that provide for, physical needs and so forth, that they were carved out. They were in a different tier. They took direct advocacy to the state, and now they're allowed to remain open as long as they, play by the rules. And, and I don't think we're finding them as being sources of the spread as well. But obviously, restaurants were included in the tier, and they continue to be, I think, along with gyms and certainly houses of worship, in a category that basically forces it all outdoors. And today, we're going to get probably substantial rain, the weather's turning, and we're going into a period of time where we're going to be in purple for at least a number of weeks. And so I guess, Dr. B, I know you want to respond. What can we do here to advocate, certainly responsibly, to be supportive of our efforts to, curb any health impacts, but also to try to, get some precision maybe to some of the considerations here. So.
Right, so I've talked with them numerous times. I meet with the restaurants on at least a weekly basis and have Zoom meetings with all of them. They've been very much together on all of this, and one of the things I recommended was actually that they band together and send a letter that has all of them listed and all the restaurants listed that they represent, and that they potentially could do a march. We were talking about sort of civil disobedience type things, where they could literally, seriously, take all the restaurants in Midtown or in other areas, come together and march, and they'd have hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people marching for restaurants. Seriously.
Yeah.
So that's a potential that they can do. I should mention that we were going to be coming to you. That was up to them, obviously. You're looking at me with the incredulous eyes. The other thing was that we were going to be coming to you with the governor's proclamation that they were giving guidance that was going to close all businesses. All businesses. They backed down yesterday, but what Olivia and I talked about doing was actually banning gatherings in general, but allowing restaurants to stay open to 25% or at least to outdoors, and at least let some of the purple tiers continue to go. We were going to fight back against it.
When you say all businesses, so you mean
all businesses.
You mean gas stations,
entire
dental?
economy.
Well, I think there was essential businesses that were going to be eliminated, but they didn't end
Maybe
up saying
elaborate
that.
again. I want to. I guess it's important to know what was.
This was like a curfew where the proposal was to have them all close at 10 o'clock, but that did not end up happening. I think there's been a pushback on that. So
And they were going to close businesses in general. Really?
no, just 10.
Okay, so it sounds like a curfew. I think that was reported on that that was being considered, but. Again, I think, we certainly as a board, if we're in agreement, can advocate, again, doing the right thing, but also, consistency, and so it doesn't compromise public health. But, and with the restaurants, again, I think that if the data, if we're doing our job and we're providing that tracing and tracking and, and we have people, and if they're not, the whole idea that the ordinance you were going to bring to us that we'll probably consider at a later date now, talked about enforcing against folks who, maybe, taking it outside of that and doing things that, are either compromise public health or not in accordance with the ordinance. But I think here, again, we know where we're at. To the point you said, yeah, we're stuck in this purple tier, but can we, and maybe you can assist if there was something where we could go back at our level, and take it to our legislators and take it to the governor. I mean, he may or may not listen to us over this matter. But
I would encourage you to do that.
Dr. Kay, you have any objections to that?
As far as action, I think just one thing that we can do to help everybody is the message of discouraging gatherings as we're moving towards Thanksgiving. I think there's a lot of people who are reconsidering their plans, and that is good. And so being able to give them some safe ways of being able to celebrate Thanksgiving this year, it is going to be different. The other also is enforcement of face coverings and the 6 feet of separation. So,
but could I just go back to it just for a so I think asking people to use good sense when it comes to all the things that are being recommended and so forth. But I think back to the point about if in fact, what we know, what you know, and you're getting reports on probably hourly as it relates to, where cases are occurring, where folks are being so seriously affected are being hospitalized. Certainly you're tracking by zip codes, but you're also doing the tracing and the tracking and the documenting the data. And if the data is showing that it's certain activities or segments, but others either are only contributing very, very little to that, which certainly has the impact, or not at all, then that ought to be, at least for our community, what we ought to make sure people are aware of. You're doing that. So again, I'm not saying you're not. I just would want to know, again, as one member of this board, but this board, some advocacy, and certainly if in fact there's good data that shows that certain establishments are not being the source of the spread, and are using precautions, using mask distancing and sanitation and all the things that we've been now prescribing for months, and but allowing again some indoor activities, even how limited, particularly in light of where we're going with the weather and obviously the seasons. I think to your point about Thanksgiving and other holiday gatherings, but Mr. Chair, I guess I would just say just on that point, I think that, certainly, if there's something we can do in a way that, makes a clear statement, certainly in support of the public health efforts, but also acknowledges, I think the, what would be maybe a more precise approach to this, and certainly for the communities that we represent and the folks that, are being impacted. Because it's not just the restaurants, it's the workers, it's the patrons, it's, again, we're trying to offer this kind of umbrella protection, but also I think encourage some activities that make good use, as you said, Dr. Kasseri, of the things that are being advised.
In addition, on
you speak up, please?
In addition, on the gatherings, again, we're really pushing this next 6 weeks or so of keeping people inside. keeping people to their nuclear families, the families that they reside in their houses with, because we have really good news coming forward starting next year in that the vaccines, at least the two that have come out so far, Moderna and Pfizer, are looking extremely effective, like way more effective than they thought they were going to be, and there are two more to come. These two require 2 immunizations and some refrigeration. The next two, I think, only require 1. But there are going to be 4 different vaccines coming, and so this is the last time we have to do this, hopefully, and then we'll be in a period of much greater normalcy, if not tremendous normalcy, starting in the summertime when everybody's been immunized. So if we can just make it through one more period of time.
And to go back to your point, Supervisor Natoli, when we do have our health officer meetings, we do discuss this, we discuss the data, and we brought that point up about the restaurants not being the main source of the surge that we're seeing. I do believe that the state also does meet with the county supervisors and executives, so probably that would be an opportunity also to provide that message. I don't get notified on when those meetings are, but I know that they do occur, so.
Dr. Kasiria, we are meeting this Friday. The county execs are to have a conversation about how to approach the state, and then we're coming to CSAC board to make the same points that Dr. Kasiria is making.
But they're not meeting with individual supervisors. At least I've never heard from them.
No.
They are working through the process right now. The urban counties we're going through the process.
At CSAC and UCC.
Yeah, so we're coming up with a platform very similar to what they're saying. And how are we going to lobby? We're going to have a lobby effort from UCC and a lobby effort from CSAC.
I just want to make sure Dr. Kasiria made a statement that it was clear they weren't meeting with these county supervisors. They're meeting with the Supervisors Association.
Right. Correct.
Right, that's correct, yes.
Could I offer a suggestion, though, that, a well-crafted letter, again, it's not ordinarily how we do it, but certainly, assuming there was unanimous agreement by this board, memorializing the information that, has good public health data to put that forward to reaffirm what you certainly have been saying to, folks that you respond directly to and interact directly to at the state. Obviously, Mr. Gill, working with CEOs, but I think, again, if appropriate for this board, at least as related to, what we're talking about in this specific instance, would make sense. Again, not to, to exaggerate it in any way, but certainly to, I think, to memorialize it in a way that says, and again, I know at the point in time, you folks are tracking this, daily, but I think to the data that we have and the measures we've taken as a county in accordance with the the state guidelines, but also in an effort to protect the public health, and then what folks that are in the private sector, complemented by the public sector efforts, are doing to to make sure that those things are addressed in the whether it's in the in a workspace or it's in the dining space, whatever worship space. I think that could be helpful. I don't know. I mean, it's not.
I think we can take the help what happened with us at the exec level with CSAC. We were not purple, so the counties that were purple were the ones that were really getting this going. Now that all of us have slid into purple, I think a letter like that, a letter from the public folks, I think that will help us tremendously to keep advocating that point. To the point that Dr. Kasiria is making, we all are recognizing that restaurants is not where this is. Everybody has an issue with restaurants, and we're trying to figure out how to do that. The other thing we're looking at, we're going to join the group now since we're purple, that the 3 matrix they have, based on where you are, pull you down, and a lot of us feel that we got pulled into purple because one went and that went in a certain direction. We don't think what we need to find out from the state is how much flexibility are they going to give us on some of these matrix. The health folks have been working with them, and if we can put extra lobbying effort, if you're going to give us some letters with that, that would help us to keep momentum going. What we would like to do is when the state is making the changes, public health has to implement pretty quickly, right. But there's a whole impact that we have to manage. And I know that's fast moving, but that's the other part of our lobbying with them is there a way for us to get more information and a little bit of consideration for different counties that might not be might not be time for them to move down, or give us a little bit of latitude on that, besides what public health is doing. So that's what we're trying to work through.
And if I could just make one other point on this, is that I think the matter was going to be before us, and again, you're going to do some more work and outreach on it, but relative to enforcement, I think part of it is, if you've got a very small segment, but that certainly is not adhering to ordinance or to state guidelines and so forth, and you're seeking to gain compliance through an enforcement effort. That's one aspect, but the other part of it is that if folks who are complying and doing it the right way and attempting to do within their abilities to make sure that people are safe, and there's we're not spreading the disease, then I think not so much to incentivize, but to recognize that. And I think that with restaurants, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, but churches and gyms, for the most part, those haven't been the sources of where and if there's somebody that needs to be called out for that, then that's a part of the enforcement piece of it. But if we don't, I think stand with those who we know are doing the right thing, and again, not compromising public health. And again, I certainly depend upon the two of you, your staff, to say if there's an issue with that. But it would seem to me that this is a complementary approach, and I think it sends a clear message that reinforces the importance of it. Just as you talked about with the gatherings and trying to stem the spread through where we're seeing some of this actually occur in large part. So, is there any discomfort with or uncomfortableness with the two of you with having us work through the chair to craft a communication that would recognize that?
No.
You could write a letter yourself. I wrote a letter to the restaurants last week and sent it to the governor's office and Dr. Galley. I mean.
Right. No, I knew we could do that. I just was thinking about, collectively here as a board, represents the community.
Yes.
Why not? Well, everybody listening should write a letter. I mean, you don't need to march.
Okay. And if I could, Mr. Chair, just, and we can come back to that subject. I had one other question. First I want to thank you, Dr. Kasseri, for you and your staff working with the Wi-Fi in the parks, and that is good news. And you got, two areas, one in, obviously in the Lincoln Village area, Rosemont, Rancho Cordova, and then obviously in Florence Park in the area that's actually represented by my two colleagues, but very close to the area that I represent. So on the rollout of the, excuse me, get my notes here. Oh, I did want to just ask on the mobile integrated units, are we able, have we stood up, do we have sufficient staffing? I think you were still trying to hire some folks or make sure that we had sufficient.
Yes, we got 5 of the agencies on board, so I believe that we have good coverage for the mobile integrated health unit.
Okay, and just one kind of finer piece, that did they go to some of the care facilities and
yes.
Skilled nursing facilities and so forth, where we've seen some spread in some cases? Is there any consideration at the state regarding that? Because I know Yolo County, but certainly we as well have been impacted. Obviously, people have contracted the illness, and some are compromised and have died, and that's very sad. Is there any additional concerted effort relative to workers and to folks who are employed there, but also obviously guarding against the spread of that of coronavirus in those facilities?
Yes, there is a focus on the workers to make sure that they have the appropriate PPE, and they are tested on a weekly basis, and so that helps in being able to catch these outbreaks quickly and prevent them from spreading as much as possible.
Is weekly sufficient, though? If you have somebody who, again, is coming in contact with people who are elderly, who may be health compromised in some way, would it be a better protocol to do it more frequently, where you can, a lot can happen in a week's time?
You're right. But right now, that's the guidance that we have right now. I think part of the difficulty is being able to have enough testing available. If we were able to get the self-tests, that someone can do the test themselves and get the results quickly, that would help, but I don't think we have enough of those yet, and they're not as reliable enough yet to be able to use for screening.
And the problem there is not so much the patients, because once they've been tested and they probably are there, it's the staff coming from elsewhere and bringing it in.
Well, right, that was my question.
And
I
they have actually increased the amount of testing done, I think from, I can't remember what it is now, percentage per week. But this probably should be done more frequently.
Yeah, and that was my question. The employees who are getting, obviously providing the care and attention, but also are the ones who are leaving the facility and then coming back in. And, if they're only tested weekly, as I said, a lot can happen in a week. Okay, that's all I have right now. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Frost?
Hello. Thank you for all of your help, doctors, over the last couple weeks. And thank you for this COVID by zip code map. I really appreciate it. I have a question that goes to the restaurants and gyms, and I wonder if you know the percentage of cases that are attributed to restaurants and gyms specifically.
7% to restaurants, 7.1% to restaurants and food industry in general. The gyms and fitness studios, I don't know if we know.
It's very few.
Very small.
So
customers or employees?
You're
both.
So you're saying it's the red 7% of 100,000 or 7% of how many
7% of the
tests were
total
done?
cases in the county are related to the food industry.
Okay, and does that include the purple tier and because we've been advocating for the zip code, opening up in those areas where there aren't as many cases, but if restaurants and gyms have very little, even in the dark purple tier, why can't we let them open there too? Is that the conversation that you're having with the state? Okay, and I was wondering if and when you have updated information, if you are talking to the cities, because it's really important to the individual cities to be in the communication loop on any new information regarding that.
Yes, absolutely. We do have a call that is set up by the EOC on a weekly basis, and the cities are invited to that. We also, in public health, send them an update. I think it's at least 2 times a month and more if needed. And also, from time to time, we do, when there are questions that they have, we do set up phone calls with the city managers to provide updates and answer their questions.
But we still are treated the same as all the other cities in the county.
Okay, thank you. And I was going to ask you, are we going to start receiving this COVID by zip code on a weekly basis?
No,
when will we start receiving that? Because I had requested that.
As I mentioned, again, when you're talking about the positivity, that we need to get data on the negatives, and a lot of the negatives that we get in have missing information. So being able to input that takes a lot of time. And right now, especially with the number of cases that we have, it is difficult for us to devote that time to the
What
zip
do
code
we need
map.
to do to get that?
We're still waiting to be able to.
We want to have that. I would like to have that.
Well, when we are able to get additional staffing, we're still waiting to get additional epidemiologists.
Or what is the delay? Are you?
No,
I know you have
all the
extra
people on the
funding,
list
so-
did not accept, because initially we were putting it as on-call positions, and on-call positions have no benefits. So recently we just got approval to have them as limited term. So we're going to reach out again and get them hired on.
So you're working to that end?
Yes.
Okay. And also I had received an email from Rosario Rodriguez, who is councilwoman-elect in Folsom, and she had requested information by positive zip code cases and negative cases by zip code. And
We
I
can't really
wonder-
give negatives by zip code. I mean, the positivity is enough. I'm not sure what additional information they're going to get from the negatives.
The percent positive testing rate is not that different in different parts of the county, and so we're at 4.6% right now of those who test positive, 4.6%, and it's not going to be that much different in Folsom versus Rancho versus Sac City.
I think probably having more data. I think the challenge is that right now we're testing for positive COVID cases, but if you can't test the entire population, then the percentage of positive COVID cases that you have is only giving you, it's not really complete information. It's only, we're testing people who think they were exposed, and so might have a higher positive rate. In some areas, we may not do as much testing as we do in other areas, and so having the positive and the negative gives enough data to find out, okay, how many testing did they do and how many were positive, and it gives better information about the overall picture and what it looks like.
With positive test percentage, you'd have the number of positives and the number of negatives. It's easy to extrapolate from that.
Yeah, and the tab on our dashboard, we have information on the labs, and it shows you the positives and negatives, but that's for the entire county. And again, it's easier for us to do it by county, but if we're going to do it by zip code, a lot of the negatives don't have the zip code information. And so that's additional resources that we would have to put in. So right now, we're not able to do that.
It's just a matter of adding those questions when they're doing the test.
The questions are there. They're just not filled out.
It's a matter of the data input. And so as we get those, this extra epidemiologist to provide this better information for us, can we incorporate that? We would like to incorporate, even if it's not weekly, if we could get it on a regular, periodic basis.
The issue is, what is it going to be used for? And I think what we found so far is that the state is not going to allow the county to be broken down into parts. So unless there's some other reason for it, I'm not sure how useful it is.
Well, we're advocating for that. We've been, at all levels, at local and assembly and senatorial level, we are advocating to, and I think the idea is that if we can find a way to get better information, we have a better story that we can help the state understand that, because the reality that the sense that I have is that these areas that have a high incidence are really targeted to very specific outbreaks that happen maybe in a nursing home, which is easy to isolate and quarantine. So we're impacting all the businesses in the county based on someone over here, and if we can open the businesses a little on the other side, it can create resources there, and we can focus more resources on these under the areas that are more harshly impacted. I think is the idea that we have.
I understand. There's a couple of things. One, the state has been adamant about not breaking down, much larger counties than us. And secondly, actually, Folsom has a fairly decent-sized outbreak right now.
I also wanted to point out, actually, that the placement of tiers actually is being driven by the case rate.
The positive COVID case rate?
Yeah, the case rate, which is per 100,000. As I pointed out on the summary that you received, that's gone up exponentially. On 11/4, we had a case rate of 7.4 per 100,000, and now it's gone up to 21 per 100,000. And actually, that's the reason that our request for adjudication was denied, because the state was seeing how quickly the rates were going up, and they said, we do need to go back to the more restrictive tier, get that under control, and then as the case rate goes down, that will determine our ability to move to another tier.
Okay, so, but we're still on track to get the numbers by zip code on a regular basis. That's what you just said. When you have that epidemiologist, you can provide that, and that's what we'd like to see.
We'll let you know.
Actually, I'm saying I would like to see that.
Right.
I appreciate it. And also, the last thing I wanted to ask you is it possible, you did it this time, I wanted to let you know I appreciated the staff report. I'm wondering if it's possible for public health, like all the other departments, to provide a staff report in our agenda when we're meeting that's in the agenda packet, so that we have that in our packet. And so for me, I can't speak for others, but for me, to get it at the last minute makes it hard for me to have time to wrap my head around it and read all the information. And so if we could get a staff report and the documents in the agenda packet rather than just the day before or the day of the meeting.
If the financials come the day before, because we get that as up to date as possible. But if you're talking about other stuff, I don't know.
Same thing.
And generally what the staff do is they have a staff report and they state what department it's coming from, what they're going to be talking about, what their recommendation is, the history, the fiscal impact. You know, they give us a staff report that helps us know when you get up here what you're going to talk about, what are we going to be talking about. And so that's what I was asking.
I think part of it also is that we've been asked to do this weekly, and the numbers change on a weekly basis. We usually get an update on Friday. So we're really trying to be
I'm just
able to-
talking about for our meetings. It would be helpful if for our board meetings in the agenda packet, you're consistent with what the other staff or
Dr. Kassiri,
departments
we'll
are
work
doing.
with you on that one, with both of you. You're
It
just
would help
asking
me.
for the Tuesday board meetings, not on a weekly basis.
Yeah, no, not on a weekly, just on a, when we're having,
So I
when
think
they
what-
upload that agenda, if there can be the same consistent
I think
staff
surprise for
report.
us, what they're getting at is that data they get doesn't come in until Friday, financials not till Monday. So what
Oh.
we will do is, once
Okay,
they
so
have the
it's hard to
data,
get.
we will put it in the format you like, and Monday, we will load it up for you. But I don't
Okay.
think, correct me if I'm wrong, doctors, you will not have it before Monday, right?
That's correct.
Correct. So we'll get you the information Monday, but it will be in the format that you requested.
I appreciate it. It'll help me. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to say Supervisor Natoli asked about self-tests, and I was watching something on television last night, and you're probably familiar with these companies that have started a few years ago where you can test for almost anything. They send you a kit in a little box, and they said they're doing included in that now is self-testing for COVID, which is, I thought, really interesting. Do you know anything about that?
There are a lot of tests that have come out, but they're not really approved. And part of the reason for going through the approval process is if they're going to give false positives or false negatives, it does make it more difficult to determine how to interpret the information. So the state does have a list of approved tests that have gone through the process that we're able to use. And most of them, actually up until now, all of them have been the ones that have to go to the lab. We're still waiting. There's just one recently that they provided for us. It's called Binax Now, where you can actually take the sample and put it in a card and get the results in 15 minutes. But we only got a few of those, so we're trying to distribute those to places like the jail, the schools, and some of the emergency rooms. But I think we don't have enough yet to be able to use them in a lot of the situations where we need
So they're
it.
accurate enough to use, but you don't have the quantity? Is that what you're saying?
Correct, yes. The ones that I mentioned that we got from the state.
Okay, well, it'll be interesting to see how that goes forward. Back to the discussions about what kinds of businesses should be closed in the purple tier. And do you differentiate when you're talking with state officials between restaurants and bars?
Yes.
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 Because it seems like bars would be where the
bars are
problem
definitely
is.
tough. Are definitely
What's
big.
that?
Bars are definitely bigger problems than restaurants, without question, for all sorts of reasons, like noise, moving closer, drinking, etc.
Yeah. I guess I just don't buy the story about the restaurants. And I had a question about the percentage also. You said it was 7.8 or something?
7.1% in the food industry.
Okay. It's 7% of what? So if we
Of
have
the total
100 cases,
cases,
it's 7% of our
Correct.
positive
Correct.
cases?
Correct, yes.
So we have 30,000 cases, it's 2,100 or whatever.
I can't hear
We
you.
have 30,000 cases now, it's about 2,100 are in the, right, yeah. Right, 2,100 cases are in the food industry out of the 30,000 cases that we have in the county. That's 7%.
So I just wanted to make sure that when we're talking about what positivity rate you have to get out of purple and red, and you're talking about
Two different
7%
things.
here, that
Two different things, the percent positivity.
I understand that now, but it wasn't clear before.
Got it, sorry.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to ask you about, I was reading an article in the Business Journal entitled Sac County to appeal to stay in less restrictive COVID-19 tier. And on one of the paragraphs, it talks about an unusually high number of positive test results were noted among asymptomatic individuals at a long-term care facility, which alerted the county to a potential problem with the tests. When the long-term care facilities conducted a second set of tests for the individuals, all 40 returned negative, the document states. The same lab had reported 189 positive cases that day. So can you explain this about labs
Yes, we
being
talked.
wrong at that high a level?
It's actually not that high a level. It was 40 cases total out of thousands and thousands and thousands. We actually reported it to you guys last time, 2 weeks ago, about the 40 cases that were false positives. But I mean, we've literally done how many thousands of tests?
Yeah, and we're not sure exactly what happened with that batch. There could be a number of things. One could be in the process of collecting the specimen, that batch, maybe they were contaminated. Another could be that when they got to the lab, because of the different steps that need to be taken in processing, that maybe something wasn't done right. But we were not able to, we've been following up to see if this was a continuing trend, and it seemed like it was just that
Is it
batch.
from one lab?
Yes, it was one lab.
But we've literally done hundreds of thousands of 100,000. We've literally done 100,000 tests through that lab, I think.
Okay, so it sounds like this article then combined facts, different, didn't understand what they were writing about, I guess, so.
It was a smaller problem than they thought.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I just want to say, I'd encourage people to write letters to the governor and Dr. Ghali. I wrote a letter for the restaurants last week, and you know, I don't have an answer yet, but it never hurts to make your opinion known, and if people are really interested in that, I think they ought to do it, and you can encourage them.
Yeah.
Supervisor Frost?
I was wondering about gyms, because that's one of those things where people, it's a lifestyle. They have to go there or they're really stressed
The
out.
same thing with gyms. Gyms are actually less of a problem than restaurants.
What is the percentage for gyms?
We don't have a percentage on that. It's very few numbers.
It's less than restaurant. Can we
Yes.
get that number? Can you find out that number? I'd be curious to know
I'll check.
how gyms stack up.
I'll check.
Thank you.
Small.
I think one of the problems is the types of businesses that are loaded into categories aren't necessarily alike.
Yes.
And that the same information that's extrapolated doesn't apply. I mean,
That's
why
part of it.
gyms are in with restaurants, I don't know, it makes no sense to me. And
They're treated separately. They're treated separately in the 50 different economic entities.
Then why are they closing the gyms?
We don't understand.
Actually, if we could get a whole breakdown of all the businesses, what percentage are they? How do they stack up?
Yeah,
That would be
we
that
can
would
do
be
that.
even better.
We can do that to some extent, but keep in mind that it's where people got infected. So, for example, if you get infected at a gathering, and then you go to a restaurant and you show up there and you're positive, you may show up as a positive in a restaurant that really wasn't restaurant related, it was actually related to gatherings.
Or the other way around.
Or the other way around. So it's not perfect.
It's not perfect, but it gives us it just gives
Probably.
us a
Yeah.
snapshot.
Yeah.
And a large percentage also, we're not able to determine where the exposure occurred. Like maybe over 50% of them, we don't have a place of exposure. And that's actually the definition of community spread.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have members of the public in the queue to speak?
Yes, you do.
Okay, before we get to them, you've heard my colleagues, now you're going to hear from me. I share some frustration with the fact that it's difficult to kind of have a surgical approach right now to various economic activities and how best to address the real data-driven threat that they may or may not pose when it comes to virus spread. But I understand it, and I understand it from the standpoint that fundamentally this, and this is, I'm hoping people that are equally frustrated, and business owners included, that their first inclination is to pick up the phone and reach through it and give us a piece of their mind about what our public health officials are doing. Large part of it is not our choice. It's the state of California, and of course, you've heard some suggestions for how best to communicate back to the state of California what your opinions are about the various closures and the tier system and the whole regimen of how best to respond to the virus. I think it would be worthwhile to have someone review our website, and if there is an opportunity to, and maybe it's by way of a simple matrix or some other means, to clearly communicate to the public what is in our control and what is not in our control. I think that would help tremendously in terms of how the concerned public and how concerned business owners, whether they're gyms or restaurants or if they're church pastors and, the people that we've been hearing from quite a bit, where their advocacy is best placed to share their grievance. Right now, I understand our roles as local elected officials to receive those comments from our constituents. I want to make sure it's an efficient process to have their concerns and grievances recorded at the right place. I would say 90% of what comes into our office, whether it be phone calls or emails, are concerns expressed about things that are not in our direct control.
That's right.
And so that becomes a boilerplate response, and one that gets met oftentimes with even more frustration because people don't really care, but we need to make it understandable for them. So I would, if we're not doing it already, suggest that whether it's our website or other ways that we are communicating, that we really emphasize and make a distinction between what's in our control and what's in the state's.
Yes, Supervisor, you're absolutely correct, and that we will look at that at our website. I would say actually that by now 98% of it is state related. I mean, it always has been predominantly state, but it's actually gotten more significant since. And although they sometimes will say guidance and put it on the locals to do it, they basically enforce it. So it really is coming from the state, to be honest.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, please transfer the first caller.
You want to stay up?
Thank you, doctors.
Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. If you could silence the meeting in the background, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diane Lally, and I work for several restaurants downtown. And we have probably 500 people that work for us, employees, and we have not had a case within our establishment. We, don't want to get COVID, and nor do we want to give it to our guests. So we are very, very, thorough in all the stuff that we need to do. And what I don't understand is why we are not in the same category as hairdressers. I mean, we have the health department probably in our restaurants at least once a month. Every person that works in a restaurant has to take a test every year to be self-certified to work in that restaurant, so you know all the things you need to do. It was a blow when we got shut down inside again, because I don't think people realize it's like we've been shut down for 5 years. We've missed every holiday that makes us this year. We've missed Easter, Mother's Day, Father's Day, St. Patrick's Day. And now our last quarter is December, which we really need and is one of our busiest quarters, and we're asked to seat outside. And I don't understand the logic, and I'm sorry because I'm getting a little frustrated and off track, but you have to realize we're not even getting help from the city. A tent in one of our places is $8,000 a month. And that's not even including the rental of heaters and lights. I mean, we cannot, we're gonna lose more businesses if we stay closed like this. No one is gonna come in the winter when it's raining to sit outside. And on top of it, we can't really have a tent. It could only have one wall. So that's not really a tent. It's just very frustrating. We have done everything we possibly can do. I don't understand how hairdressers can be in a different category, because they're actually in contact with a person for more than an hour or so, touching that person. Yes, they both have masks on, but in a restaurant, we have masks on. We take people, our guests that come in, their temperatures. Most of the guests that come in actually are there, well, they're all there because they want to be there. And most of them, they either know each other or their family, so when they take off their mask to eat, they know what they're doing. I really think that we need your help. Well, first of all, again, I want to thank you for even hearing us. I've been dealing with this for 6 months. I've been on many Zooms with Dr. Bellington and Senator Pan and the mayor, and it's been a very frustrating battle, and I think we all just lost it last week.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
That's it. I could go on, but I won't.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Liz Mishler. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments.
Liz, do you mind muting the meeting in the background?
Yes. My name's Liz Mishler. Sorry, I've been a restaurant owner in this community for over 27 years. I have 3 restaurants that I own, and of course, I'm always concerned about the public's health and safety. I take this virus very seriously. I don't want to get it. I don't want my employees to get it. I don't want my family and friends to get it, nor do I want my guests to get it. Out of over 100 employees, I've had 0 positive COVID cases. We temp scan our employees daily. We have a COVID plan in place as required by the health department. We are constantly sanitizing frequently. And I'm struggling with why restaurants can't dine in safely at 25% through the winter months. As the last caller said, those are busier months. And over, 85 to 90% of my employees, they live paycheck to paycheck. And they're concerned. They're worried. They're asking me what's going to happen. They struggle with depression. Their anxiety is at a very high level. I know everybody's is. I'm worried about my regular guests that come in, that check in with us. They eat here daily. And I'm just asking that, you, as the County Board of Supervisors, that you delay the implementing of the fines to the restaurants who stay open safely. I know there's some bad players out there, and yes, they should get fined, but the ones that we're following all the protocol, we should be able to stay open, because the winter months, nobody's going to go outside. It's cold, rainy, and no one wants to eat outside. And I'm worried about my business that's been around for 27 years. I don't know if I close, if I'm going to be able to reopen. So that's just my request, and I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Audrey Wells, advocate and business owner. Our food, beverage, and hospitality industry is begging for your support during this unprecedented global crisis through creative and innovative solutions from and by our council and local officials. On the eve of what has traditionally been their most lucrative and high-volume season, time is of the essence, and I respectfully request the board act and respond with a sense of urgency, starting with considering proactive solutions and resources like re-evaluating the use of punitive measures such as fines or citations as an answer to getting the pandemic under control. The lengths our city's businesses have gone through to both remain in compliance and profitable has taken a toll on all of us over time, and in my opinion, specifically on this very important sector of our city's economy, our restaurant business owners and their staff. We can't afford to lose our new and long-standing restaurants and businesses or our legacy as a city. We're a food city, among other great city things. However, once they're forced to fold and we lose them, it will be too late, and well past the time to wonder whether we could have considered more creative solutions, like thinking in light of and beyond the pandemic. Just imagine if, and in hindsight, you could have made forward-thinking decisions to avoid such a catastrophic outcome. Forever closures throughout our restaurant and hospitality industry will have forever consequences on our communities, our city, and our state. And I believe Sacramentans have an opportunity to be leaders, both statewide and nationally, during these tumultuous times. And thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Gabrielle Ingram of Sacramento County. Newsom sent a tweet yesterday listing numbers for a COVID-19 update. You know what's missing from that data? How many of the 4.6% are positive symptomatic? How many of that 4.6% needed medical intervention? Of the hospitalizations, how many had COVID-19? If they presented with a respiratory virus, were they tested for the flu since it's flu season? With a 48% increase in hospitalization and 39% increase in ICU cases over the last 2 weeks, how does that number compare to this exact same time last year? How many of those cases presented are due to COVID-19? You know what the nurses on the COVID floors are saying? People are sick, really sick, but not from COVID, as they now know how to treat them quickly and send them home. Per a Sutter nurse friend working the COVID floor who cannot call in for obvious reasons, quote, the COVID census is relatively low, not necessitating a lockdown, but our regular patient census is high. Usually if our hospital is full, other area hospitals are in similar situations. I agree there should be no more lockdowns or restrictions. The reason our hospital is full is due to the unintended consequences of the lockdowns and social isolation, i.e. alcohol, drugs, suicide, end quote. Listening to the police scanner, so many of the 911 calls are related to anxiety and panic attacks. Presenting data like Newsom did in that tweet is fear-mongering, and I don't buy it. Citizens would not need to be told to stay home or do XYZ if it was as bad as you all want us to think it is. Per the CDC data, 99% of those infected survived. We flattened the curve. Yet here we are looking at enforcement of public health orders rather than rescinding the public health emergency declaration. You move the enforcement item to the 8th, but all of the above still stands. The state's blueprint system, by the governor's own admission, has no green tier and therefore no end of state regulation, regardless of what many medical experts would find to be a reasonable ratio of new cases. The flu virus has been around for hundreds of years, and even with a vaccine, it has never been eradicated. In fact, it has an annual death rate slightly higher than COVID-19 per CDPH and CDC data. In 2019, a fatality rate of 615 influenza-coded deaths was about 0.04% for Sac County versus 527 COVID-19 coded deaths at about 0.03% for Sac County this year. They are trending the exact same with only 1 month left in the year, and we don't shut down our state, our livelihoods, or our schools for the flu. This is a crime. Government overreach under the guise of an emergency. Do not push through enforcement, as reining that back will be impossible. We know it will not end at masks and restaurants, just like things don't end at flattening the curve. End this now by following Placer County's lead. Rather than ushering in enforcement this week, next week, or whenever, terminate the declaration of local health emergency for Sacramento County. Stop complying with the tyranny. Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. Hi, can you hear me? Okay.
I can.
All right.
Hi, Supervisors. This is Sam Manalakis. My family owns and operates 3 restaurants in the greater Sacramento area and have done so for the past 40 years. I want to echo all the other sentiments from the other restaurateurs that have been said. These restaurant closures are causing great financial devastation to restaurateurs and the tens of thousands of workers in the hospitality industry. We believe that the restaurant industry is essential, and we are asking that the county supervisors in the county of Sacramento defy the governor's orders of closing down the restaurants for Sacramento County. One of the reasons is because right now the governor and his task force is not providing any pathway for the reopening of restaurants. It's just going on this blanket caseload and numbers game when the scientific data doesn't pan out for the restaurant closures. Thank you.
Thank you. Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm a nurse at a downtown hospital, and I'm very sad and disappointed in how we're treating our fellow humans in our community. We seem to have lost our humanity and replaced it with baseless fear. In regards to the mask mandates, there is no science behind it. It's purely political and tyrannical at that. The CDC has said healthy people should not mask, yet we're not listening to that. The CDC has found the presence of increased pneumonia and such are prevalent in mask wearers, not the ones that are not wearing the mask. Mandating healthy people to follow these guidelines that the public health department is trying to enforce is going against science. Prior to this virus outbreak, immunocompromised people were always held responsible for their own health. They were educated on how to do so, including hand washing, staying away from large crowds, and anything else that their doctors felt necessary. Putting the responsibility onto the general healthy public is nothing more than tyranny and is inexcusable. My freedom does not stop where your fear begins. If people are scared, they should stay home and take their own personal precautions. Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamie White, and I'm the incident commander for the county's Public Health COVID-19 Department Operations Center. I'm also a constituent of Supervisor Natoli. I was on hold this morning to make public comment on non-agenda items, but was disconnected twice. And the third time I called back in, the line was closed for any further comment on agenda item 0. However, my comments are relevant to this item as well. I would first like to sincerely thank Supervisor Cerna and Supervisor Kennedy for calling for Nobgill's resignation. CEO Gill has repeatedly claimed that public health received any and all CARES funding it needed. It has become abundantly clear to the public and to any rational, objective observer that this claim was untrue the first time he said it, and no matter how many times he repeats it, it remains untrue. Recently, multiple complaints against CEO Gill of harassment and discrimination have started to surface. I say started to surface because when one person comes forward, usually many more are emboldened to overcome their fear or shame and come forward with their own stories. Just like he did in regards to availability of COVID response funds, CEO Gill has also repeatedly denied any wrongdoing, yet he has stopped short of denying any specific accusations. Perhaps CEO Gill refuses to resign because he believes it is not wrong to use racial slurs to describe our health officer. Perhaps CEO Gill refuses to resign because he believes it is not wrong to refuse to even have a discussion about paying the public health response staff for the excessive hours they have continually worked since mid-January. Perhaps CEO Gill refuses to resign because he believes it's not wrong to instruct his executive team to silence women by ordering them fired or disciplined when they speak up in support of the public's health. Perhaps CEO Gill refuses to resign because he believes it's not wrong to engage in illegal behavior, such as telling staff they cannot speak with county council or modifying legal documents after they've been signed. I urge Supervisors Natoli, Peters, and Frost to acknowledge the magnitude and extensive history of the CEO's wrongdoing by joining Supervisor Cerna and Supervisor Kennedy in requesting his prompt resignation. Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Caller, please start with your comments, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. So I'm a member of the community, and I just need to say that these health orders are dehumanizing and stripping people of dignity and decency, pitting neighbor against neighbor, and that's not an environment I want my children growing up in. So my father is in a nursing facility, and he's being denied his own clothing and human contact because of these COVID policies that are supposed to be protecting people, despite him testing negative for COVID. So I don't understand that as it is. So far, all I've seen these policies do are cause division and hatred, and to be honest, it needs to stop. We are an immunocompromised family, and I don't expect anyone but myself to be concerned with my health. I'm not going to tell my neighbors to sacrifice their freedoms because I don't want to get sick. My health is not their responsibility, it's my own. Nobody wants to get sick. That being said, this is overreaching and only hurts your very own constituents. Your taxpayers, people who are voting for you, people who are telling you that they're hurting financially, and nobody is listening. You're not listening to your constituents. That's what you were voted in for, right? So people who have medical conditions who cannot wear facial coverings are already singled out and harassed as it is. Any mandate is only going to make that worse. If this is to protect society's most vulnerable, why is it them that you're punishing along with businesses who are just trying to stay afloat? So far in the meeting, all I've heard is we don't have enough data for this, we don't have enough data for that. So what exactly are you going off of? Because all the science I'm hearing is not supporting any of this going forward. The science I'm hearing is to pull back. So you don't get to trample and take away people's rights because you're afraid. Unfortunately, that's not how freedom works. So my rights are not yours to take, and thank you for listening to me. Have a great day.
Thank you for your comments. Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a concerned citizen in District 5, and I'm calling. Back in March, we were asked to stay indoors for a period of 15 days to slow the spread. We did that. It was never to eradicate this particular virus, as we know that that's not realistic. As been mentioned before, these lockdowns and these mandates that are unlawful have had unintended consequences, but they are real consequences. There's an increase in anxiety and depression, drug use and drug abuse, alcoholism, domestic abuse, and child abuse. I keep hearing the word advocacy, and I do not feel as a private citizen I'm being advocated for by my elected officials. As a personal note, just many years ago, I noticed that my family seemed to be getting ill regularly with seasonal colds, and I did one thing. I started wiping down carts at grocery stores and other places where carts are used. We don't get sick nearly as much. There are some very common sense solutions to this difficult time, and shutting down more and telling people they can't gather with their family who they know may not be with them even up to Christmas this year, and you're telling them to wait one more year is arrogant and not, I don't feel advocated for by my public and my governing officials. So thank you for this time, and I really wish you would look at the data and not the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Please send the next caller. Caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Stacy, District 1. One thing you can do to separate yourself from the state is you can end the local state of emergency and show that you're on your businesses and your constituents' side, just like Placer County did. I have a question for you, because I realize it's all about the money and the funding coming in by keeping the emergency going. But how would you have done things differently if you were not receiving any CARES Act money, or what I like to call funny money? Would you have obliterated your local economy? Somehow I doubt it. I think there would have been a lot more thought and analysis put into it, and you would have included and partnered with your local businesses and citizens to come up with viable solutions to protect those most vulnerable, rather than excluding and dismissing them altogether. Chairman Cerna, you tried to discredit those of us calling in because none of us are doctors. But what expertise do your doctors have on the economy and the effects an obliterated economy has on public health? And where are the peer-reviewed economic impact studies? You also said that you are going to follow the science. Since when have we become a nation of science rather than a nation of laws? I have inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, as well as a right to breathe unimpeded. My rights cannot be suspended by a virus or for any reason for that matter, as they are God-given. On a personal note, I am moving out of California. I heard someone else call you last time and say the same thing. Many of us are leaving. Eventually, you will be left with homeless and government workers, and that is simply unsustainable. While still here, I will continue to shop, dine, and do my business in neighboring counties. Is that what you want? To sacrifice your tax base for power, control, and funny money? Dr. Bellinson, how dare you propose fining already struggling businesses and individuals? And how dare any of you on the board vote in favor of this atrocity? Since you have no problem shutting down businesses and decimating your tax base, I demand that you and your staff cut your own salary by 50%, so that you also participate in the sacrifice you demand of others. Chairman Cerna, you didn't want us to hear our monologues. So here we are, and yet we're still locked out, while county employees can go in. That is a violation of the constitutional Sunshine Amendment. And regarding the possibility of a curfew, that would put more people compacted in a shorter matter of time, which will completely defeat the purpose. An emergency is immediate and short-term, like Sue Frost said. When do we see it end? It's time to end this nonsense. Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. I'm calling from District 1, and I just want to really point if blame is looking to be issued out, why aren't you blaming County Executive Nat Gill, who is perpetually underfunded the Department of Health Services for the majority of this pandemic and well on the better part of the last 10 years? It's ridiculous that we keep hearing these selfish callers calling in with these know-nothing attitude about the science of pandemics, of viruses that they know nothing about, but will pretend to lecture us that their freedom to gather together and be dangerously unhealthy and potentially pack themselves into close quarters and spread a virus is somehow more important than just keeping people safe and making sure that as many people survive this pandemic as possible. There have literally been 246,000 people that have died from COVID-19. More so than many of the wars that we've fought in over the last 220 some odd years of nation. It's ridiculous that we keep hearing know-nothing corporate sycophants like Sue Frost and Susan Peters whining up there, demanding more of our Department of Health Services to provide business-related data so that they can pad their talking points and discredit these lockdowns. If you wanted us to be free and you wanted us to not have so many COVID pandemic lockdowns, why didn't you just pay businesses to stay closed when we first had them in the beginning? You could have kept these businesses afloat, let them stay on pause, but not actually go out of business forever, as many businesses are currently doing. If you wanted people to continue to buy into the economy and continue to spend money, why didn't you pass genuine rent and mortgage moratoriums, actual freezing that kept people with money in their pocket, rather than continuing to pay just to for the fucking right to have shelter during a public health crisis? If you really gave a shit about businesses, you would actually think outside the box, not just take capitalism on faith and fucking American exceptionalist bullshit, and actually put money into people's hands, which is what they need in order to last this long winter of COVID-19. Sorry, not sorry for my language, but this is fucking ridiculous. And it's fucking elected officials like Sue Frost and appointed sycophants like Nav Gill who have made this crisis even worse. It's why we keep going from lockdown to reopening to lockdown again. Because you didn't take the pandemic seriously from jump. And that's on you. There are hundreds of deaths here in Sacramento County that are more than likely could have been prevented if Nav Gill had just given public health its fucking money that it needed from jump. But you didn't. That's why.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
If you all aren't ready to fire him right now, looking at you, Sue Frost, you have no business being in public leadership.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. I want to first thank Chair Cerna, Vice Chair Frost, and the board members for the opportunity to speak today. I very much appreciate the members who have already personally reached out to us as a group of restaurateurs. I'm George Dariotis, part owner of the Old Spaghetti Factory restaurants, which have been in Sacramento since 1978. We currently operate 4 restaurants in Sacramento County and 1 in Placer, employing around 500 team members total. I really appreciate the efforts of Dr. Bielenson from the County Health and his staff and his willingness so far to meet with us as restaurateurs concerned for our futures and the futures of our employees through various Zoom meetings. I must say he's a good listener. I'd like to begin by first stating how seriously we all take this virus and the pandemic and its terrible effects on all of us in our communities. And because of that, we've implemented really exhaustive protocols and county guidelines at the restaurant level to ensure the safety of both our employees and our guests, which include temperature checks for all of our employees who enter the workplace. We constantly are sanitizing all the surfaces, the social distancing aspect, hand washing, and of course the masking of all of our employees at all times in order to become compliant as much as we can. And this has helped to limit the transmission, I believe. You know, we are good actors, and we're not the bad ones. we care deeply about this. And we're in the survival mode, to be quite honest. And I will submit that our industry is not really contributing to a level which spikes and the rise in cases has shown evident. I just don't believe there's enough evidence for that to support. So this latest tier change to purple will undoubtedly cost many jobs of our employees, not only affecting the vendors and farmers and so many others that are supporting the restaurant community. So I'm asking for you to continue to work with our industry. Work with us, please, collaboratively to gain our collective perspectives and our challenges and hopefully some solutions. And just FYI, I know this has been delayed. I do oppose the fees and penalties, which could be very punitive and somewhat arbitrary. You know, the health department has historically been our friend, has worked with us as an industry for food safety and the like. And so putting them in this kind of an enforcement position, I believe, would be onerous and unfair. I do support the board lobbying the state of California as our advocates. So I propose a restoration at the minimum of the 25% indoor seating, which I believe was working.
Can I get your concluding remarks, George?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, George.
Okay, please send the last caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm a District 3 resident and have lived in Sacramento County for nearly 15 years. I've been civically engaged during that entire time. Never have I been so concerned about the running of our county than I am right now. The reason? Nav Gill. The person running the day-to-day operations of our county and making the decisions that impact all residents' lives needs to be trustworthy, fair, and independent. At the very least, they need to show that during the worst pandemic of our lifetime, they will put the survival of our residents first. Mr. Gill has shown to be lacking in all of these attributes. At this time, it is paramount that our Board of Supervisors and Sacramento residents have a person in the position of County CEO who is capable of doing this job and leading us out of this crisis. Nav Gill, as the editorial board of the Sacramento Bee, and your constituents tell you, is not that man. Thank you to Supervisors Cerna and Kennedy for going on record to fire Nav Gill. We need 2 more brave supervisors who are willing to put patriotism and service over party and politics. Please vote to fire Nav Gill and immediately find someone who we can trust to lead us when we need it most.
Thank you.
That concludes your
Okay,
your
thank
comments.
you. Thanks to all the speakers that waited patiently to address the board. This is a non-action item. It's a periodic report by our health department. Again, we thank Drs. Bielenson and Kasiri for the report back. Just a little house cleaning. I'm going to suggest that we forego the litigation portion of our closed session today in light of the hour and the fact that we're considerably behind on our time matters this afternoon. So if there's no objection, I don't know that we need a motion on that. I don't think we do. But I've shared some text message with our county council and the CEO to see that everyone's prepared not to have litigation closed session in between what was the morning and afternoon sessions, which have now blended together. Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just before we left the previous item, just wanted to bring it back to some of the conversation. Again, we've talked about how we might put forward to the state, I think, a more unified voice, if that's the choice of this board. Obviously, this wasn't scheduled for an action item. I think we have the ability certainly to direct. I guess if other board members thought that was certainly in concert with Dr. Bielenson and Dr. Kasiri providing us the important background points of fact. I still think that would be, a good approach for this board on behalf of folks who are severely impacted, but also I think doing their utmost best to comply, but also curb the transmission of the coronavirus. And so, again, I don't know that we want to have any further discussion around this, but I for one, as I said earlier in the discussion this afternoon, that I think that would be a good idea. And again, if it was something this board was willing to do, having all 5 members sign on, again, we don't necessarily direct it to their chair, but if that's not something people want to do, they want to do individually, I'm certainly okay with that as well, as Ms. Peters has stated she did already. But so I just would ask you, Mr. Chair, before we leave that, and we won't reconvene again until December 8th, so I thought it'd be important to...
No, I think that's a worthy objective. But I think one of the most important parts of what you said, Supervisor Natoli, is with the concurrence of our 2 doctors, Bielenson and Kassiri, to make sure that whatever we're communicating back to the state as a collective of this governing body, that it's not going to somehow overstep perhaps some of the detail or nuance of how we're responding specifically in this county. So,
okay,
appreciate that.
And I would just note that as we heard from some of the restaurant owners and operators, but I think on behalf of employees and customers and so forth. So, and we might be able to incorporate the churches and gyms again if appropriate. So, I guess we just leave it at that, and we would ask them to prepare that for signature for all 5 of us.
Sure.
Is that appropriate? Okay. Very good. Thanks.
Mr. Gill?
A little bit of housekeeping. Item number 2, George Hills Company Annual Report. I consulted with our county council. We can move that to the second meeting in January to give you some time to that.
All right.
We just need a motion to move it to January 26th.
Been moved by Supervisor Frost.
And I'll second it. Item 46.
Seconded by Supervisor Peters. Please vote.
Supervisor Frost, can you cast your vote? Thank you. Unanimous vote.
Okay.
About 47.
Yeah, well, I was actually looking at 44.
Yeah, I jumped ahead. We were at that time. I just wanted to continue. We're back to 44. And Michelle is here to present.
Okay. And we're probably looking at this point, I think all could agree on some very brief staff reporting. Respectfully, of course.
I'm sorry, so are we doing item 44 now?
44.
Correct.
Item 44 is the authority to join the AARP network of age-friendly states and communities.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I will do my best to make this brief, but I don't want that to be a reflection whatsoever about the importance of this item. So Michelle Callejas, Director of Child, Family, and Adult Services, and we're here today to request your authority for Sacramento County to apply to the AARP's network of age-friendly states and communities. We're also requesting authority for the chair to sign a letter of commitment in support of our membership in the network. And the good news, and you'll hear as we move forward, I'm not asking for any money for this, just a commitment from this board.
Not yet.
Yeah. Okay, so back in January of 2019, Deputy County Executive Bruce Wagstaff provided a presentation to this board's annual retreat explaining the rapidly growing older adult population across our nation and here in our community. This population is growing faster than any population, including children, and he emphasized the importance and the need to begin planning for a growth that is already happening before us. What's also important to acknowledge is the difference in our aging communities. It's a very rich age cohort. As you know, we are a very diverse community, and with that, there's a richness of racial and cultural tradition, practices, vibrancies that can contribute as we create an age-friendly community. There are also many seniors who are approaching retirement or newly retired that are looking for active lifestyles. They want to stay engaged in their neighborhoods, contribute to their community, take on new challenges. Many see retirement as an expanded middle age. We have a president-elect who's 77. Mr. Wagstaff has retired a couple of times, and he is still
I thought you were going to
contributing.
go with a numerical segue there.
And so having said that, there are also some seniors who would like to retire, but they don't have, they aren't able to because of their limited resources. And if you look at the significant growth of 85 and over, we know that they are more likely to face health issues and may need some additional support. So planning for how to best meet the needs of individuals as they age, regardless of income, health status, race, abilities, and other factors, is critical to optimizing the quality of life for all of our residents. So what is an age-friendly community? In 2019, the state of California enacted Assembly Bill 1118. The state can enhance its ability to meet the needs of older adults in the community planning process by designating the state a livable state for all ages and abilities, and by becoming a member of the National AARP network of age-friendly states and communities. It basically gives us a framework and guidance on how to consider planning and in different domains to meet the needs of our population, so all of us can age where we want to age, hopefully here in our community. This bill also rolled out the master plan on aging as an effort to continue creating an age-friendly California. The governor established the Home Safe program, which provides navigation services and funding to assist seniors with housing needs. So the stars are aligning. There's a great interest in addressing the needs of older adults, and we began exploring what efforts we can take locally. So we hired a consultant, Deborah Morrow, who used to be our chief of senior and adult services. And she just brings a wealth of expertise on aging issues. And she conducted a comprehensive assessment, which I can make available to you if you're interested. So again, the age-friendly movement, joining the AARP age-friendly network, will provide us with a strong focus, a framework that focuses on 8 domains of livability. I'll go into that on the next slide. They will help us conduct listening sessions to gather input for an action plan we'll develop. We'll have access to technical assistance and connection to other cities and counties that are part of the network so we can learn from their efforts. We'll also be able to apply for various grant opportunities that AARP has for its members of the network. West Sacramento joined the network in 2015. They've gotten several mini grants, one of which allowed them to develop an on-demand transportation system specifically suited to meet the needs of seniors. Both Roseville and the city of Sacramento also joined the age-friendly network in 2019, and my understanding is Rancho Cordova is also considering submitting an application. So there are 8 age-friendly domains that the network delineates. And these are domains considered necessary to ensuring all age groups, and our focus initially will be on older adults, have the ability to age and continue thriving. And it really expands the focus on older adults beyond the traditional social services and incorporates all aspects of planning. So a couple of examples when we look at outdoor spaces and buildings. The 32-mile Jedediah Smith Memorial Trail winds through neighborhoods, and in some of the parks there are also buildings where folks can gather indoors. Transportation projects like Complete Streets that reduce congestion and increase safety and mobility. And then housing options that are specifically tailored to meet the needs of older adults. And then opportunities as we look at social participation, to participate in social activities to combat sadness and isolation, which can be just as debilitating as a chronic health condition. So it's a comprehensive approach to creating communities that are accessible and friendly for all age groups. One of the things that moving forward we'll do as we gather input and hold listening sessions is we will engage older adults and make special efforts to engage those who may be more isolated. We understand that will be particularly challenging during a pandemic, but if we want to create livable communities, we have to hear from our older adults who we are trying to create it for. So a couple of examples of age-friendly. Here's our Sacramento Senior Safe House. Collaboration between volunteers, older adults, government, the faith community, stakeholders, and the private sector. It's a beautiful place, 6 rooms, allows seniors to be in a safe place and in their own room to afford privacy and allow dignity. It's also designed to accommodate those that have ambulatory issues. Previously this year, the board dedicated $300,000 of SB2 money specifically for addressing the older adult needs of older adults with housing. The MHSA funded program several years ago.
Can we just advance the slide, please? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. The Sierra Elder Wellness Program is an MHSA-funded program that provides mental health services, peer support, socialization opportunities, and flexible funding to address housing and other urgent needs. So we've got a lot of examples here in Sacramento. So as I mentioned earlier, Deborah Morrow was hired as a consultant. She conducted research, held interviews with community and county leaders as part of a 6-month age-friendly assessment. They also identified several efforts departments are currently taking along the age-friendly route. The Adult and Aging Commission also conducted meetings and interviews on livable communities, and they too recommended joining the age-friendly network. One of the things that the report concluded with is that while we are making a lot of efforts here across departments in Sacramento, there's still a lot of work to do with significant challenges ahead. So the county's role is just really being mindful and intentional as new projects come, new initiatives, new opportunities for funding, to ask the question, how can we use some of this? How can we also keep in mind the needs of older adults as we create these opportunities? Again, SB2 funding came to our county. This board dedicated $300,000 specifically to address the needs of seniors. So as we get new opportunities, that's all the commitment is to consider how we can use at least some of it when we do design, planning projects, transportation projects, that we're keeping in mind the unique needs. And so next steps with this board's approval is to submit an application to the AARP Age-Friendly Network. We would also include submitting a letter of commitment. The AARP will help us host and conduct community-wide forums to get input. We'll complete and submit an action plan, and then we'll start implementing and assessing the progress and update as needed. So again, no commitment of funding from this board, just a commitment of will and intention to keeping in mind the needs of our older adults as we create new programs and planning projects.
Very good. Thank you, Michelle. All right, we have questions from supervisors. Supervisor Natoli.
Not so much a question. I just wanted to thank Michelle for the presentation and certainly thank Bruce Wagstaff for his leadership. We had this at one of our retreats probably about a year ago, I guess, and maybe a little longer, and there's been some work that's gone into this, but I think it presents, again, the opportunity, one, to join with others who recognize, I think, the changing makeup of some of their population as it relates to certainly age, but also then how we best accommodate that through services and program delivery and ways that the county certainly can partner, but also obviously be, I think, very acknowledging and responsive to the degree we can be with the way we deliver services, and I think meet some of the needs of folks who make their home in this community, and obviously will age in place and be contributors throughout their lifetime. So I just wanted to, again, express my thanks for the work here, and just by way of note, in addition to the SB2, the board allocated $300,000 to work on an approach for, some additional senior safe house components, whatever that looks like. I guess I know we were going to have a meeting yesterday that we weren't able to come together on, but I'm excited about that, and I think there's some real opportunities, but this is a good step in the right direction, so thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Peters.
Oh, yes, thank you. Michelle, are there any dues to belong to this organization?
No dues.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Only opportunities to get funding from
I think
them.
we're all used to AARP dues.
I know, exactly.
Well, if a county's 50 and older, it gets free.
Right, there we go.
50 years old.
I'm in.
All right.
I'll move the item.
Okay. Before we vote, Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public signed to speak?
No, let me just double check. No, you do not.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Peters and seconded by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you, Michelle, for all your hard work on this.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay.
For item 45, I need a motion to continue this to December 8th. This was to adopt the ordinance amending various sections within
Great.
Chapter 2.115 related to election campaign contribution limits and deleting Articles 5 and 6 related to public finance of elections, and you do not have any public comments on this item either.
Okay, I did, before we take a vote on the continuance, I just want to make mention of the fact that I did double check with our county council yesterday. It came up in a conversation I had with an organization that has expressed a particular opinion on this subject, whether or not the board has the flexibility and the opportunity after January 1, which I believe is the statutory time at which the state minimum limits would kick in, and I've been assured by the county council's office that we would have that flexibility to, at a later date in 2021 or thereafter, consider changes to the limits. So that was, I think, an important clarification for me at least, and I just want to make mention of it here, even though we're not going to be considering the substance of it today. Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Kennedy. Chair will second. Please vote. Oh, I didn't.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry about that.
Look on the draw
Can
there.
you guys vote again, please? Thank you. I'm sorry. Unanimous vote.
Great, thank you.
That concludes your morning items, unless you want to take your nominations, which would be item 51. I'll leave that to you.
Okay, yeah, we can get through that pretty quickly, I think.
Okay, that's item 51. These are your nominations as follows. So you're continuing to December 8th, the Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council. Continuing to December 15th, the Consumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Continuing to January 12th, 2021, your continuing Area 4 Agency on Aging Advisory Council, Carmichael Recreation and Park District, Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board, Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council, and the South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And for your matters today, Assessment Appeals Board.
Chiefs are recommending the nomination of David Gow, and please continue the remainder to January 12th of 2021.
Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Michael Rockenstein to that CPAC and request the process be waived.
Please vote.
And then continue the remainder item to December 8th.
Yes. Unanimous vote. And continuing remainder to December 8th. Next is the Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Peters?
Please continue to December 8th.
All right. Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee. Supervisor Peters?
I'd like to reappoint Angelica Hernandez.
Okay. And then Supervisor Frost?
Please continue to December 8th.
Thank you. Sacramento Environmental Commission?
Chiefs are recommending continuing the item till December 8th.
December 8th. Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Commission?
Chiefs recommend reappointing Gail Morgan to the public housing seat, and that's it, I think. Yeah.
Okay. And then the Sheriff's Outreach Community Advisory Board?
Please continue the item till January 12th, 2021.
Okay, and then we have the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Kennedy.
Nominate Emily Brantley and continue the rest of 12-8.
Okay. That concludes your nominations.
Very good, thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Now where are we?
Oh, where are we? So we are now you finished your morning session. We continued item 46, which is the George Hills, to January 26, 2021. So now this would be your, the next item, item 47 is the state of agriculture in Sacramento County.
I don't see a commissioner here.
There she
She's
comes.
probably
coming.
waiting.
Oh, okay.
Supervisor Serna, do you want to take a 15-minute break?
Let me ask my colleagues. I rushed up and grabbed a bite. I noticed Supervisor Frost did the same, but others may want
I had a granola bar.
I think we're good.
Okay.
I'm fine. It's fine. Keep working.
Okay, I'll go ahead and let me officially read this one in. This is the State of Agriculture in Sacramento County presentation based on the 2019 Sacramento County Crop and Livestock Report.
Although we might get hungry after this report.
I know.
So.
Metro Cable needs to catch up with us on the...
Yep.
Yeah.
Could you please change the presentation? Thank you.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Or good afternoon, right?
Chris.
I was thinking it's 10:30.
In the evening?
Okay, there you go.
Okay, thanks, Mom.
You want that higher?
What's that? It should be fine. And then is it that button? Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Serna, members of the board. Chris Flores, Agricultural Commissioner for Sacramento County. I'm here today to present to you the 2019 Crop and Livestock Report. The theme of the report is Then and Now, a historical perspective. I'd like to thank the growers and the producers who provided the data to make this report possible, and then also my staff who helped with the development of the report, Parminder Mali, Laura McCready, Robert Hilder, and Kevin Martin. So based on state statute since 1967, the Agricultural Commissioner is required to report to the State Secretary of Agriculture every year the acreage, production, and value of commodities in the county, as well as information regarding efforts to combat pest infestations and through detection, eradication, and quarantine. Although the 1967 statute mandated this report, Ag Commissioners have been reporting to the state since the early 1940s. In 1941, Sacramento County's agricultural value was reported at over $20 million. 28 years later, in 1969, the agricultural production value of the county was over $77 million, and then in 2019, it was valued at over $460 million. On page 3 of the report, we compare the top 10 leading farm commodities from 1969 to the top 10 leading farm commodities of 2019. Once again, wine grapes were our #1 leading crop in value at over $175 million. Wine grapes have held the county's #1 spot since 1998. Cattle and calves were the #1 leading commodity in the county in 1969, and they still meet the top 10 criteria today. Every year, we like to look at our overall trends. Comparing 2019 values to the prior year, almonds saw a tripling of productive acreage and an increase in the price per unit. Sweet corn's total yield almost doubled, along with its price per unit, increasing its value by 66%. Our honey and pollination value also increased by 56%, And that was mainly due to an increase in nut acreage in the county, and then also the number of beekeepers who reported to us. We also saw some decreases. If you recall, in late spring of 2019, we had torrential rainfall. The rain severely damaged our cherry crops. In fact, so much so that we received a disaster declaration from the federal government for that crop loss. The harvested acreage, total yield, and the price per unit were drastically less than the year before. In fact, it was over a $6 million loss. Alfalfa hay also saw a decrease in value, but as you'll see on this next slide, alfalfa was still Sacramento County's #1 field crop.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah, of course.
Supervisor Natoli may have a question or a comment here.
Yeah, Chris, just a question on the, we did the disaster declaration on the cherries, and oftentimes we're asked to either weigh in on that, but we never know kind of what comes back in the coverage that, sometimes with flood we do, but what do you track, if farmers didn't have insurance on their crops or sustain other, losses, whether short-term or long-term, and how do we know that when you calculate the $6 million impact, was there some flow to this county dollar-wise on the disaster declaration to actually help offset that?
So, we get the data from the growers when we know that there's been a loss.
Right.
We submit that to the state, to Cal OES, and then they formulate the letter, right, that goes to the federal government. And then what I do is once we get that disaster declaration, I just let the industry know that they have those low interest loans available to them through the USDA if they need them. But we don't track any data beyond that. So I haven't gotten any response as to who uses,
So they're only eligible for loans, or there's no direct payment for crop
Correct.
loss unless they're insured. And so you don't track as to whether there's any offset. We note the $6 million loss, but again, outside of doing what you're called upon to do to make sure the folks know individually, I guess collectively, that they can apply for SBA loans or farm loans, whatever it may be, we don't know whether any of them took advantage of that and what economic impact could have been an offset to that.
Correct. Yeah, I don't have that.
Is there any requirement under the federal guidelines to, provide some cumulative kind of a closure around that issue, or it just is left open-ended?
No, not that we're required to do. I mean, it would be an interesting study, definitely, to receive that information.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, maybe I'll suggest that to a FFA student.
There you go.
Okay. So as you can see, alfalfa was our #1 highest valued crop in the field crops category. We harvested over 16,000 acres for a total production value of over $15 million. And in 1969, field crops were valued at over $27 million and contributed to 36% of the county's total agricultural value. Alfalfa hay has been a formidable crop in this county since the early 1900s, and pictured on the bottom right of the slide is an alfalfa hay field in Natoma circa 1924. Oops, I keep messing up, sorry. There we go. In 2019, pears were the second most valuable fruit crop in the county, second only to wine grapes. There were over 5,000 acres of pears harvested for a gross value of over $24 million. In 1969, fruit and nut crops were valued at over $9 million, and pears made up $8 million of that value. Pears have been successfully grown in Sacramento County since the mid-1800s. During the gold rush, locally grown pears were sold to travelers heading to the Sierras, and many were shipped to San Francisco on steam-powered ships. Wine grapes were also grown in the county in the 1800s and early 1900s, and wine and brandy operations were very prevalent in Sacramento prior to Prohibition. In the late 1800s, Sacramento County had the second largest vineyard in the state. It consisted of over 2,000 acres, and it was located near Folsom. In 1904, it was reported that Sacramento County had 14,800 acres of vineyards. The oldest continuously family-owned and operated vineyard and winery was established in 1897 by an Italian immigrant named James Frazinetti. Established just south of Florin Road, that winery is still in existence today, and originally there was 400 acres of vines there. In 2019, citrus was one of our miscellaneous crops in the fruit and nut category. As a general rule, agricultural commodities are included in the miscellaneous category if there are fewer than 3 producers in the county, or one producer is responsible for 60% or more of the product. The crop data that we receive from our growers and farmers and producers is confidential data. So this information is combined with other miscellaneous products so that the confidential information is not disclosed. In 2019, there were 17 different fruit and nut crops in the miscellaneous category that combined had a gross production value of over $5 million. I'm still here on the citrus. So in the early 1900s, oranges and other citrus were very abundant in Sacramento. And pictured on the slide is the Orangeville Farm circa 1913. In 2019, processing tomatoes were the county's highest valued vegetable crop at over $4.8 million. Over 63,000 tons were harvested from 1,600 acres. Tomatoes have also been an agricultural mainstay in Sacramento since the 1800s, and in the early 1900s, processing tomatoes didn't have far to go. By 1930, Sacramento was home to 20 canneries. The plethora of fruits and vegetables grown in the county and the surrounding region ensured that they were well supplied. In 1941, tomatoes were produced on over 11,000 acres, compared to our 1,600 acres today. For decades, the canneries were major employers of residents in the county. In 2019, market milk was the second highest valued commodity produced in the county at over $52 million. For 21 years, Sacramento County's dairy industry held the #1 spot for the highest valued commodity group. Today, there are still over 20 family-owned and operated dairies in the county. In 2019, poultry was valued at over $35 million and ranked 4th in the county based on gross production. The cattle industry in Sacramento was valued at close to $16 million, and as previously mentioned, was the highest valued commodity in the county in 1969. So due to an increased effort to protect pollinators and especially honeybees, the registration of beehives with the County Agricultural Commissioner has become a priority. We have seen increases in registration numbers over the past several years and have been able to collect apiary data from more beekeepers. We attribute the increase in our apiary value to an increase in reporting, as well as the increase in the demand for pollination services. In 2019, Sacramento County's apiary value doubled from the previous year to over $500,000. The nursery industry also saw an increase in production value from the previous year. It was $35 million, and it was ranked 4th in the county. So in closing, I'd like to express my appreciation to the multiple generations of farmers and ranchers who have contributed to Sacramento County's rich agricultural history and economy, and continue to do so today. I believe that it is our responsibility to remember that those who produce and supply us with our food, fiber, and plants struggle with uncertainty every year due to market fluctuations, weather factors, increasing regulations, and water availability. And yet, every year, they continue to face these challenges, providing us with these critical and essential commodities. I thank them, and I thank you for letting me present the 2019 Crop and Livestock Report.
Very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Kennedy.
I just wanted to say, I told Julie this every year, and that I for one, love getting this every year. I'm a guy that still likes reading the almanac, and this is like Sacramento County's almanac. Because, and want to thank you and your staff. You guys quietly touch the lives of everybody in the county on a daily basis, whether it's through ag programs, through, the inspection programs, or weights and measures. It's amazing. So thank you very much for the work you do, and we don't get any complaints on it, so appreciate that.
We try to stay quiet. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Tolley.
Yeah, we just echo the comments of Mr. Kennedy that I too appreciate this. I think the fact that you and your predecessor come before this board regularly for many years now to verbally present the report, but I know you put up on your website. I think you actually make some hard copies available in the library, so it's a resource available to folks. And I think what it highlights not only is the good work that you and your very professional staff do, certainly in the agricultural industry, but in weights and measures, as Mr. Kennedy said. But I think it also really points to the diversity of agriculture in this county, the importance that it has from a farm gate perspective and employment standpoint. And I think a number of measures that this board certainly is incorporating into its general plan, but through efforts we've made over the years to, I think, highlight and recognize the contributions of agriculture. Many of these are still family farms, particularly as you noted, some of the dairies and some of the other field crops and cattle operations. We've seen, obviously, and it's in the report this year, an influx of, in particular, trees, the almonds and the walnuts, and they're now coming into production. So we're probably going to see those numbers continue to increase. But I want to just compliment you. The report, in addition to the elements you highlighted, obviously had a good section on the Delta, on pest detection, and some really good photographs that both archive historically, but certainly current activities, Chris, and so appreciate the effort, and a very good reading, and it I think tells the story very well in a summary fashion. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. And I too, just before you leave the podium, I want to express my thanks to you and putting together the report and issuing the verbal report today. Like Supervisor Kennedy, I take great pride in the report and tend to show it off and do a little bit of bragging once in a while, especially in settings where I'm with other county supervisors, whether it's through CSAC or the National Association of Counties. Of course, agriculture is such an important part of our heritage here in Sacramento County and continues to be so. And with the now kind of universally adopted and moniker of farm to fork, and not just Sacramento County, but kind of the entire region. It's nice to put some of the data with the rhetoric so that we can actually let people know what they probably don't, which is, for instance, like wine grapes. It's a huge part of our agrarian commercial outlook here, and it's not just Napa and Sonoma and the Central Coast anymore.
Right.
So again, I appreciate all that goes into it, and thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I assume we do not have any public speakers on this item.
You do not.
All right, very good, thank you.
Okay, so now for item 48, this is the zoning code and county code amendments related to industrial hemp. You have a zoning ordinance amendment to chapters 3 and 7 of the Sacramento County Zoning Code, and then an addition of chapter 6.87 to the county code relating to industrial hemp. For the county code, you'll be waiving full reading and continuing that to December 8th, 2020 for adoption.
Okay.
Hi, I'm back. Okay. So, good afternoon again. Chris Flores, Agricultural Commissioner, and I'm actually here on behalf of the Office of Planning and Environmental Review to present this ordinance and the zoning code amendments before you. So we're presenting a new county code, chapter 6.87, and then zoning code amendments in chapter 3 and chapter 7 that would allow the cultivation and processing of industrial hemp in the unincorporated area of the county. Industrial hemp is a fast-growing plant with low THC levels and high cannabidiol or CBD levels. It is a legal agricultural crop and is defined in the California Food and Agriculture Code 81000 as an agricultural product that is limited to types of the plant Cannabis sativa L and any part of that plant with a THC level of no more than 0.3%. Hemp can be grown for many purposes, including paper, textiles, biodegradable plastics, biofuel, and food. And although hemp is being grown in some states for fiber, the majority of the hemp cultivation in the state of California is for CBD extraction. Because industrial hemp has a low THC level and can cross-pollinate with cannabis grown for psychotropic effects, the two plants are not compatible to be grown in the same area. So jurisdictions that have allowed cannabis to be outgrown or to be grown outdoors, we're finding that they're banning industrial hemp in their areas because of the pressure to not allow it, because it will ruin the cannabis crop. So it's kind of interesting.
Does that have to do with how they're pollinated?
Yeah. So they're the same plant, so they will cross-pollinate, and so the cannabis growers do not want that low THC pollination occurring in their plants because it will.
Can it go the other way though?
And it can go the other way.
Okay.
Yep. So they're not compatible. CBD is a chemical found in the Cannabis sativa plant, and it is one of over 80 cannabinoids. As of 2018, preliminary research on CBD has included studies regarding the effects of CBDs on anxiety, cognition, movement disorders, and pain. Federal rules and regulations in relation to industrial hemp have been evolving. In 2014, the Federal Farm Bill created a framework for the legal cultivation of industrial hemp by allowing an institution of higher learning or a state department of agriculture to grow industrial hemp under a state pilot program. With the passing of the 2018 Farm Bill, industrial hemp was removed from the Controlled Substances Act and became a lawfully grown and cultivated agricultural product with a USDA-approved state plan. California has just recently submitted their plan to the USDA, and it's being reviewed right now at the federal level. Over the past several years, the state of California has also been busy passing laws and regulations pertaining to the cultivation of hemp. Growers and seed breeders are required to register with the state through the local agricultural commissioner's office. This registration is valid for 1 year, and the regulations are very specific to the sampling and testing protocols to ensure that the product's THC level is equal to or less than the 0.3% prior to harvest. And then there are also regulations that specify when a non-compliant plant or crop shall be destroyed.
We have a question or a comment from Supervisor Peters.
Sure.
Hi, thank you. On your comment that they're required, that growers are required to register with the state through your office. One of the questions I've had, I represent residential areas, and they're wondering if this is allowed in a residential area and what the remedy is if it should be grown. But it looks to here that if you're going to grow it legally, you have to get annual registration.
Correct. And it has to, in our county, since it's a land use issue, we're proposing that it be allowed only on the AG zoned parcels.
Okay.
So then would not occur in the residential areas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any pictures in your report of what it looks like?
I have the one at the beginning. I can go back. It's just a field though, but it's, this was actually Sutter County. This is a picture from Sutter County.
It looks, I mean, it's so far away, it's kind of hard to tell. I was hoping for something.
Yeah, I don't have a close. It looks
the same
exactly
as marijuana.
the same. Yeah, same plant, just different THC level.
Does it have the same flower though?
It does. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so that's what the majority of the cultivation in California is for that flower.
Right.
And then they're taking that and extracting the CBD from that.
Does it have the same smell?
It can, yep. So UC Extension, UC A&R is actually doing studies right now to try to produce plants that are odorless. So that's kind of one of the things they're working on, which would be really nice. Okay. So proposed amendments in Chapter 3 of the zoning code would allow for the cultivation of commercial hemp, seed production, processing, and nursery uses. Outdoor cultivation would be allowed on AG-zoned properties with a minimum parcel size of 40 acres. Indoor cultivation would be allowed on the M1 and M2 industrial zones with the caveat that odors shall not be noticed from outside the building. Processing would be allowed on AG and M1 and M2 zones as well, in enclosed buildings with no detectable odor from the outside. The chapter also establishes setbacks and signage standards that are found within the county code. Chapter 7 defines the terms and uses found within the zoning code. The definitions of agricultural uses and primary processing of agricultural products has been updated to include industrial hemp. And the new definitions have been added to this section, including definitions for agricultural research institution, hemp, hemp breeder, industrial hemp cultivation, nursery, nursery stock, and sensitive receptor. So Chapter 6.87, Title 6 of the Sacramento County Code is before you today to allow for the cultivation and processing of industrial hemp. The code requires that a license be obtained from the Agricultural Commissioner's office and registration with the state. So it'd be a two-pronged process. The code also requires that all applicable federal, state, and local rules and regulations are adhered to at all times. It requires a bond by the grower to cover costs of crop destruction abatement at 100%. So if we needed to, if the grower didn't destruct the crop and we needed to go in and do it, we would have coverage for that. The code specifies setback and signage requirements and has provisions for violations and public nuisances.
We have a question or comment from Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, Chris, if I could just, in your definition of sensitive receptor, is that a standardized definition, or it's on page 3 of the ordinance, or is that something that we basically have crafted working with the planning department? Because as you're well aware, and again, I'll get into some other questions in a moment, but I wanted to, that's come up as to a homeowner cannot be a sensitive receptor under this definition. And yet if I'm a homeowner and have, particularly in the outdoor cultivation, I guess it could be associated, although you've tried to cover that with the processing, I guess the further distillation of the product. So why is it that you can take a sensitive receptor where you have a congregation of people of different ages and different categories, but that somebody in their home for their own enjoyment of their own personal property is not identified as a sensitive receptor? Is that, where does that come from? What's that emanate from?
Yeah, so we modeled this definition off of other county ordinances. So we took the language from San Joaquin County's ordinance. They had taken it from Merced, who had taken it from Stanislaus. So what we did is we took that language and then we kind of tweaked it to our own needs. But it's pretty commonplace that we're trying to just highlight some of the sensitive areas or folks that would, you really wouldn't want to grow this next to. I'll get into kind of a process that we're thinking about doing that might, if somebody had a specific issue that we could take into consideration.
And that'll be helpful. And I know you're going to share some of that with us, or at least Leanna had expressed that to me. But because if I read on page 3, when you use members of the population, you talk about categories of sensitivity, whether it's children, the elderly, people with illnesses, and yet then you talk about congregate settings or settings where people would, be concentrated, but it really kind of excludes folks that, again, those categories that might be in a home or a house setting. So sure. I'll wait till I hear a little more from you. We can probe a little deeper. Thanks.
Yep, good comment. Let's see. So we have done outreach to the following advisory committees on this slide. Staff presented draft ordinances and zoning code changes to receive input from these stakeholders. We also received input from the Sheriff's Department and Code Enforcement. The proposed ordinance before you has gone through many reiterations based on feedback from these groups. The Delta CMAQ expressed concern about possible odor issues and asked that the public input be received prior to a license being issued. We are considering an administrative notification process where the Ag Commissioner's office would notify neighbors after receiving an application and allow for comment and input, and then take that into consideration prior to issuing a license, and be able to possibly, we could apply mitigation measures to that plan, or maybe even deny the application altogether, depending on the circumstance. So that's kind of our workaround, and we could do it internally through the process of getting the license. So it'd be an administrative. The most recent presentation of this item was before the Planning Commission on September 28th, and they voted 4-0 to recommend approval. And so in closing, staff is recommending the following: that the board recognize the exempt status of these amendments pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the California Environmental Quality Act. 2, adopt Ordinance 1 amending the Sacramento County zoning code related to industrial hemp. And 3, introduce Ordinance 2 adding Chapter 6.87 to the Sacramento County Code related to industrial hemp, and continue to the next hearing of December 8th, 2020 for adoption. And with that, we'll take questions.
Very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Before we get to Supervisor Natoli, let me check in with the clerk. Do we have anyone in the queue to speak to this item?
You do not.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Natoli?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank Chris and her staff, but certainly Chris directly and Leanne Moffett from the Planning Department for their, I think, ongoing work to try to, address some of the concerns. Primarily have come out of the Delta, although they could apply in other areas of the county, in the southeastern portion of the county, and certainly in the Casumas communities, where, and it was interesting that you noted that in some communities and counties are looking at prohibiting outdoor cultivation because they prohibit outdoor cultivation of marijuana or cannabis. And in this county, obviously, we have, I guess, to the reverse, what's before us today, we've prohibited the outdoor growing except for personal use, and it has, certain structure on it, very limited for the cultivation cannabis in the outdoors. And I guess my first question, which just comes to mind now, is do you think that's going to maybe drive folks that might be interested to come to our county to grow industrial hemp? Because in other counties where they might otherwise have good growing conditions, they're either prohibited or largely restricted from doing that?
It's interesting. I think it's whoever's allowed first, right? And so Yellow County has allowed outdoor cultivation of cannabis, and they are presenting an ordinance. I don't know if it's approved yet, but it's to allow indoor only of industrial hemp. Because the cannabis industry has, put a lot of pressure on the board. And the same happened in Nevada County recently. They're going to ban industrial hemp because the cannabis industry is well and alive there. But there's a lot of counties that are allowed to grow hemp currently. So we have Sutter County, Butte, Solano County just approved an ordinance. We all the way down the hills, San Joaquin,
Stanislaus.
Stanislaus, Merced, Riverside, San Diego. There's tons. So I don't know that it will necessarily be that driver.
Okay.
I just think that it might drive out illegal cannabis grows because they won't be able to, have the product that they thought they were growing.
Yeah, that occurred to me as well. Well, what I wanted to, and thank you for responding, the kind of focus on was this administrative process, because as you well know, hearing from some of the folks in the Delta communities via the Citizens Municipal Advisory Council there, concerns about, one, recognizing that providing for outdoor cultivation, they have, farmers within those communities who you might find this to be a diversification of their crops, and assuming there's a market for the product. And again, I think acknowledging that obviously it's permitted under both the federal, state, and obviously under local rules as given the ability to have some, some parameters. So the concern, you try to address it through a couple of different things. You up the acreage requirements, which provides a little larger buffer, and little being a relative term. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of feet, but I think with prevailing winds and so forth, that's a concern that folks that are upwind might be affected during, certain times of the year when the plants are maturing. But I wanted to kind of draw attention, and this is where I think, one, the notice would be helpful, but it really goes to, and I've talked with Leanne on a couple of occasions about this, Chris, since we last spoke. And there are some small pockets of industrial zones, in zoning in the Delta, largely supportive of agriculture, some of recreation, storage, those types of activities. Even though the odor issue is addressed within the framework of the ordinance, that I think continues to be a concern that, that one, what's the level of primary processing that's allowed on the agricultural parcel, but then secondarily that those small industrial zones which provide capacity for, trucking, for support services for largely agriculture and some residential with marinas and some of the activities down there in the Delta, that you well know, that there's a concern that by providing by right anywhere in the county, both for industrial grows, but also or growing industrial area, but also the processing, that will encroach upon some of the other uses there, and potentially also have negative impact, because those industrial zones are very close. In some cases, they butt right to residential properties. That's not unique solely to the Delta. But if I look at the southeast and consumers areas, you have very little, if any, industrially zoned property. So the same issue might not exist there, where in the Delta you've got pretty good growing conditions, you have large agricultural parcels, you have parcels and farmers that could incorporate that into their crops. And then if you get into industrial settings, you're still very proximate to residential. So I guess with all that being said, I'm curious as to the administrative process, whether it would provide any ongoing review beyond just provisions in the zoning code to say it's okay to process it over there in the M1 or M2 zone, and as long as you aren't out of line with the odor, you're allowed to process it. And again, I have not seen this in any scale. I know we tried to arrange for an opportunity for me to go view, but not just to grow, but to see the processing. So I guess I'm curious about that. You're well familiar with it, and I know there's still concerns. I spoke with Mr. Labrie on behalf of the council as recently as last Friday, and he had a copy of the most recent ordinance, and again was appreciative of some of the efforts being made, but there's still registering concerns, and so I'm trying to get some sense about that before we go ahead today. So.
I think if the use meets the standards for the zone, right, we don't have any other processes to, and Leanne can probably answer this better than I can, but there's nothing written into this code that would add anything other than them mitigating for odor for that specific crop. I do want to notify you guys that state law, and I don't know if this would alleviate some concerns for folks, but state law does require that anybody who register to grow this, and it wouldn't really, I don't think it has anything to do with the processing side of it, I'm not sure, but they have to do a criminal background check, and that has to be submitted to us, and under certain instances they would not be allowed to cultivate industrial hemp. If they meet a certain criteria, they can't grow industrial hemp for 10 years beyond that conviction. So we will be looking at who will be applying just in a general basis, but I don't think that applies for processing.
Well, because I think it's that downstream portion of the, distillation, I guess, or getting to the final product that goes in whatever container that's then sold and marketed or incorporated into products.
We did say that they cannot use volatile products in that processing. So, and that's just part of the, just trying to be safer and not have any fire issues. I did hear that the cannabis growers in the city of Sacramento do use ethanol to further process the oil that they get from extraction, and that environmental management handles that side of things.
So in there, you get into what my next question was going to be, is that you have a certain role for what's being grown in the fields, and under this ordinance, planning has the normal, things that go with, administering the zoning code.
Right.
You have EMD that, I don't know, and again, if you have certain volatiles and so forth that may be permitted, but I think it kind of, escapes kind of the holistic approach to this. And again, it may be no different than other industrial processes where you're, boiling down, distilling certain types of products. But again, and specifically though, as it relates to the Delta and the Delta communities where we have M1, M2 zones proximate not only to residential, but right adjacent to farm fields in some cases, because you have a trucking operation or you have a storage unit, you have some buildings that may be underutilized for storage and so forth, that, again, I have no idea what the marketplace is going to bear out. And we certainly have the ability to adjust an ordinance over time. But if they're permitted by right and there's no community review of that, because that's what's allowed elsewhere in the county, that is a concern. And I think, folks are very supportive of agriculture there. And I know the Agricultural Advisory Committee supported this. And I guess I would look to, and maybe EMD and planning could provide some more input. EMD I don't think is represented here right now, but on that industrial side, and what's allowed on the farm? What is processing of that crop? When does primary processing start and secondary processing begin? And who's going to regulate that? Again, you have a certain role as the agricultural commissioner in your office. Where does it get beyond that boundary? And again, I don't know if there's a clear definition of that or not. I mean, if it's harvesting the crop and then, baling it or sending it off to be distilled, but if they can actually do that processing right there, why do they need an industrial zone unless they're growing it indoors somewhere else in the county or down there, I guess, in the Delta?
Yeah, and I don't know. I would refer that question to Leanne as far as how the county defines processing of agricultural products. In my mind, it's like if you're not changing the product, if you're crushing it, like olives, for instance, if you're crushing olives to make olive oil, to me that would be a primary processing, not secondary. Whereas wine grapes are going through that fermentation process and changing form. But that's kind of just how I see it in my mind.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, but it's not. I wouldn't be the last one to answer that.
Well, and maybe we need to offer a definition that somehow comports with, with the understanding of agricultural commissioner, ag commissioner, but also planning, so that it's clear.
Yeah, so for these last couple questions, I think it would be helpful to be looking at the zoning code section. So I'm looking at the strikeout version attached to your package on page 6, 7, and 8. It's in red text. So the part on the industrial hemp processing is on page 6, section 3.4-12B. So one of the components here is the requirement number 3, that all odors shall be mitigated so as to not be detected from outside the building structure. So that is one of the requirements we put in here. Having noted that, they still have to get the product from the ag farmland into the building. So I don't want to over-imply that no odor would ever be detected, because it may be smelly getting it inside the building at some point in time. And certainly we have industrial throughout the county, proximate to quite a number of uses. So that's what we've written here. Whether that meets what you think is appropriate or not, that's what we have. And then on page 6, on page 8. We've modified our current zoning code definition around primary processing of ag products. So you can read that there. The act of changing or preparing an ag commodity subsequent to its harvest or in natural mature state to the initial stages of processing. Examples, it provides examples there.
And so these are additions? It wasn't that definition before?
The red, this is in track edit. So there was a definition before, and we've modified it slightly, as shown in track edit.
Okay. So
drying it, for example, would be a processing activity.
And that needs to be done indoors, the drying?
Yes.
So if they have
The
a
primary
barn, if
processing
they have a
can't be-
barn, they need to, or,
Yeah.
you know,
They're not going to be able to turn it into CBD oil in the ag area.
they're not, okay.
They're not.
And I think that needs to be really clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you take a moment then quickly on what the administrative process would be for noticing on an annual basis? I mean, I know that the council was asking for a use permit, which, you know, runs with the land, and it gives an opportunity for folks to weigh in through some sort of public hearing process or notification. So if you're going to have a hybrid version of that, what, you know, in light of some of the ongoing concerns, what is that process, and is it outlined in the code, or is it, you know?
No, so we're trying to work with Chris to mimic something we do now for when we issue certificates of non-conforming use. So planning has an example where we don't do the full going out to a CPAC, you know, it's not like a use permit process, but we do notify neighbors before we issue certificate of non-conforming use, just to make sure that they don't inform us of any problems that have been associated with that activity. Because sometimes, of course, neighbors know more what's going on in their immediate vicinity than the planner does. So that notification allows people to contact us and inform us of what's actually going on if there's a problem before we issue the certificate of non-conforming use. So we were looking to mimic that with this process again, because it's an annual permit. If we go through something really lengthy, like a use permit,
Yeah.
I mean, that can take a
Right.
year. So taking a year to get something that's an annual permit is
Yeah,
not
you lose
really
the purpose
possible.
of growing season. I get that.
So we were trying to do look for an example of something that was a little more of a reasonable timeline. We send a notice out. People have a couple of weeks to get back to the Ag Commissioner. They may know something that's important and relevant to the conditions that the Ag Commissioner would then put on the permit. Or, you know, if year one has happened and now we're in year two and it's been a bad operator, then they can provide that evidence, which could be evidence to deny the permit.
And or modify. Because again, depending on how much acreage is grown and setbacks and if there are odor complaints.
Yeah.
And so is there guidance then, Chris, for you and any of your folks that would administer this as to the ability so that people can say, well, that's arbitrary, you know, Joe so-and-so grows it over here and Don wants to grow over here and he gets to do it, and just because I got a neighbor that complained, you're telling me I got to do something different. So there's some guidance that would provide you discretion, but also enough structure that you can respond accordingly. I'm just kind of asking as a question.
Yeah, so it's something that we just thought about, honestly, about last week. So it's something that we would have to develop in-house. But I would want to have a set criteria. You know, I don't want to make it subjective. As much as I can limit that, because I'd want to make it defensible. Right?
Sure, no, I agree.
So I would work with the planning department and with county council to ensure that we have something that we can work with.
Because I think it goes to the odor, to the cultivation that, you know, in late summer, before harvest, assuming that they're meeting all the other criteria, there is, and if you've got, you know, somebody plants 20 acres of this stuff in warm weather and prevailing winds, a quarter mile may not be far enough to be away that you're not going to have some odor complaints, and so it may, it makes some adjustments the following year, and again, certainly providing that the farmers can grow this. But okay, well, that's enough question. I guess the concern I would just leave on the table is one about the processing, and maybe we go to the M2 zone, although you say the M1 zone. There is some heavy industrial in the Delta, but there's I think a little more M1, lighter industrial uses, and if we're going to have the secondary processing, maybe look at the M2 zone, and if they want to do the M1 zone, they have some sort of a minor use permit. So at least you get some ability to recognizing the interface in some of these communities that have developed over time where there's sensitivity. People recognize it's going to be cultivated there, but the processing is still a concern. So I just leave that on the table for now. I'm taking a lot of time here. Thanks.
Okay, we have Supervisor Pierce.
I have a very quick question.
Sure.
In this, and it's a little silly, I suppose. I see you refer to people who own these facilities as hemp breeders, as opposed to usually what you hear in agriculture is grower. Why did you choose to use the word
So the breeder would be the ones developing the nursery stock. So typically, they would have a nursery license and be breeding the plant from seed.
Oh, it has to do with the seeds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay,
and then
got it.
selling the plant.
I knew you'd have an answer. It looked weird.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Any public speakers?
No.
Okay. Any further comments, questions by board members? Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was going to offer a couple suggestions and maybe have this come back to us in a couple of weeks. I know we have a void here, but if there could be some refinement of at least something included in the code that refers to, you may yet to develop the administrative guidelines that go behind that the Ag Commissioner, to include that in the ordinance. And then secondly, again, and Leanne, I would ask your response, but I would suggest that we might look at a minor use permit in the M1 zone and, provide it, I guess, in the M2 zone. We do that with some other uses, and, if that gets to be too onerous, we'll hear from folks, but I think with that, and if we put the matter over to you, make those revisions and bring this back to us on December 8th for introduction, I'd be prepared, unless you could introduce that on the fly today. I don't know if you have the sufficient language to do that, so.
Yeah, I don't, the other, we do have the option of coming back in a year and just seeing how something plays out and making changes then as well.
Yeah.
Right, if we have issues that we weren't aware of.
Right. Well, yeah, we could certainly do that, review.
Yeah.
But I guess, I'm prepared to go forward, even with some of the hesitancy I hear from some of the folks I immediately represent. But I think with those two modifications, introductions into this, I would suggest that they could incorporate the language, bring it back to us in a form, and certainly could even you could put it on a consent calendar, Mr. Chair, so we don't have to
That's in the form of a motion then?
Yes, I would make that a motion.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
Yeah, for December the 8th.
Any further comment or questions? Seeing none, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good, thank you.
Great, thanks for your work.
Thanks, Chris. Okay.
Okay.
Next item, please.
I'm going to need just a few seconds to get the applicant. The applicant is waiting in queue, and they're going to join the call.
Okay.
And then I'll read the item into the record. Hi there. If you could just please mute your phone in the meantime, that we're going to read the item into the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is item 49, and I do want to put on the record that we do need to take an oath if we have people making a comment. So this is the Fair Oaks Boulevard 7-Eleven service station. This is a request for a use permit, special development permit, and a design review to allow a 24-hour automobile service station and 24-hour convenience store in the light commercial zoning district. The property is located at 7300 and 7310 Fair Oaks Boulevard, and this is in the Carmichael Old Foothill Farms community. The environmental document is a negative declaration.
All right, thank you. Do we have to take the oaths now?
It would be easier if we go ahead and do that now.
Okay. And that includes the applicant?
Yes. Can you guys hear me? And
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so just speak at the appropriate time. Please raise your right hand, and the appropriate response is I do. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I do.
I do.
Okay, and then when you speak, please state your name for the record, and then if you could also say that you have been sworn.
Thank you.
Yes.
Will do.
Okay.
And just so it's clear, we're going to go ahead, the board's going to go ahead and hear from staff first, and then we'll hear from the applicant, and then board deliberation if there's no further public comment. Ms. Moffitt?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Leanne Moffitt, Planning Director, and I do have a PowerPoint for this item. So as your clerk indicated, this is the Fair Oaks 7-Eleven service station. It is located at 7300 and 7010 Fair Oaks Boulevard. That's the northeast corner of Sutter Avenue and Fair Oaks Boulevard intersection in Carmichael area. The site is 0.87 acres, and it is zoned LC light commercial. The request is for a use permit for a 24-hour service station and convenience store in the LC zoning. a special development permit related to on-site signage, which is actually very common associated with service stations, and the typical design review. This is a site plan here showing the site. So the convenience store is at the bottom of your slide, that bottom left, the southwest corner. The primary entrance of the convenience store opens to the north, facing the fuel pumps. So the fuel pump canopy there is in the lighter gray on the kind of north center part of the slide. And then the area off to the right is a couple of several parking spaces with access to air and water, and then the garbage enclosure, along with a fair amount of landscaping over there in that corner. And the two primary access points are from Sutter Avenue, it's kind of shown in tan in the bottom right part, and then on Fair Oaks Boulevard in the upper left. These are the building elevations. The upper left is the west elevation facing Fair Oaks Boulevard. Top right is the east elevation facing the neighboring commercial. The bottom left is the elevation facing Sutter Avenue, and the bottom right is the primary entrance facing north towards the gas pumps. These are the fuel canopy elevations. And the key points, so first of all, the site is shown on the general plan, and it has two designations. First of all, it has a transit-oriented development designation, as well as a mixed-use corridor overlay. Then there is also the Carmichael Community Action Plan, which isn't really a land use document, and then the county had prepared the Fair Oaks Boulevard Corridor Plan, and that was a long process that was gone through to identify both the street improvements and the land uses in this section of Fair Oaks Boulevard for Carmichael. There are 4 districts within that plan. The Main Street corridor is the most prescriptive. This is outside of that Main Street corridor. It's in the East Fair Oaks Boulevard district, which envisions a pedestrian scale mixed use area, primarily serving neighborhoods within Carmichael, and providing for opportunities for horizontal mixed use and small infill street oriented commercial. Initially, the applicant also had a request for a PCN to sell alcohol, and that was dropped through the process and is no longer part of the application. There has been community opposition through the process. The board package includes some of the initial comments, and this slide covers some of the concerns. I'm going to focus on the fact that there have been additional comments made for today's board hearing. As of the start of this, we counted 43 new commenters. There were some duplicates in your package, so I wanted to point that out. 1 in support from the applicant team and 43 in opposition to the use. There was originally a lot of concern about the request for the alcohol sales. I would note a fair number of the commenters understood that that had been dropped from the application, although there was still concern that 7-Eleven might come back in the future later and try to add a PCN onto the site. But for the most part, folks had concerns about both the convenience store and the gas station.
Can I ask a question real quick about that?
Yes.
So of the comments that were submitted, orally or written, how many were just about the alcohol sales, nothing else? What percentage, roughly, do you think?
I don't recall any that only referenced a concern about alcohol.
So most of them were multiple issues?
Most of them were multiple issues, crime associated with the convenience store.
Gotcha. Okay.
To elaborate, planning's primary concern is the gas station component, not the convenience store. Many of the commenters...
They dropped the alcohol request.
That's why I asked the question.
Yeah.
Many of the commenters were concerned about the convenience store, which is a permitted use on its own.
Right.
So I do want to clarify that.
Thank you.
It's the gas station that's triggering the use permit. This has been to several advisory bodies. The Design Review Advisory Committee found it in compliance with the countywide design guidelines. The Carmichael Old Foothill Farms community, which had a lot of comments made to it from the public, did recommend denial on a 4-0 basis, and the Planning Commission recommends denial on a 3-to-1 vote.
Before you leave the slide there.
Sure.
My understanding is that there was some procedural hiccups in the Planning Commission meeting, I believe, in terms of the applicant or the applicant's representatives who did not have the opportunity to fully or at all present to the commission. Is that the case?
That is not quite the case, so let me elaborate. That question had been raised to staff, I had, both myself and Chris Pahuli had been on that Planning Commission call, and Chris Pahuli re-listened to the Planning Commission tape just to refresh our memory of what happened. In our view, what happened was their primary applicant was Jesse, I can't remember his last name right now, I'm sorry. And he did the primary presentation, which was about 10 to 15 minutes long. At the end of his presentation, he did not indicate that there was an additional speaker as part of their presentation. So the Planning Commission moved on, took comments and deliberated. In there, it was indicated that their land use attorney, Diane Kinderman, was available, but we don't feel that it was ever clearly explained to the commission that she was intended to be part of the presentation, and we did go back and listen to that. I think there was some lack of clarity and miscommunication, but the Planning Commission did hear a full presentation by a representative of the applicant, and then they didn't ask the attorney any questions, and they did move forward with their deliberations.
Thank you for the clarification.
So staff has done our analysis, which is provided to you in writing. So in brief summary, staff has concluded in the context of the general plan, we don't believe that the current proposal with the gas station is the best use in this corridor. We also do not believe that it fulfills the vision, intent, or principles of the Fair Oaks Boulevard corridor plan. We do acknowledge that there is more discretion in this sub-district than there is in the main district, but this is a discretionary application, and based on our analysis, we don't find it consistent. We think it is, we are recommending denial. I did want to cover one point that's made in the comment letter that I believe the applicant representative is going to cover, where they seek to tie some of the language in the general plan around a core area and a secondary area to the corridor plan, arguing that the districts other than the main district should be considered a secondary area according to the general plan. I've gone back, looked at both the general plan and the corridor plan, and I don't see any direct tie. In my mind, the general plan clearly identifies the entire corridor for transit-oriented development and mixed use. And so there is specifically a CEQA mitigation measure that's embedded in the plan that calls, directly ties to policy land use 34 for all of the districts for the whole corridor.
Can I ask a question about the, it seems to me there's several like plans that are involved in the consideration of this application. When I spoke with the applicant and their representatives recently, they seem to characterize that the point of departure between, I guess, staff's interpretation or staff's opinion and theirs is that they characterize that there were certain more rigid expectations of the principal planning area, one of, I believe, 3 along the corridor.
There's 4 districts, and the main street corridor is the most prescriptive. That is true.
And this application lies, I believe, just to the north of that in a different district, correct?
Yes.
But it is considered in its entirety the same in the general plan, all 4?
Yes. So the general plan is the big picture, and the entire corridor area is both transit-oriented development and with a mixed-use corridor overlay. On all 4 districts.
Gotcha.
And then the districts has the greater detail, which is more prescriptive for the Main Street district. There's definitely more discretion in the other districts.
Okay. So just to make sure I heard you correctly at the end of the last part of your presentation there, it's basically staff applying their own discretion that this does not fit within the principles of transit-oriented development, even though it lies outside in a secondary district along that corridor, correct?
Even though it is in a different district, yes.
Right. But it's more of a staff opinion, or is it something that we can, I mean, how gray is this versus black and white, I guess is what I'm asking.
I mean, we look at the totality of what's going on here. So first of all, you have two bus lines with a bus stop within a block of this particular site. So we look to the policies of the general plan that call for mixed use and more pedestrian orientation in a transit-oriented area where you're trying to achieve that kind of objective. And in our mind, this clearly meets that, combined with the overall reading of the corridor plan that calls for more pedestrian orientation and more small, mixed-use kind of infill development.
Gotcha. Supervisor Kennedy?
Yeah, just quickly, thank you, Chair. Since TOD is an issue here, did Regional Transit weigh in on the proposal?
I do not know if we got any comments back from Regional Transit.
Okay. Do we, when we're basing an opinion that is, significantly a part of that opinion is TOD, do we take the affirmative action of reaching out to Regional Transit?
I do believe we distribute to them. I would have to check with the project manager whether we got any specific comments back.
Okay, so just as a general, I think that's a good idea.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not aware of any significant comments back from them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The other component here is that we clearly do have opposition from the community, as I've noted before. So the recommended staff actions are to determine that the environmental analysis that was prepared pursuant to CEQA is adequate and complete. We do recommend denial of the use permit and the special development permit. And if the board determines otherwise, we will work with you to have appropriate findings to support that decision. That concludes the staff presentation. Are there any further questions? And I do note the applicant is going to be speaking off of several overheads, and I did agree to help them make sure that those overheads are available for their presentation. So I'll do that as they speak.
No speakers.
Assuming the applicants can hear me, just want to make clear that we understand Ms. Moffitt's going to advance the slides for you.
No, we're actually going to use the overhead for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's going to use the overhead here in chambers. I would caution you, this comes from experience, please just say next slide. Don't watch the streaming video because we are on a slight delay and it will become very confusing very fast if you rely on that versus simply just directing her to advance the slides.
Thank you.
You may begin.
Thank you, Supervisor. This is Jesse Kent. I'm with Guggenheim Retail Real Estate Partners. I have been sworn in. Based on earlier comments here about how the Planning Commission Zoom went, I would like to add that Diane Kinderman of Abbott and Kinderman is joining, along with Brian Holloway of Holloway Land Company. My comments as the lead developer on behalf of 7-Eleven and Guggenheim will be brief. I've had several opportunities to speak to CPAC, DRAC, Planning Commission, and now today, and I appreciate the time. We do believe that this is not only congruent with the Boulevard Plan, but also a long-term economic net value to the community. Just under 3,000 square foot, the C-store marketplace will provide goods for a community, a neighborhood, 24 hours, which would help anyone that's first shift, second shift, third shift, families in the area, people heading to and from school. We find that all those things are a vibrant use of a very well-recognized corner in that area. The ancillary use of the fuel canopy at 4 pumps, which in today's day and age as far as fuel use is concerned is very, very small, is really to lend itself again to the neighborhood situation. That is the reason 7-Eleven identified this corner as being somewhere they'd like to be located. I think there are a couple things that are just worth reiterating from the standpoint that, again, the CPAC, having gone through the CPAC and at that time having read the majority of letters there, they did have to do with the ABC usage primarily. And again, 7-Eleven was very bold and brave, I think, in pulling that from the table. I can only think of 2 examples in the entire county where we do not have alcohol at 7-Elevens. Those are downtown where it's in a restrictive use area situation. So it was really a commitment by 7-Eleven to the neighborhood in order to find something that was, I think, an outstretched hand to the CPAC comments that we heard. I think it's also worth stating that several times the mention was made as far as the primary storefront being towards the fueling canopy. Yes, there is a storefront to the fueling canopy, but from direct comments, and again, I think staff takes issue with some of these things as far as what they call pedestrian activated. We were asked to put in a secondary storefront entrance, which we do show along the Sutter Avenue near the corner there, which enables pedestrians to utilize the building from both sides. So again, a typical setup that we do with crime prevention through environmental design is the C-store to the back of the lot with the fuel towards the front. This is a bit of an odd-shaped parcel, a bit of a flag-shaped parcel, but I think what we've done is we've found a really nice alternative that fits right in the middle. We've got the building up to the hard corner. Fuel canopy is visible from Fair Oaks. Obviously, that's always a big thing with police presence and drives by at night to be able to see through the property.
Excuse me, sir, just a moment. We're looking at the map here. Did you have a drawing? You're describing the how it lays out on the property and such. Did you have a drawing that expressed that we're supposed to have up on the? No? Okay, thank you. I was asking the planning director. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I will conclude with those comments. Again, we think we can be a good partner for the area. I've spent a lot of time here at the Fair Oaks Boulevard overlay, obviously as part and parcel to post CPAC and the comments that have been directed in that area. And again, I will make the same concluding remark that I made at the CPAC and Planning Commission, which is I believe that we check more boxes than don't check on this specific plan overlay. And if you go back and revisit that, one of the first things in the first paragraph is as far as a vibrant, energetic economy for this corridor for a generation. I do fear that if we go down this road of no transit, and again, if denied, I certainly will keep my eyes open to this entire area, because for the most part, people want to be in their vehicles. They want to be able to utilize those vehicles. No need to even specify the issue of COVID from the standpoint of how much vehicles have played a role in today's economy. I don't see some of the mixed-use kind of build-up retail items from that specific plan being workable in this district. So, again, I think reality and a rational set of eyes have to look at this and make a determination. With that, I will pass off to Diane Kinderman.
Thank you. Diane Kinderman here. Thank you, Chair Cerna and Supervisors. We appreciate the opportunity to present. I will also keep my comments short. I'd like to thank staff, Leanne, and all of the staff who've been very helpful to us, Chris Fahuli and Meredith, and everyone else who's taken the time to discuss this matter with us. We understand that one of the things that make planning so interesting and the law so interesting that you can see things different way and view things through different prisms. And I just wanted to walk you through where we were coming from in our interpretation of this plan based on the general plan, the corridor plan, and the community plan and the zoning ordinance. I'm just going to mention a few items. And Leanne, if you would be so kind as to put up exhibit number 3 to our letter, if you are able to do so, I would like, and I don't know if that's something, I don't see that while I'm looking at this, but if everyone else can see it.
Yeah, there's a delay there. That's why.
There we go. Thank you.
That's not the one. If we could have the one that's exhibit number 3 to our letter, Leanne.
Is it this one?
It's blue and yellow only.
That's what you have up. Okay, it's been
There we
switched.
go. Thank you kindly. So this exhibit comes from the corridor plan, the 2011 corridor plan. And as you can see, there should be a little red box. Our item is located, our project is located up in the blue area entitled the East Fair Oaks Boulevard District. We are north of the Main Street District. And in looking at Land Use Policy 34, thank you, Leanne. I appreciate that. And in looking at Land Use Policy 34, there is a definite distinction in the general plan in the way it refers to the core area, and it does identify the core area. And then when we look to the language in the corridor plan, it also continues to discuss both core areas and secondary areas, although there is not a clear definition of each. So in order to define those, we looked at how the plan elements differentiate the development design and intensity of the secondary areas from the other districts. So for example, in that Main Street district, which is what we are viewing as solely the core area, it says, for example, that it establishes its own specialized zoning regulations and standards that prohibit a number of automobile-oriented uses that are otherwise allowed in the light commercial zoning district. And our property is in the light commercial zoning district, but we are above north at the East Fair Oaks Boulevard district. Also, the entire length of that Main Street district in the yellow there, it requires retail uses to be located along the frontage of the property to create the walkable streetscape envisioned in that corridor plan. And so there are specific policies in the corridor plan that speak to the Main Street district that characterize other planning elements that are not in limitations, that are not identified in the blue areas, which are what we are referring to, and we believe are those secondary areas. There's also a policy in the corridor plan, it's at page 1-10, and it says that in the evaluation of smart growth street corridors and any development within those corridors, they have to utilize multimodal service standards that includes pedestrian, bicycle, transit modes of travel in addition to motor vehicle travels in order to support and encourage overall mobility through all modes of travel. So that's yet another reason that we felt that this automobile use, well, it's actually ancillary to the market, but this market that has this ancillary automobile-oriented use to it, that is another reason that we felt it was certainly allowed in the zoning ordinance and consistent with the corridor plan here, both by virtue of that policy as well as some of the policies that differentiate this yellow district, the Main Street district, from the other areas. So that's where we were coming from in particular. And I know we've discussed this with staff, and they've explained to you what their thoughts were, that really was not the intent of it. And then, Leanne, if you would be so kind as to show the other exhibit at the bottom, it says 2006 existing conditions map. I just wanted to mention 2 items on that exhibit, and then I'll wrap up.
You're good to go.
Thank you. I see that. Thank you kindly. So we are located, this project is located in the area referred to as, once again, the East Fair Oaks Boulevard District. And in that district, there are 3 areas. Area C is automotive and industrial cluster. Area D, automotive and vacant sites. And Area E, which is kind of a transitional area as you move closer to the core area, is how we view it, is entitled Community Shopping Centers. Thank you, Leanne. And it identifies one of those horizontal mixed-use opportunities is a small infill street-oriented commercial use, and that's exactly what this use is. It is a market. It's a market with no alcohol, and it does include ancillary to the use, the fuel pumps. So that's the other reason that we felt that this use, thank you, Leanne, that we felt that this use was appropriate in this area. And so having said that, I just want to conclude, we did provide a very robust letter that identified each of the general plan, corridor plan, community plan policies that staff believes the project is not compliant with. We provided evidence showing why we believe that the project is consistent with those policies. And having done that, we hope that the board is able to apply its discretion here and support the project. One other comment, we understand that there was also a significant, or there is a significant amount of community opposition, and the majority of that, once again, is focused on its concerns regarding alcohol use in the area. And they compare it to some other totally automobile-oriented uses in the area that are selling alcohol and that are problematic. And 7-Eleven has a great reputation as to how they manage their security. Jesse spoke about that, and we think that the community would actually benefit and actually enjoy having this present in their community. And so with that, I'll wrap up my comments. And Brian Holloway indicated he doesn't have any comments for us at this time. If you have any questions, we're here to answer questions. And thank you again for listening. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Diane. And just to be clear, I don't know that you began by acknowledging that you had been sworn, but you have you?
I did.
Oh, you
I
did.
have, and I beg your pardon. Yes, I was sworn.
Okay, very good, very good. Just making sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I don't think we have any other members of the public signed up to speak, so.
We did not. I just checked with Flo.
Okay, very good. All right, Supervisor Peters.
Leanne, the applicant submitted a pretty detailed letter. Do you feel the need to go point by point, or do you feel you've covered all the points? It was I think Ms. Kinderman said, robust letter. Do you feel you've covered enough of all those?
Yeah, I was not planning on doing a point by point. My remarks were included in the presentation, which was about the general plan and the community plan components.
Okay.
Unless you have further questions, but yeah.
This has been a somewhat of a tough one for me because I've been out to the site several times. I'm familiar with the area, with the school and the large residential lots down the street. I think that corner does need, I'll say, redevelopment, small r. It could use a bright new face, but in my view, this is not appropriate for that area. I think Supervisor Natoli is the only one here who went through 10 years of hearings on the Carmichael plan. And this is the type of development that the community definitely did not desire. I can't be strong enough about that. So it has been rejected by the CPAC, the Planning Commission, and the staff report. I appreciate the effort to make it a little more palatable with the no alcohol, but I think it is not appropriate for that site. So I would move the staff recommendation to deny the three items on in the recommended action.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Peters and a second by Supervisor Frost. Is there any further comment by board members? If not, please vote.
And the motion passes by unanimous vote to deny the requests.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you to the applicant team on the line.
Thank you again. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right. We've already done nominations. That, by the way, concludes our calendar in open session today. Any county executive comments?
No comment.
Okay, any comments from supervisors? Supervisor Frost. Oh, well, is that an adjournment?
I have an adjournment.
No, besides adjournments, any other comments or announcements?
I have an adjournment.
Okay, now we'll move on to adjournments. Supervisor Frost, you have an adjournment, and Supervisor Peters, you have an adjournment. Let's start with Supervisor Frost.
Thank you, Chair Cerna. First, I wanted to just say a special shout out and thank you to Greg Fowle, who is retiring from the Orangevale Recreation and Park District. And Greg will retire, he did retire on December 4th, and he's been serving on that park district since 2009 and has done an amazing job, has been an important part of the community out there, and I wanted to thank him for his service. And then I'm also closing in memory of Ernie Sheldon, and I think our clerk might have a picture, I'm hoping, but maybe not. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Ernie Sheldon, former Folsom City Council member and Vice Mayor, passed away this past Thursday. Ernie was a 32-year resident of Folsom, and he was well known for his long-term service to the community. Prior to settling in Folsom, Ernie served his country for 33 years in the U.S. Air Force, retiring as a lieutenant colonel, having earned a Bronze Star Meritorious Service Medal and an Air Force Commendation Medal. Ernie also earned a master's degree in management from the University of Nebraska. Ernie led the effort to expand Folsom's Veterans Day Parade from 23 participants to more than 1,400. He also spearheaded the planning, design, and construction of Veterans Memorial behind the library. Ernie served as executive director for Folsom Athletic Association for the past 20 years. He helped raise $1 million for Folsom recreation activities and facilities and established the Youth Assistance Scholarship Fund, which has provided $80,000 in scholarships. Ernie was also instrumental in setting up the Limby Park snack bar concession stand that has raised more than $75,000 for youth groups. As a former library commissioner, Ernie was one of the Friends of the Folsom Library's original directors. He played the key role in identifying City Lions Park as the site for the Folsom Public Library. Ernie was elected to the Folsom City Council in 2008, re-elected in 2012 and 2016, and served as vice mayor. Also served as the city's Parks and Recreation Commission for 2 decades. During that time, he directly participated in building 45 parks and recreation facilities. He wrote Folsom's first parks master plan and was instrumental in establishing the Folsom Aquatic Center, Folsom Sports Complex, and Senior and Arts Center. Ernie also served on the city's Planning Commission for 2 years and the Library Commission for 8 months. In 2002, Ernie's accomplishments were also recognized when he was named California's Outstanding Parks Commissioner. The City of Folsom honored Ernie for his outstanding dedication to Folsom Parks by naming the Ernie Sheldon Park in his honor. Ernie is survived by his son Ernie Sheldon Jr., daughter Annette Wamser, son-in-law Ed Wamser, and grandchildren Jessica Morlett and her husband Eddie Morlett, Stephanie Guditas, Kyle Wamser, and great-grandson Rio Morlett. Ernie Sheldon was a man dedicated to public service. He fought for his country. He served the city of Folsom with dedication and passion. He will be remembered for his friendship, commitment, and serving others, and his death is a tremendous loss to the community. Ernie leaves an enormous, powerful, and lasting legacy that will live on for generations to come. And I had the privilege of gathering for a small candlelight vigil in the Ernie Sheldon Park on Sunday night, and it was a beautiful tribute to a man who gave so much to Folsom. May you rest in peace, Ernie Sheldon.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I would like to adjourn today in memory of Enlo Osi. Sacramento County lost a one-of-a-kind gentleman with the recent passing of Enlo Osi. He was a Sacramento success story. He was a Midwest farm boy. He served his country in the Navy during World War II. and returned to the heartland to get an education, worked hard in business, then struck out on his own here locally and did very well. And he shared his wealth to better his adopted community of Sacramento County, where he and his wife Mel established deep roots and raised a family. He and Mel donated millions of dollars over the years to charitable and educational organizations, following his successful career as a real estate broker, developer, and investor, developing homes, apartments, office buildings, and other projects. Their philanthropic donations included a $10 million contribution to help expand Sutter Medical's Center's downtown or Midtown Hospital and created the O.C. Adams Medical Pavilion. They also secured the donation of a 5-acre site that now serves as the home of KVIE, our local public television station, as well as donated to the station's building project. Other OC beneficiaries have included the Sacramento Region Foundation, Crocker Art Museum, George Law School, and Capital Public Radio. He passed away at age 96, and during his lifetime, he visited all 7 continents of the globe, enjoyed the great outdoors camping and hiking, and played competitive bridge up until the end. He is survived by his wife of 73 years, Mel, their daughters, Mary, Margie, and Susan, and son, Doug, a former member of Congress, 5 grandchildren, and 10 great-grandchildren. NLOC made his home here in Sacramento County and helped make this community better for it, and it's only fitting that we adjourn today in his memory. I remember his stories about his trips the most. Antarctica, he was crazy about.
All 7 continents.
That was
right?
awesome. What?
All 7 continents.
Yeah, all 7 continents. That's pretty big.
That's pretty good. All right, very good. All right, so the board will convene in closed session and adjourn today in memory of Ernie Sheldon and Enlo Osi. We will be adjourning to continue this meeting to November 18th, 2020, tomorrow at 4 p.m. The purpose of doing that is to report out of closed session if anything needs reporting out. Okay, call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors that initially commenced on Tuesday, November 17th. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisors Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Cerna?
Here. Thank you. All right. If the clerk would please read the Metro Cable 14 opening statement.
Yes. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, November 20th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Very good. And I too have an announcement. In compliance with directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. So with that, I'll start. As chairman, my one and only obligation this afternoon is to report out the results of yesterday's closed session during which the Board of Supervisors considered the performance of Sacramento County CEO Nav Gill. So today I have 2 results to announce. First, the board voted by a simple majority 3-2 margin to publicly express no confidence in Mr. Gill's abilities as county CEO. And secondly, the board voted unanimously to place Mr. Gill on paid administrative leave beginning immediately and running concurrent with the duration of an active personnel investigation involving Mr. Gill. The board also voted to have me as board chair explain these closed session vote results to Mr. Gill in person, which I have done. So with that, there are no more items to report out, and we are adjourned.